Chapter 1491. Xiao Chun composed himself and revealed a bitter smile. What is this? A show of strength? Xiao Chun, this is Big Brother Dragon, the core item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace. Back then, the Qing Emperor passed his test and became the master of the Blue Dragon Palace. The black-clad old man introduced. The black-clad old man introduced. The huge blue dragon trembled and turned into a mighty and extraordinary dragon horse. Then, it said, "Let me correct you. Back then, shouting only passed the test and did not obtain the inheritance. Strictly speaking, he is not the master of the Blue Dragon Palace." Test? Inheritance? Right now, Xiao Chun felt confused. He did not understand anything. His face filled with confusion. The azure dragon horse swayed its body and said to Xiao Chun, "Come with me." Xiao Chun obeyed and followed the other party. At the same time, Xiao Chun looked around. The second floor of the Blue Dragon Palace was much larger than the first and second floors. The corridors were even more complicated. There were also several places that were pitch black. Xiao Chun did not know where they led. "Since you are here, let me tell you about the origins of the Blue Dragon Palace so that you can understand some things first," the dragon horse leading the way said. Xiao Chun nodded and said respectfully, "Senior, please speak." Xiao Chun could feel the strength of this dragon horse, as well as the ancient aura left behind by the passage of time. Xiao Chun did not dare to be presumptuous. His attitude was very sincere. As he walked here, he felt like he was returning to his roots. Xiao Chun did not know if it was a misperception, but it felt very strange. At the same time, it made him feel even more humble. The dragon race has a long and ancient history. They are one of the great desolate 100 races of the universe. After the destruction of countless epochs, they still exist. Xiao Chun understood what epochs were. Right now, the Kunlun realm was in the martial epoch. Before that, it was the immortal epoch. There had to be other epochs above the immortal epoch. Epochs rose and fell in an endless cycle. However, what did the great desolate 100 races mean? Xiao Chun did not understand. When the dragon horse heard Xiao Chun's question, it muttered to itself, "Why don't you understand this?" That being said, this land of exile is like a cage. It is truly sealed up. Let me tell you, at the beginning of the universe, there was chaos. In the primal chaos, there was no sky, no earth, no time, and no reason. But it's not like there's no life in between. The beings born from the chaos were called chaos gods and demons. The gods and demons fought each other until the chaos was shattered. That era was called the mythical era. The chaos was broken, and the mythological era came to an end. Then came the primitive era. During the Great Desolate Era, tens of thousands of clans fought for supremacy. At that time, there were a total of 100 clans, and my dragon clan was one of them. After the Great Desolate Era ended, the universe entered the epic era, and the epics continued to reincarnate. Legend has it that after 3,000 reincarnations, the era will end and the universe will enter a new era. Xiao Chun listened to this explanation that he had never heard of before. It was like a heavenly book, and he was completely shocked. The azure dragon horse continued, "You don't have to care about all this. What I want to tell you is that the pure-blooded dragon race is already extinct. However, there's no need to find this strange. After the epochs, the pure-blooded great desolate 100 races are nearly all dead. The so-called dragon race now is just some existences with the dragon race bloodline, continuing the history of the dragon race. The dragon race is just a general term. The dragon race is also divided into different ranks. The most supreme are the 3 ancestor dragons. Below the ancestor dragons are the 7 colored divine dragons. Below the divine dragons are the coiling dragons, sky dragons, flood dragons, lightning dragons, and other true dragons. There's no need to mention those below the true dragons. The dragon race bloodline is already too thin. They can't even become dragons, only pseudo-dragons. Xiao Chun's comprehension ability was astonishing. Although the azure dragon horse's explanation was complicated, he understood it with just a little thought. The ranks of the dragon race were ancestor dragon, divine dragon, true dragon, and pseudo-dragon. However, Xiao Chun did not know which rank his blue dragon bloodline was in. You have the blue dragon bloodline, one of the 7 colored divine dragons. The ancestor dragon bloodline disappeared several epochs ago. The divine dragon bloodline is now the strongest bloodline of the dragon race. You have to understand the nobility of your status. You are a noble among dragons. When you go out in the future, do not tarnish the reputation of my blue dragon bloodline. The azure dragon horse turned its head and stared at Xiao Chun as it instructed him. Its extremely serious expression made Xiao Chun feel somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Chun said softly, "Senior, I don't feel anything special about the bloodline in my body. That's normal. This is because the blue dragon martial spirit in your body has not merged with your blood yet. When you pass the test, I will naturally help you refine the blue dragon martial spirit. At that time, you'll be an outstanding demonic genius with the bloodline of the great desolate 100 races." The dragon horse was not surprised at all. As it spoke, it walked forward. Stone pillars with dragon motifs lined both sides of the path. Xiao Chun felt that he would reach his destination soon. Along the way, the two did not stop talking. Of course, most of the time, it was the dragon horse talking and Xiao Chun listening seriously. Occasionally, the dragon horse had questions, and it would explain in detail so that Xiao Chun could understand it clearly. It seemed like the dragon horse's temper was not as strange as the black-clad old man said. The Blue Dragon Palace is the inheritance of my Blue Dragon bloodline. The Blue Dragon bloodline has produced more than 100 Dragon Emperors. The Dragon Emperors are the divine Dragon Emperors. They control the life and death of the dragon race. You only need to pass the test. Just like the Qing Emperor, you need to obtain the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. Only then can you be the true master of the Blue Dragon Palace. As the dragon horse spoke, the man and the horse arrived at a large hall. The large hall was clean and elegant. However, the might and pressure of the dragon race permeated this peaceful atmosphere. Those not of the dragon race would feel a different effect. They would not be as calm as Xiao Chun. When the dragon horse arrived at the large hall, the dragon horse stopped. Xiao Chun knew that the test was about to begin. Along the way, the dragon horse spoke, and Xiao Chun listened. Only when it had questions would the dragon horse speak up. The things that the dragon horse spoke about were related to the Blue Dragon Palace's origins and the dragon race's existence. Xiao Chun did not ask the true question in his heart. He did not know if he could pass the test or not. If he could not, then he would never have a chance to ask. After calming himself, Xiao Chun decided to ask before the test began. After making up his mind, he asked, "Senior, this junior would like to ask about something. I hope that Senior can tell me sincerely." The dragon horse was not in a rush. It looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Speak." Xiao Chun had already organized what he wanted to say many times in his mind. Then he asked, "Senior, I would like to ask if the major characters outside the abandoned land can forcefully summon the people of the Kunlun realm out. They can. However, they need to go through a ceremony. Furthermore, the conditions are very strict. The energy and resources that the ceremony requires are hard to calculate. It is very difficult for the people in this abandoned land to leave, but it is even more difficult for the people outside to enter." The dragon horse did not hesitate at all. It continued, "Hence, such a thing rarely happens. It might even be impossible. However, it cannot be denied that such a ceremony does exist." Xiao Chun calmed down a little. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense for a long time, finally stopped. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, "If the person being summoned has the white dragon bloodline, what are the chances?" The Blue Dragon Palace's core item soul, which usually answered quickly, hesitated for a moment when it heard this question. "Senior, what's wrong?" Xiao Chun asked as anticipation flickered in his eyes. An indiscernible strange light flashed in the dragon horse's eyes. It replied, "The white dragon is also one of the 7 colored divine dragons. If what you said is true, given the strength of the white dragon bloodline and the resources expended, I can be absolutely certain." Xiao Chun did not see the strange light in the dragon horse's eyes. Instead, he revealed an expression of joy and said, "Many thanks, Senior. However, before we start the test, can Senior let me see the scene outside the Blue Dragon Palace? The dragon horse quickly replied, I cannot do that. If I want to see the situation outside, I will have to open the barrier of the Blue Dragon Palace. There will be the danger of outsiders attacking. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat disappointed. He said sullenly, In that case, Senior, please let me take the test. The dragon horse turned around and looked in a direction. Then it said, Go straight down this trial path. If you can reach the end, you'll pass the test. Many thanks. After performing a cupped fist salute and thanking the dragon horse, Xiao Chen quickly headed for the trial path. Whether he succeeded or not, he wanted to leave quickly. After Xiao Chen's figure disappeared, the black-clad old man revealed himself. Big Brother Dragon, why did you lie to him? Given your abilities, how could you not see the situation outside? So what if he saw it? Could be that he gave up on the trial and went out to die. You should know that he is the last existence of my Blue Dragon bloodline. I can't afford to bear the consequences. I think very highly of him. You'd best not speak too much about Xiao Tong, lest you cause trouble for him. When the black-clad old man heard the dragon horse mention Xiao Tong, he revealed a sad expression as he sighed softly. Chapter 1492. Filled with anticipation and nervousness, Xiao Chen stepped onto the trial road. Once he reached the end, he would pass. Where was the end? After walking for a while, Xiao Chen came across the first door. There was an ancient dragon carving on the door. Before Xiao Chen could push it open, the door opened on its own. The instant the door opened, a cold wind blew in. There was a vast hall outside. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before walking in. Dang! The moment Xiao Chen crossed the threshold, the stone door immediately fell shut. Xiao Chen tried pushing it a few times and discovered that the closed door could not be opened. This was a trial road that only allowed one to advance and not retreat. Xiao Chen looked at the hall before him. There were 18 statues in a circle, occupying most of the vast hall. To pass the hall, one had to go through the circle formed by these 18 statues. Xiao Chen had seen many similar statues before. As long as one walked past them, these seemingly stiff statues would come to life. One had to defeat these statues. The statue before Xiao Chen was neither human nor dragon. It was a kind of monster that Xiao Chen had never seen before. It looked strange and sinister, glaring at Xiao Chen. A pair of black eyes protruded out, looking very eye-catching. Let's see how strong the puppet war beast of the first stage is. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen walked quickly and soon entered the circle. Xiao Chen cautiously faced it. However, to his surprise, this monster statue did not come to life. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling bewildered, the eyes of the 18 ferocious beast statues all lit up, releasing a golden light. Before Xiao Chen could understand what was going on, the gaze of a ferocious beast moved at the speed of light, shooting at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! So fast! Xiao Chen exclaimed to himself. He quickly dodged to the side, and the beam of light brushed past him. Dang! A few more beams of light shot out. Xiao Chen could not dodge in time, so he could only draw his divine weapon to block. In the end, the force contained in the beam of light numbed Xiao Chen's arm, forcing him to retreat. What strong force! The light beam could not be blocked at all. Xiao Chen was startled awake. This trial tested the trial taker's movement technique and reaction speed. He wasn't going to defeat these statues as he had expected. That would be easy to deal with. In this small space, 18 beams of light shot back and forth. For others, it was very difficult, but it was different for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's fish dragon art excelled at dodging in small spaces. Then, he put away his divine weapon. Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art. His body moved like a fish in water, gently dodging the beams of light. Hoochie hoochie! Just as Xiao Chen was about to pass through, the statue suddenly began to move rapidly. The beams of light it emitted became even more elusive. Xiao Chen's relaxed expression turned grave as he fell into deep thought. Trying to figure out the rules was clearly a delusion. The real way to clear the trial was to hit the target with a single strike. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen's eyes focused on a statue. When the statue arrived in front of Xiao Chen, it gently pushed off the ground with its feet and its body transformed into a dragon. The originally nimble figure suddenly changed, becoming tyrannical. Filled with berserk energy, the immortal fish transformed into a dragon. Whoosh! Xiao Chun soared into the air, moving extremely fast. The statues all raised their heads, and the beams of light formed a net in the air. However, the beams of light only struck Xiao Chen's afterimage. Just as the statue in front was about to shoot out a beam of light, the advancing Xiao Chen somersaulted in the air and tapped on the statue's head before leaping over. The instant Xiao Chen left the encirclement, the statue immediately stopped moving. Clap, 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 clap. Applause rang out, and a handsome, middle-aged man walked out of the shadow in front. A golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Not bad. As long as you don't get hit 10 times, you pass this trial. You did not get hit even once, and used only 1 hour to come out. This really exceeded my expectations. Xiao Chen could not help feeling speechless. Had he known, he would not have put in so much effort. He performed a cupped fist salute and asked, "You are?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "When I was alive, I was a cultivator of the Blue Dragon bloodline. After I died, I was placed in the Blue Dragon Palace. I could be considered half an item soul, responsible for the first trial." After he spoke, he waved his hand, and 7 or 8 secret manuals and some secret treasures floated in front of him. You passed with full marks. This is your reward. The secret manuals are about movement techniques. The other innate profound weapons are also for movement techniques and speed. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. There was such a good thing. I can get a reward even before I complete the trial. Of course, we are all people in my dragon race. Even if we do not pass the trial, we have to give some benefits, right? The middle-aged man smiled amiably. Xiao Chun did not stand on ceremony. He started to choose carefully, already making up his mind. No matter how good the secret manuals were, they required time to cultivate. However, innate profound weapons were different. After refining them, they could be used immediately. In the long run, the secret manuals were definitely worth it. However, what Xiao Chun lacked the most now was time. He did not know when the demonic calamity would descend. After he left, he would definitely face a lot of trouble. "Senior, what is an innate profound weapon? Can you explain it to me?" Xiao Chun asked. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Outside the abandoned land, the art of refining has already reached great heights. The secret treasures of your world are equivalent to the spirit treasures of the outside world. Above spirit treasures are profound weapons. Profound weapons are divided into acquired and innate and acquired. Each has 3 grades. Even the most ordinary innate profound weapon is stronger than an emperor-grade secret treasure of the Kunlun realm. The 3 innate profound weapons before you go without saying." Xiao Chen entered deep thought and roughly understood. Then, he chose a pair of wings. This is an imitation of the Blue Dragon Divine Wings. However, among innate profound weapons, it is at the peak of superior grade. You have good eyes. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and put away the other secret manuals. Then, he left the imitation of the Blue Dragon Divine Wings for Xiao Chun. After Xiao Chun left a spiritual mark in it, he started refining it. Finally, the imitation of the Blue Dragon Divine Wings turned into a beam of light and entered his body. Immediately, it felt like a flame was burning in his body, spreading everywhere. Just as Xiao Chun felt uncertain, this flame split into 2 and entered Xiao Chen's back. An intense pain came from his back. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt from his back. After being suppressed for a long time, this energy finally erupted. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings spread open on Xiao Chen's back. Whoosh! The azure-colored dragon wings flapped gently, and a strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's body flew into the ceiling with a bang. Xiao Chen's head crashed into the ceiling, and he cried out in pain as he fell down. The middle-aged man was not surprised. He smiled and said, "Although this pair of Blue Dragon Divine Wings is an imitation, they are very strong. With a gentle flap, they can generate a strong wind. If you have a special flame, You can use this pair of blue dragon divine wings to increase the might of your flames. Xiao Chun put away the blue dragon divine wings. When he heard that, he rejoiced. Aside from increasing speed, this pair of blue dragon divine wings had such a function. It was truly wondrous. These blue dragon divine wings have many other uses. You will understand them in the future. However, remember one thing. Outside the abandoned land, wing-type profound weapons are extremely precious. Even if it is just an innate profound weapon, it will cause a commotion. Don't reveal it randomly. Xiao Chun nodded and performed a cupped fist salute. Many thanks, Senior. You are too polite. Let me give you a friendly reminder. The next stage tests your eyesight. Remember not to get distracted after you enter. If you have any eye techniques that increase your eyesight, execute them the moment you enter. You do not have much time left. The middle-aged man was rather amiable. Before Xiao Chun left, he gave him some advice. Chapter 1493. After Xiao Chun left, the dragon horse and the black-clad old man walked over from the hall. The middle-aged man said to the dragon horse, "Big brother dragon." The dragon horse nodded like a human and said, "How did it go? How did your performance go? What reward did you choose?" The middle-aged man answered honestly. He passed with full marks, using less than 1 hour. He chose the replica of the blue dragon divine wings. He passed with full marks. He is even more incredible than the Qing emperor back then. The black-clad old man revealed a strange expression, clearly in disbelief and shock. The dragon horse said rudely, "I said long ago that I think highly of him. He took a different path from the Qing emperor. Back then, the Qing emperor wanted to enter the Tao with the demonic Tao, but he already went astray. Most importantly, he is still young. His future is limitless." The black-clad old man remained silent. He could not rebut this, nor could he. Entering the Tao with the demonic Tao was indeed a direction. The great Tao was one. No matter what path was taken, it would all lead to the same destination in the end. However, the Qing emperor's path was too extreme. In the end, he failed. There was nothing much to say, nor was there a need to say anything more. He chose the replica of the blue dragon divine wings. Given his intelligence, it is not hard for him to guess that those secret manuals are more precious. It looks like while he does not know what is happening outside, he has a vague premonition. The Dragon's Gate's astute old Taoist priest figured out Xiao Chun's thoughts. After entering the second stage and opening the door, Xiao Chun discovered that the scene before him kept changing. At one moment, it was a desert, then a vast ocean, then a glacier, then a sea of fire. Xiao Chun had already opened his heavenly eye long ago. However, he still felt that he could not see clearly enough, unable to figure out what was going on. Amid this constantly changing scene, a girl in her prime walked out. There was also a barely detectable golden light in the depths of her eyes. "Greetings, Senior," Xiao Chun said respectfully with a slight bow. The girl in her prime nodded. "This stage is a test of vision. From the moment you entered, a total of 9 different scenes appeared. I want you to draw them all in one painting." This Xiao Chun felt somewhat stunned. No wonder the middle-aged man in front told him to open his heavenly eye the moment he entered. Fortunately, he did as he was told. However, he had never learned how to draw. Do you still need to learn the tricks of painting for a warrior of your strength? This stage tests your eyesight, not your drawing skills. Just draw whatever you see. The young woman was far less amiable than the middle-aged man. She didn't bother to hide her emotions. After handing over the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to Xiao Chun, she walked to the side and didn't say anything. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up the brush, and began to ponder. He still had some drawing skills. After all, he was also a person who drew talismans a long time ago. The way he held the brush was quite decent. His white robes fluttered in the wind, giving him an air of elegance. How to draw? From the beginning till now, it had only been a minute, but a total of 9 scenes had appeared. Barren mountain, desert, glacier, swamp, city, small courtyard, battlefield, ocean, lake, etc. It was impossible for him to draw them all. Eyesight, just as Xiao Chun was at his wit's end, he suddenly remembered the purpose of this stage. Then, He revealed a faint smile. It turned out that this stage was not just a test of eyesight, but also of flexibility. What was eyesight? It could be summed up in 8 words: perceptive, meticulous, and perceptive. As long as this painting could depict the 9 environments and embody these 8 words, it would be enough. If he wanted to draw all 9 scenes, who knew how long he would have to wait? The first scene was a barren mountain. Xiao Chun remembered an unremarkable blade of grass in a crack at the peak of the barren mountain, so he drew it. There was an indistinct black dot in the extreme distance of the glacier. It looked like a cultivator carrying a sword on his back. The ocean was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. However, Xiao Chun remembered that the scene in that illusion left the deepest impression on him was a wave. The wave surged, hiding a ferocious sea beast. It seemed to merge with the wave, making it hard to distinguish. On the battlefield, 2 armies faced each other. More than 10,000 cultivators fought. There were countless martial techniques. However, Xiao Chun saw them all. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Chun stopped writing. Then, he smiled at the young woman and said, "I'm done." So fast. The young woman clearly did not believe him. She said coldly, "Have you thought it through? There is no time limit for this stage. However, you only have one chance." Xiao Chun said confidently, "I have thought it through. Senior, please take a look." The young woman gave Xiao Chun a deep look. Then, she walked over quickly. When she saw the painting clearly, her lips curled up, revealing a mocking expression on her pretty face. "What did you draw? Although I'm not very strict, there's no need to do this even if you want to brush me off." In the painting, fallen leaves fell. A handsome swordsman with a blade of grass in his mouth executed a sword technique and killed a ferocious beast. Xiao Chun did not panic. He said warmly, "Senior, please take a closer look." The young woman looked suspiciously at Xiao Chun. She did not understand why he was so confident. However, when she looked at the painting again, she was suddenly stunned. The more he delved into it, the more shocked he became. "How did you do it?" the young woman asked seriously as she put down the painting. Needless to say, Xiao Chun naturally passed the test of this stage, meeting the requirements. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I did just like that. Senior, I finally passed." "You passed with full marks. The reward for this stage is 3 eye technique secret manuals and a bottle of superior purity immortal water, a spiritual liquid that improves eye techniques. Which one do you choose?" Xiao Chun did not hesitate. He said seriously, "Superior purity immortal water. Have you thought it through? Even without the spiritual liquid, your eye technique will make a breakthrough. Furthermore, once you give up on the eye technique secret manuals, it will be extremely difficult to obtain them again. Thank you for Senior's kind intentions. This junior has thought it through. Here." The young woman handed a jade bottle to Xiao Chun. Naturally, this bottle contained the superior purity immortal water. Xiao Chun held it in his hand and entered deep thought. Then, he took out another jade bottle and split the superior purity immortal water in half. This way, the effects would not be optimal. However, it could improve his 2 eye techniques, the Heavenly Eye and the Divine Lightning Eye. These 2 eye techniques had reached a critical juncture. Relying on the superior purity immortal water to make a breakthrough was the best choice. There is no need to elaborate on the process of consuming the Divine Lightning Eye. After the Divine Lightning Eye was refined, Xiao Chun's Divine Lightning Eye stabilized at the 3rd layer. It was no longer like before, where he could barely use it. Now, he could easily layer on 3 bolts of Divine Lightning and severely injure a prime. The Heavenly Eye officially entered the next level, reaching the point where it could fly and tunnel through the ground. With just a thought, the Heavenly Eye could leave his body. It could hover in the 9 heavens or sink into the deep abyss in the ground. "Many thanks, Senior." Xiao Chun tested out the 2 advanced eye techniques. Then, he bowed slightly and took his leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Xiao Chun left, the black-clad old man, the middle-aged man, and the dragon horse all rushed over excitedly. How did this fellow clear the stages so quickly? Let me take a look at his painting. The dragon horse felt suspicious. When it saw Xiao Chun's painting, it became even more confused. The black-clad old man and the middle-aged man also goggled at each other, unable to understand. However, the dragon horse's intuition told it that the painting was not simple. It looked at the young woman and said, "Hong Yi, change the 9 illusions from earlier." "All right, big brother dragon." The young woman did as instructed. After carefully looking at the painting, the dragon horse, the black-clad old man, and the middle-aged man's eyes lit up when they looked at the painting again. Seeing through the finest details meticulous. This little fellow's eyes are indeed extraordinary. The most unremarkable grass in the crack of a rock at the summit of a desolate mountain. He could make out a swordsman with such an appearance just by looking at a dot on the glacier. Fighting on the battlefield, seeing a person's appearance among millions of people, and having a photographic memory for his martial techniques. An expression of admiration flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he muttered to himself, describing the wonders of the painting. The young woman looked at the painting and said, "What's even rarer is that he merged all these into one painting. Furthermore, it looks very natural. This kind of inference, as well as his excellent comprehension ability and adaptability, is the most terrifying. The next stage is fear, right?" The old dragon horse suddenly said. The 3 showed stunned expressions and fell silent at the same time. Fear. Over the past millions of years, many dragon race outstanding talents had fallen at this stage. This stage was not limited to the Blue Dragon Palace. The inheritance palaces of the other divine dragons had similar stages as well. How many talented, peerless geniuses had fallen at this stage? Too many to count. The final successor of the Blue Dragon bloodline had such an eye-catching performance. Could he clear this stage? Chapter 1494. Chaos reigned outside the Blue Dragon Palace in the savage battlefield. Space shattered, and all sorts of storms accompanied the shards of space, howling as they approached. The area outside the Blue Dragon Palace had already turned into rubble. The ground was cracked and floating in the air. When 6 primes fought, how horrifying would the shockwaves be? Without needing to think, one could easily guess that ordinary people would run as far as they could. The damage to the ground was too severe. The Blue Dragon Palace directly soared into the air. Although the battle was ferocious, a formless aura protected the surroundings of the Azure Dragon Palace, allowing it to remain undamaged. During the huge battle, Emperor Forsaken suppressed the Fox King alone. The other 3, the Donyue Ghost Emperor, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, surrounded Ingzongtian. The 2 primes were in an incredibly miserable state. Emperor Forsaken's arrangement was extremely vicious. By separating the 2, the other 3 had the absolute advantage against the weaker Ingzongtian. As for the Donyue Ghost Emperor, he would firmly suppress the Fox King and wait for Ingzongtian to be defeated. By then, it would be 4 against 1, and the Fox King would be defeated even more miserably. At this moment, the Fox King had already revealed his fiend form. The huge 9-tailed spirit fox had scarlet eyes as it faced Emperor Forsaken. The 9-tailed spirit fox was not in the mood to fight and wanted to leave this place. However, Emperor Forsaken did not give it this chance. When the strongest person of the Kunlun realm unleashed his full strength, he was so strong that it was horrifying. The body of the 9-tailed spirit fox was already riddled with wounds. Blood stained its smooth white fur. Due to excessive blood loss, the fur on the 9-tailed spirit fox was now scarlet and wrinkled. The Emperor Forsaken also had many injuries on his body. Clearly, this strongest person of the Kunlun realm had put in his full power. If this was a normal battle in the past, with his strength, there was no need for him to fight so fiercely. He could just slowly wear down the Fox King and defeat him. But today it was different. There was fire in his heart, and he had long since fought to the point of madness. Inextinguishable divine light, starry sky, divine palm. The 2 palms overlapped, and Emperor Forsaken's most powerful move appeared. The starry sky of the universe appeared, and the stars flickered. They were like ancient gods, emitting boundless radiance, dazzling and moving. Emperor Forsaken's body emitted a tangible divine light that soared into the sky. The tremendous will of holy light was pushed to the limit by him, and the entire space seemed to have frozen. A gigantic god appeared from the depths of the universe and struck out with his palm. With the support of the holy light will, this palm strike was twice as powerful as the one Shao Chun had received previously. Boom! The Fox King, who faced the palm with all his might, could no longer maintain his demon form. He turned back into his human form and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Fox King's face paled, and flames of rage flickered in his eyes. "Qi Qian, are you for real?" Emperor Forsaken's expression turned cold as he said, "I already said that if you had surrendered, I would not have done this. However, you resisted to the end. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. To tell you the truth, this is not my full strength. I am much stronger than you imagine. I am much stronger than you imagine." These words were extremely tyrannical. However, when Emperor Forsaken said them, everyone had no choice but to believe them. They had no choice but to be convinced. In the days before the Thunder King disappeared, Emperor Forsaken had never truly made move. However, today, he was forced into a corner and completely unleashed his full strength. Thinking of this, the Spirit Fox King could not help but feel despair when facing the current Qi Tian. Facing the current Qi Tian, the Fox King felt like he was facing the Thunder King from back then. This person had hidden himself very deeply. Actually, the Fox King's strength was already on par with the Thunder King long ago. However, he had been holding it in. On the other side, Tian was surrounded by 3 people. His situation was even more miserable. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva revealed his dharmic incarnation and used the various Buddhist secret techniques of the Immortal epoch to continuously harass Tian. Just this person annoyed Tian to no end. The heaven-punishing corpse god stuck close to Shao Chun from start to end. Every time Shao Chun exchanged a palm strike with the heaven-punishing corpse god, he felt his internal organs tremble intensely. Furthermore, the Danyue Ghost Emperor was like a venomous thorn. He attacked the least, but every time he attacked, he would deal the most fatal damage. Several terrifying sword wounds appeared on Shao Chun's body, all from the heaven-punishing corpse god. Tian, why bother? If you continue holding on like this, you will die for sure. The heaven-punishing corpse god said indifferently after sending Tian flying with a palm strike. Tian vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he smiled and said, "What is there to fear about death? In my entire life, I have never been threatened by anyone, much less become a pawn in someone else's hands. Let me tell you this. If you want to use me to threaten Shao Chun, there is no way. At worst, I will just die." Right after Shao Chun spoke, he suddenly spun around like a phantom and threw a palm strike at the Ghost Emperor, who sneak attacked him. Shao Chun beat the Ghost Emperor until he was covered in wounds. The light of the great sun left him in a sorry state. Tian's lips curled up in a mocking smile. He said coldly, "This is an opening that I purposely revealed. You're the most detestable. Even if I die, I will take you down with me." Shao Chun's smile, coupled with the blood on his face, startled the Danyue Ghost Emperor. "Ha ha! Look at your cowardly appearance. Heaven-punishing corpse, fighting you is still the most enjoyable." Covered in blood, Tian's long hair fluttered in the wind. Then he laughed maniacally and took the initiative to charge at the heaven-punishing corpse god, a prime who had substantiated his Tao with his physical body. "May the Lord Buddha bless you. Benefactor, your malevolence is too heavy." The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddhist scriptures buzzed and entered Tian's mind, slowing his movements and inflicting incredible pain in his mind. Damn it, this bald donkey is at it again. Outside the hall, the 2 primes used all their means. However, they could not change anything. The disparity in numbers and strength left the 2 supremes in a sorry and miserable state. Meanwhile, inside the Blue Dragon Hall, Shao Chun also encountered the most difficult stage of the test, fear. The fear of the dragon race, the nightmare of all dragons. Every dragon race member had to overcome this stage before they could truly pass the test. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding one was, one would be eliminated. After stepping into this stage, The instant the stone door descended, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. This pitch-black space did not allow him to see anything. He could not even see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. Xiao Chun kept walking in silence. Aside from the sound of his footsteps, there was only the sound of his heartbeat. For some reason, Xiao Chen's heartbeat sped up. Although he could not see anything in the pitch-black space, Xiao Chun felt that something was staring at him. Xiao Chun felt goosebumps all over his body, and his heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pair of green eyes appeared in the dark space, looking exceptionally horrifying. Following that, another pair of eyes appeared. In the next moment, they densely packed together. What is it? Suddenly, the light brightened. When Xiao Chun saw it clearly, his complexion paled. It was a hoe, the natural enemy of dragons, an extremely strange, mutated beast in the world. It ate dragon brains and spat out strange flames. It ate dragons like eating earthworms. When Xiao Chun first saw the ghost of a hoe, it was just the ghost of a hoe, yet it scared him so much that he could not move. At this moment, a living hoe appeared before him. Furthermore, it was not one, but a group of hoe. A rough count gave about 50 of them. Xiao Chen's legs trembled involuntarily, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was not because he was weak. This was the most instinctive fear in his body, like a rabbit seeing an eagle. It was the fear of a natural enemy. Chapter 1495. Give up. That was right. Only by giving up could one survive. The girl in her prime said sullenly, "How dangerous." I nearly got crippled by fear. Fortunately, I persevered. However, some things could be dropped, but some things like backbone absolutely could not be dropped. Feeling confused, Xiao Chen asked, "However, I already chose to give up. Why did you let me pass?" Before this immense fear, the helpless Xiao Chen's confidence, which he had built up for a long time, shattered. Born in this world, you and I are both ordinary people. What Blue Dragon King? What Shadowless Saber Sovereign? They're just empty titles. In the end, he is just an ordinary person. Boom! Xiao Chun crashed into the wall. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he revealed a bitter smile. Whoosh! No way! As Xiao Chun looked at the group of hoe charging over, he felt despair. He already could not deal with one hoe. How could he deal with 50-odd of them? No matter what the rumors were, these mutated beasts were the natural nemesis of dragons. One hoe fighting 3 dragons alone and not being at a disadvantage, even being able to consume 2 of them, was not an exaggeration. The hoe clawed at Xiao Chun and knocked away the saber in his hand. Although I, Xiao Chun, am just an ordinary person, I cannot lose my backbone. Even if I give up, I have to do it at the last moment. Right now, 50 hoes surrounded me. Xiao Chen's mind went blank. His right hand, which held the saber, felt powerless. This was much easier than Xiao Chen's. However, the old dragon horse shook its head in silence back then. Many thanks. Because this stage is a test of fear. If you can last 15 minutes, you pass. Not only did you last 15 minutes, but you even attacked the hoe. That is enough to pass. Even though Xiao Chen's current strength was not even half of his usual strength, he still had to face fear. Xiao Chun, who had already thought things through, could not lose his backbone. Even if he gave up, he had to persist until the last moment. Holding his saber, Xiao Chun knelt on one knee and looked at the approaching hoe. His eyes were ashen, filled with despair and heart-wrenching pain. Xiao Chun felt dazed for a moment. When he discovered that he was unharmed, he asked in a daze, "What happened?" The dragon horse looked at the last door and said, "This test has already proven that he is different from the Qing Emperor. As long as he passes one more test, he will definitely obtain the inheritance." Those who couldn't stand it would be scared to the point of wetting their pants on the spot. Those who had slightly stronger willpower would only cry out in despair. They wouldn't fare much better. Looking at the young beast now, he would still be afraid and feel that it would be difficult to defeat it. However, the trembling of not being able to hold the saber did not exist anymore. The azure-clothed man explained with a smile on his face. "Fight! Knife, knife, knife!" Xiao Chun looked at the pendant suspiciously. He didn't feel that there was anything special about it, but since the other party said so, it must have a miraculous effect. It turned out that he still had so many things he was reluctant to part with. He was also a greedy person. Whoosh! In the face of immense fear, Xiao Chun tossed aside his usual confidence and vanity. This made Xiao Chun realize how ordinary he was. One was the natural enemy of the dragon race, and the other was Xiao Chun, who was not even half as strong as he normally was. The result of this battle went without saying. Move, move, move. Hurry up and move. Right now, Xiao Chen's situation was even more miserable. He might even fall to the ground. He was like a successful man in the modern society, standing high above the masses. Xiao Chun was tossed into a cage with a group of ferocious tigers that had starved for 10 days. I can't continue protecting the Dragon's Gate. I can't go out. I can't do anything. I still have many things to do. I can't die. I absolutely can't die. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun thought of many things. Many things he had experienced, and many people flashed in his mind. When the saber light scattered, Xiao Chun discovered that the 50-odd young beasts were gone. In their place was a young the size of a small mountain. Immediately, the silence was broken. The young surrounding Xiao Chun all pounced over, densely surrounding him. Everything you experienced earlier was the carefree illusion. The illusion merged with the souls of some young beasts. Hence, it was so realistic that you did not notice it. Xiao Chun also gave up. However, this time, Xiao Chun was much more at ease. It was like he had already forgotten his fear in the intense battle. I really can't clear this stage. I should just give up. There was nothing funny about this. This was a fear that was born in the bones from the moment one was born. It was very hard to eradicate. Today, Xiao Chun was having such a difficult time. However, Big Brother Dragon said that Xiao Chun would definitely obtain the inheritance. Fortunately, such mutated beasts were extremely rare. They also did not have the ability to reproduce. Otherwise, these mutated beasts would have wiped out the dragon race long ago. I give up. When this group of tigers slowly approached, they would shatter this successful person's demeanor, aura, and confidence. Just as the 50 young beasts were about to pounce over, Xiao Chun finally made his move. Enduring his intense fear, he drew the lunar shadow saber and sent out a resplendent saber light. Everyone was born equal. However, some people lost too many things, while others managed to hold on to some things. It was not that some people were born extraordinary. It was just that they lost fewer things. The green-robed man smiled and pointed to the front. Quickly go. There is still one more stage. Then you will pass the test. Do your best to obtain the inheritance. If Xiao Chun persisted, only death would await him. Death was like a lamp going out. There was nothing he could do. That was enough. Even if he failed this stage, Xiao Chun had learned many things. However, was he really going to give up? Congratulations, you've passed this stage. Am I going to die? Dong, dong, dong. The moment Xiao Chun left, urgent footsteps rang out. The dragon horse and the others asked anxiously, "How was it? How did Xiao Chun perform?" If it wasn't for the fact that the dragon spirit guarding the tomb had strengthened the blue dragon martial soul in the distant sea dragon tomb, it wouldn't have been able to do so. He was right in saying that it was impossible for the Qing emperor to obtain the inheritance. With a smile, the green-clothed man recounted what had happened earlier in full detail. Dang, there were many legends about Ho. Some said that it was a strange beast born from the void and chaos. Some said that it was transformed from a chaotic god-fiend after its death, while others said that it was a divine pet from the chaotic era. The azure-clothed man took out a pendant and handed it to Xiao Chun. This is a secret treasure of the dragon race. A drop of the dragon race's blood is infused into it. In the future, when you face the young beasts, you will no longer feel fear. It was hard to imagine that the dragon race, one of the great desolate 100 races, would have such a weakness. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun was covered in cuts and bruises by the young beast, looking extremely battered and exhausted. He was no different from the others. Damn it! Sweat poured down Xiao Chun's forehead as he did his best to grasp the lunar shadow saber and draw it. However, his right hand was powerless. He clearly wanted to move, but his hand felt like it weighed 5 tons, unable to move. The middle-aged man thought for a while before saying, "Fear is something that cannot be truly defeated. The most important thing is to face it calmly." For him to understand this principle at the last moment, he is truly remarkable. The scene before Xiao Chun suddenly vanished, and a youth wearing azure robes walked out. Dust to dust, dust to dust. What difference could there be? A hoe ferociously pounced over, opening its mouth as it flew toward Xiao Chun. The hoe looked like a horse with a dragon horn on its head. Its body was covered in scales, and it had a pair of short wings on its back. There was only calmness in its eyes. There was no depression or pain from failure. Whoosh! The black-clothed man simply could not understand. Dang! The black-clothed old man remained silent. Back then, the Qing Emperor used the demonic Tao to enter the Tao. After he erased his fear, he passed this stage in an instant. Chapter 1496. This was the final stage of the trial of trial. Once one cleared it, one would pass the test. Of course, whether one could obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance was another matter. Xiao Chen opened the stone door, and the scene that entered his eyes was unexpected. There was a large mirror in front. A person that looked exactly like him appeared in it, wearing long white robes and holding the lunar shadow saber. Before Xiao Chen could react, the person in the mirror walked out with a smile, and the mirror shattered at the same time. The final stage, overcoming self. Time limit, 2 hours. This doppelganger is 100% created according to your strength. It is exactly the same as you. It also knows your combat habits like the back of its hand. A voice rang out in the spacious hall, signaling the start of the test. Defeating myself? Before Xiao Chun could think of a countermeasure, the clone in front suddenly vanished. Flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. This was the first move of Xiao Chen's flawless saber technique. There was no time to think. Xiao Chun made his move, executing the flawless saber technique as well. Dang! 2 intense lights flashed in the air. When the sabers clashed, they gave off a metallic sound. The two were evenly matched, each taking 100 steps back. Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber. He frowned slightly. This clone's strength was exactly the same as his, not weaker at all. This was somewhat problematic. Given this, no matter how he fought, it would be a draw. It would be hard for him to obtain victory. Furthermore, the requirement for this test was to obtain victory. Furthermore, there was a time limit. Once the battle started in the hall, it could not stop. 2 figures that looked exactly the same executed the same martial techniques. From start to end, they were evenly matched. No one could gain the upper hand. Soon, half the test was over. Even so, Xiao Chun still could not think of a countermeasure. When Xiao Chun saw the exact same version of himself, doing the exact same actions, he felt like he was looking at a mirror. Such a battle was both boring and depressing. Xiao Chun was very familiar with the various martial techniques of the other party. The other party also knew his martial techniques and combat habits like the back of his hand. After fighting for so long, Xiao Chun wondered if he was living in the mirror or standing outside the mirror. Xiao Chun executed the flawless saber technique, the Taiji saber domain, Dermic world, and various other killing moves. However, he could not defeat the other party without exception. As for the divine lightning eye, he did not dare to use it all. If he used it, both of them would be injured, and it would still be a draw. Seeing that the assessment was about to end, Xiao Chen's heart became more and more anxious. Boom! The doppelganger's blade suddenly changed, and a moment of glory struck Xiao Chun. The condensed scroll sealed the space and locked Xiao Chun in place, making it impossible for him to break free. You and I are of similar strength. If you're distracted, you will definitely lose. The clone said coldly as he looked at Xiao Chun, who was in the glorious painting. Then he clenched his fist. Kacha-kacha! The picture scroll shattered, and so did the space. Xiao Chun spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated into the distance. His body was riddled with wounds from the shards of space. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and smiled bitterly. It truly lives up to being me. As soon as I find an opening, I can immediately grab hold of it. Seeing that he was about to fail, Xiao Chun stood up and asked with some dissatisfaction, "Do you really not have any weaknesses?" The clone held up his saber and pointed it at Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, "I am you, and you are me. Are you asking me, or are you asking yourself?" That's right. This clone is a replica of me. It is the me that walked out of the mirror. When I look at him, it is a mirror. When he looks at me, it is also a mirror. What is my weakness? However, so what if I know? If I can think of it, the other party can think of it as well. Weaknesses are mutual in the first place. Damn it. This seemingly simple stage actually gave Xiao Chun a feeling of incomprehensibility. Mirror, 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 Xiao Chun muttered to himself in his mind. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he revealed a smile. Why can't I defeat you? It is because I have been fighting with a mirror. Fighting with a person in the mirror. How can I win? When the clone saw this scene, he revealed a mocking smile. Our strengths are about the same, yet you still blinded yourself. That is just seeking death. Xiao Chun took out a strip of cloth and directly covered his eyes. His vision turned dark, and he relied on his 5 senses and spiritual sense to fight with the clone. Before the clone's strange gaze, the blinded Xiao Chun revealed a confident expression and charged over. Dang, dang, dang. An intense battle unfolded once more. However, even though it was clearly the same martial technique this time, the clone was slightly weaker. The clone would also be slightly weaker, not a match for Xiao Chun. It was clearly the same flawless saber technique. However, Xiao Chen's flawless saber technique was ever-changing, elegant, and nimble. As for the clone's flawless saber technique, it looked exactly the same. However, it felt like something invisible was binding it. In less than 100 moves, Xiao Chun held the upper hand, slowly accumulating his advantage. When the test reached the final second, Xiao Chun swung his saber and hacked the clone until he vomited blood and could no longer stand up. The victor was immediately decided. Why? The clone felt immense pain, feeling completely confused. Xiao Chun removed the strip of cloth and opened his eyes. I already broke out of the mirror, but you are still fighting with the mirror. How can you not be defeated? Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out, and the person in charge of the final stage walked out from the darkness. When he heard that, he smiled and said, "What a great breaking out of the mirror, overcoming oneself. Countless people have managed to clear this stage in the past millions of years. But there are very few people like you who can understand the meaning of breaking out of the mirror. Congratulations, Xiao Chun. You have already passed all the tests of this road of trials. You are qualified to obtain the divine dragon bloodline and become a member of the dragon race." Laughter rang out. The old dragon horse led the black-clad old man, the girl in her prime, and the others out, clearly in a good mood. Xiao Chun revealed a smile on his face. Along the way, he had cleared all the stages. He had been somewhat lucky. This was especially so for the 3rd and 4th stages. They had been extremely arduous. Many times, he felt like he had almost given up. The black-clad old man also felt happy for Xiao Chun. He stepped forward and said, "Xiao Chun, Big Brother Dragon thinks very highly of you. After obtaining the inheritance, you will be able to restore the might of the blue dragon. In the future, you will be able to revive the blue dragon bloodline. Congratulations, Brother Xiao. From today on, you are one of us." The others all congratulated Xiao Chun. Even the girl in her prime, who had been indifferent earlier, revealed a smile. Xiao Chun performed cup fist salutes in return. Then he asked the old dragon horse to help him refine the blue dragon martial spirit into his bloodline. Whoosh! The dragon horse reverted to its gargantuan dragon form. A dragon claw hovered above Xiao Chen's head, giving off a scarlet light. The dragon horse entered Xiao Chen's head through the dragon claw. Then it pointed at the blue dragon martial spirit. Xiao Chun immediately fell into a deep sleep, unaware of the outside world. Strange. The old dragon horse revealed a suspicious expression, feeling confused. The others felt it was strange and asked, "What's wrong?" The blue dragon martial spirit in his body seems to have undergone special cultivation and already gained spirituality. Furthermore, It contains the ethereal immortal chi that only existed during the immortal epoch. The black-clad old man frowned and asked, "What does this mean? Big Brother Dragon, please explain." He seems to have cultivated some special cultivation technique before. This blue dragon martial spirit has already mutated. Let me see what kind of cultivation technique is so tyrannical that it can even change the martial spirit of my blue dragon bloodline. The old dragon horse started to check Xiao Chen's body. Soon, it found the purple thunder divine incantation. Then, it activated the primordial energy in Xiao Chen's body and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. How can this be? When the old dragon horse clearly saw the circulation path of the purple thunder divine incantation, he was greatly startled. The dragon claw left Xiao Chen's head with a whoosh. There is actually such a cultivation technique? Who exactly created this cultivation technique? The old dragon horse was extremely shocked. To think that such a strange cultivation technique like the purple thunder divine incantation existed in the world. This was too incredible. The Girler Prime asked, "Big Brother Dragon, what exactly is this cultivation technique for you to lose your composure like this?" This cultivation technique would not be a peak cultivation technique in the outside world. In fact, it could be said to be far from it. However, it can actually dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, allowing the cultivator to cultivate both the martial Dao and the immortal Dao. This is a cultivation technique for improving one's physique. It is not a true cultivation technique. I really can't figure out the origins of the person who created it. Even the Big Brother Dragon Horse was so shocked. That person's origins had to be very shocking. It looks like his origins are not simple. I wonder what the person who created this cultivation technique is planning. The old dragon horse immediately felt doubtful. Should he let Xiao Chen refine the dragon blood? Chapter 1497. The old dragon horse's words caused everyone to enter deep thought. No one expected Xiao Chen to have such a mysterious background. Everyone started hesitating over whether to refine the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body or not. Big Brother Dragon. He is the only one left of the blue dragon bloodline. Unless he gives birth, he will not have another chance to establish a true blue dragon totem, the young girl said. The middle-aged man said, "I feel that little brother Xiao Chen can be trusted no matter what his identity is. His original intentions have always been there. He is not someone who goes back on his word. He is worth trusting." That's right. Big Brother Dragon, look at him. He chose rewards that can immediately increase his strength. He just wants to save his friends as soon as possible after he gets out. The azure-clad man also spoke up at an appropriate time to console the middle-aged man. Clearly, everyone felt that Xiao Chen's blue dragon martial spirit had mutated and that his background was extremely mysterious. However, Xiao Chen's character was still trustworthy. They should continue helping him refine the blue dragon martial spirit. After all, Xiao Chen was the last blue dragon descendant. If he gave up, perhaps the blue dragon bloodline would truly be finished. It would be like the many branches of the dragon race in history. I hope that I did not do wrong. The old dragon horse sighed. Its dragon claw encased Xiao Chen again, and the scarlet spiritual light entered. Bang! The spiritual light directly exploded the blue dragon martial spirit. Then, it quickly merged into Xiao Chen's blood. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's body immediately gave off waves of multicolored light. It was like an immortal fog, filled with overwhelming spiritual energy in many colors. The silhouette of a blue dragon appeared indistinctly amid the immortal fog. A strong dragon might came from that mysterious blue dragon silhouette. Aside from the old dragon horse, the black-clad old man, the young girl, and the azure-clad man all felt immense pressure. They had no choice but to activate their dragon's might and desperately resist. Most of them were from the Blue Dragon clan. They were genuine descendants of the 7-colored divine dragons. However, at this moment, the outline of the blue dragon that appeared behind Xiao Chen made them feel an enormous pressure. This was truly too inconceivable and unbelievable. As time passed, the immortal mist became thicker and thicker. The blue dragon martial soul was further integrated with Xiao Chen's blood. The vast dragon might grew even stronger, giving the group a feeling that they could not block it. Roar! The old dragon horse released its claws, and the mist dispersed. A complete blue dragon image appeared behind Xiao Chun and glared at the crowd. Sun Sung, unable to endure it any longer, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. It was as though he had been struck by a heavy object, and he was in excruciating pain. The dragon image vanished, and Xiao Chun opened his eyes. A golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. His eyes glowed with a resplendent golden light. Xiao Chun did not notice anything strange. When he saw the black-clad old man and the others flying back while vomiting blood, he asked in confusion, "Seniors, what's wrong?" The azure-clad man smiled bitterly and said, "If I said that you did all this, would you believe me? I did it." The old dragon horse said sullenly, "All right. Xiao Chun, scatter the great desolate divine light in your eyes first." Great desolate divine light? What is that? After a while, Xiao Chun discovered the strange state of his eyes. After trying it once, he quickly scattered the golden light in his eyes. This great desolate divine light is really resplendent. No wonder the dragon might is so intense. For a divine light of this level, the quality of his bloodline should be extremely high. The few people discussed in soft voices as they looked at Xiao Chun. However, this confused Xiao Chun. "Seniors, what is this great desolate divine light?" The old dragon horse said, "Let me explain it to you. The great desolate Aeon is second only to the primal chaos mythological era. Hence, it is also known as the secondary mythological era. Our great desolate 100 races were like gods in the entire great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. The unique characteristic of the great desolate 100 races is the golden divine light in the eyes. This divine light is not only a symbol of status, but also has many other uses. You will come to know about this in the future. Now, let me test the quality of your blue dragon bloodline." The explanation allowed Xiao Chun to understand what the great desolate divine light was. However, a new question appeared. There are differences in the quality of the blue dragon bloodline as well. That is natural. Even if one has a divine dragon bloodline, the quality of the bloodline differs. Their future accomplishments might be worlds apart. The old dragon horse led Xiao Chun to a spirit pool. Then, it got Xiao Chun to drip some blood into the spirit pool. Soon, the clear spirit pool started to change color. First, it turned azure. Then, it quickly turned red. Azure, red, black, white, silver, gold, and blue. After a total of 7 colors, the spirit pool stopped. The black-clad old man smiled and said, "The quality of a bloodline is split into 7 grades. The more colors it changes, the higher the quality. Xiao Chun, your divine dragon bloodline, is the peak divine dragon bloodline." The azure-clad old man also smiled and said, "Indeed, as expected. With such a high-quality divine dragon bloodline and the inheritance, there is hope for the blue dragon race to rise again." The few people were not too surprised by the quality of Xiao Chen's bloodline. After all, the dragon might and the great desolate divine light in his eyes already revealed many suspicions. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The ever-changing spirit pool suddenly turned purple. Adding the previous 7 colors, Xiao Chun changed into a total of 8 colors. Furthermore, the last color was purple, which no one had ever heard of before. What's going on? The 7-colored divine dragons? I have never heard of a purple dragon before. The azure-clad old man was startled, showing confusion on his face. This scene stunned the others as well, all of them looking at the old dragon horse. The old dragon horse said sullenly, "It's because of that cultivation technique. His dragon race bloodline has already mutated." The old dragon horse's expression suddenly turned extremely grave as it looked at Xiao Chun. "Xiao Chun, don't ever tell anyone about this. Otherwise, the entire great desolate 100 races will target you." Xiao Chun wanted to ask something, but the old dragon horse interrupted him. Unwilling to say more, it directly said, "Go to the inheritance hall and see if you can obtain the inheritance." Since the other party was unwilling to say more, Xiao Chun could not force it. He could only suppress the questions in his heart and follow the old dragon horse to the inheritance hall. The instant Xiao Chun entered the inheritance hall, he suddenly discovered a void under his feet. When he looked up, he saw a sky full of stars and a boundless universe. This is the inheritance hall. Is there a mistake? However, the old dragon horse and the others showed grave and respectful expressions. Dragon Emperors of my Blue Dragon bloodline, today the new master of the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chun, is here to pay respects to the ancestor. Ancestor, please take a look. The old dragon horse said respectfully to the boundless starry heavens with an incredibly grave expression. Whoosh! Right after the old dragon horse spoke, pairs of cold dragon eyes suddenly appeared in the distant starry heavens. These eyes covered up all the starlight in the starry heavens. A boundless ancient aura spread out, and the many pairs of dragon eyes fixed on Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun immediately felt like he could not move at all. An invisible force held him in place. The black-clad old man and the others did not even dare to breathe loudly as they waited anxiously. If Xiao Chun could not obtain the inheritance, no matter how outstanding he was, he might end up like the Qing emperor. As they waited anxiously, time seemed to pass by like a year. Every minute and every second felt extremely long. Whoosh! Suddenly, among the 100-odd pairs of dragon eyes in the distant starry heavens, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly turned golden. The pair of golden eyes looked like two blazing golden flames in the starry heavens, completely suppressing the starlight. It's done! The old dragon horse and the others revealed joy on their faces. This meant that the ancestor dragon emperor had taken a liking to Xiao Chun and was willing to leave the inheritance for him. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the many pairs of dragon eyes lit up one after another. The light in their eyes flickered brightly. They were the most resplendent stars in the starry heavens. The light flickered endlessly. The many pairs of dragon eyes seemed to be competing with each other, all wanting to pass the inheritance to Xiao Chun. The ancestor actually started fighting for Xiao Chun. This only happened during the most flourishing period of the Blue Dragon bloodline. The old dragon horse's voice trembled. It was so excited that it could not contain itself. This scene was simply too shocking. The old dragon horse had guarded the Blue Dragon Palace from ancient times until now. It had personally witnessed the Blue Dragon bloodline's rise from glory to its current decline. Now that it saw this scene, it felt too deeply moved. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A pair of golden eyes with scarlet flames suddenly flickered in the even more distant starry heavens. When this dragon eye appeared, the other dragon eyes that were competing with each other all vanished, retreating as if they had seen a king. The boundless starry heavens suddenly turned pitch black. Only that pair of golden eyes with scarlet flames shone brightly. Chapter 1498. Xiao Chun asked softly, "Does this count as me surpassing Prime?" The boundless starry heavens were pitch black. Only this pair of golden dragon eyes with scarlet flames could be seen. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and helplessly. "Master, so be it. In any case, it is just a form of address." Intense pain spread through Xiao Chun's entire body. He could not help roaring, and his long hair stood on end. When the Dragon Emperor was alive, he was known as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who advocated stopping killing with killing. While the Dragon Emperor was not the strongest Dragon Emperor in history, he was definitely the most spirited and legendary. Red Snow gave Xiao Chun a simple explanation, allowing Xiao Chun to understand a little, although he still did not fully understand. The moment Xiao Chun said that, he immediately discovered that the old dragon horse, the black-clad old man, and the others' expressions changed slightly. The dragon eyes stared at Xiao Chun, who felt immense pressure. It was far from what the earlier dragon eyes could compare to. Because of the Dragon Emperor's appearance, no one dared to offend the dragon race. That was the dragon race's most glorious period. Their fame spread far and wide, shaking the world. Upon seeing Xiao Chun's pale complexion and blood seeping out of his skin, Ao Jiao looked anxiously at the old dragon horse and asked, Big Brother Dragon, will Shao Chun be fine? Red Snow entered deep thought and said, although the strength that Master currently grasps is similar to that of a prime, in reality, they have not surpassed Emperor Wu yet. Furthermore, Master already broke through the restrictions and has a limitless future. It would not be wrong to say that he surpassed Prime. Since Shao Chun obtained the inheritance, he was already the master of the Blue Dragon Palace. However, Shao Chun had always looked down on seniority. Even if Shao Chun was a master, there was no need to bow. This pair of dragon eyes was not much different from other dragon eyes. However, there was now a scarlet flame in the depths of his eyes, causing others to tremble in fear. Strange. What's going on? Whoosh! There's a saying in the outside world. To become a god, one must first become a human. Becoming a human is becoming a true human. In the outside world, a veritable personage realm cultivator can barely be considered an expert. The Blue Dragon bloodline had been passed down for millions of years for countless epochs. There were more than 200 dragon emperors. Although there were many, they were not particularly difficult to remember. The moment Shao Chun opened his eyes, he saw the old dragon horse, the azure-clad old man, and the other Blue Dragon Palace's item spirits kneeling in salute. A strong, murderous chi spread from Chen's body, making him look incredibly berserk. The lake was formed by primordial energy, but the power it contained seemed to be higher than primordial energy. Shao Chen's appearance frightened Ao Jiao. She quickly came out of the lunar shadow saber and hugged him. As Dragon Chun saying Dragon Chun, the dragon, he said, Chen's dragon chins you and said, no, Chun, and I said. When he thought of this, Shao Chen's face turned slightly pale, and he felt a wave of unprecedented nervousness. Shao Chen's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as the most important part of his brain, were enveloped by a mysterious force. His injuries looked serious on the outside, but in fact, he didn't suffer any serious internal injuries. There was a loud bang. Before Shao Chun could react, the Purple Emperor's door was completely shattered. Seeing the doubt in Shao Chen's eyes, the old dragon horse said, Red Snow, give him a simple explanation of his current situation. Hearing this, Ao Jiao quickly checked on Shao Chen's condition. It was just as the man in green had said. The old dragon horse said, let's not talk about this first. I'll bring you to the martial technique pavilion, the profound weapon pavilion, and the various cultivation rooms in the Blue Dragon Palace to choose some treasures. The black-clothed old man whispered. With his body's condition, he should be able to recover very quickly. No matter how hard they tried, they could not think of a dragon emperor whose eyes were burning with bloody flames. However, the gist of it was that the dragon emperor relied on the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance to forcefully break through Emperor Wu's restrictions. The azure-clad man, the girl in her prime, and the others were completely stupefied before this huge pressure. When they sent their spiritual senses into their bodies, they were greatly shocked. The spot where the heart of an emperor originally was had turned into a lake of clear water, giving off a refreshing energy. The old dragon horse muttered to itself, feeling extremely excited. Only that old dragon horse's eyes brimmed with hot tears, so excited that it could not control itself. Tears flowed endlessly as if it had seen something incredible. The red-clad girl in her prime nodded with a smile. Then, she looked at Shao Chun and said, the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu's 9 heavens are known as the 9 heavens of transcending mortality outside the abandoned land. After crossing these 9 heavens, one is no longer an ordinary person, but a veritable personage. Not long after, Shao Chun felt his head grow heavy. He opened his eyes and rubbed his acupoints vigorously. The pain was too intense. Shao Chun did not last long before he fainted. Today, not only did Shao Chun get dragon emperors to fight for him, but he even startled the blood-soaked dragon emperor, the strongest person in the history of the Blue Dragon bloodline. At this moment, the black-clad old man felt somewhat complicated. Back then, the Qing emperor was not much weaker than Shao Chun. In some aspects, he was even stronger. However, not a single dragon emperor opened his eyes for him. It could only be said that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The moment the black-clad old man said that, everyone else was greatly startled. The emperor's door shattered, and his heart of an emperor was destroyed. Would he be crippled? Xiao Chun quickly felt startled. He stood up and said, "Seniors, please get up. There is no need to do this." Whoosh! The mysterious dragon eyes suddenly appeared, making all the flickering golden light vanish. The azure-clad man continued with a pleasant expression, "Don't worry. Although Master Xiao Chun is currently weaker, the Dragon Emperor's inheritance knows its limits. It will automatically divert some energy to protect his vital points. That should be enough to keep him alive." Only at this point did Ao Jiao relax, and her emotions eased significantly. Xiao Chen's expression changed. What is he trying to do? Based on this unrelenting stance, it seems like he wants to shatter his purple emperor's door. The dragon horse said in a somewhat choked voice, "This is my old master, the creator of the Blue Dragon Palace, the strongest dragon emperor in the history of the Blue Dragon bloodline." Which dragon emperor is this? My Blue Dragon bloodline has had 200 dragon emperors, but there has never been such a dragon emperor. Big Brother Dragon, who is this? A great desolate divine light burst out of the dragon horse's eyes uncontrollably. The golden divine light looked like it would pierce through the sky. Then the shock wave swept out, affecting the entire heart of an emperor. Kassier, Kassier. Under the strong might of the dragon roar, the heart of an emperor could not bear the burden and shattered. Then the dragon roar flew towards the mysterious purple emperor's door in the heart of an emperor at lightning speed. It turned into a jade-like dragon seal and entered the heart of an emperor. Then the dragon seal shot out like a meteor. That pair of dragon eyes vanished in the void, replaced by a beam of golden light. It crossed the starry heavens in the blink of an eye and entered Xiao Chen's body. "Greetings, Master." At this moment, the old dragon horse had already recovered to its normal state. It said calmly, "It's fine." He just temporarily could not endure the power of the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance and fell unconscious. However, the deeds of this dragon emperor were known by everyone in the dragon tribe. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the greatest dragon emperors in the history of the dragon race. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. Then he thought of proper business and said quickly, "There is no rush for this. I want to go outside and take a look at my big brother and the Fox King situation first." Xiao Chun, the veritable personage realm is divided into 3 stages: the veritable essence stage, the Yin essence stage, and the Yang essence stage. Master is currently in the veritable essence stage. "Thank you, Master. The heavens are fair. I thought that old Master's inheritance would never appear again. The heavens are blessing my Blue Dragon bloodline. The heavens are truly fair." A scarlet pupil appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes amid the golden divine light. This gave this golden divine light an additional burning scarlet flame, looking extremely strange. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that the blood-soaked dragon emperor's dragon seal inheritance seemed to have pierced through his emperor's door and heart of an emperor. Chapter 1499. Outside the Blue Dragon Palace. Half a day had passed since Xiao Chun entered the Blue Dragon Palace. Zongtian was fighting against 3 enemies at the same time. He was already at the end of his tether and was covered in wounds. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, unable to crawl back up. His entire person was extremely weak. Among the 3, apart from the Dongyue Ghost Emperor who was more heavily injured, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva were in relatively good condition. However, it consumed a lot of energy and needed some time to recover. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor flew to Zongtian's side in a flash. When he saw Zongtian struggling to get up, he kicked him back down. "Zongtian, weren't you very arrogant just now?" The Dongyue Ghost Emperor gritted his teeth and said angrily. During the battle, he was the one who suffered the heaviest injuries. Zongtian had even humiliated him several times, which made him rather unhappy. There were a few times when he almost found an opportunity to perish together with him. Now that the other party was finally unable to put up a fight, it was only natural for him to take revenge. So, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva and the heaven-punishing corpse god quickly arrived. When the heaven-punishing corpse god saw the Danyue Ghost Emperor's actions, he frowned slightly and said, "Ghost Emperor, don't go overboard. The deity sovereign still wants to use him to threaten Shao Chun." The Danyue Ghost Emperor said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't die. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, she was about to move her legs away from Ingzongtian. After venting his anger, although he was still displeased, he knew that the divine emperor's matter was of utmost importance. He could not really kill Ingzongtian. Pucci! Ingzongtian coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He smiled bitterly and said, "I, Ingzongtian, have been a wanderer all my life and have always thought highly of myself. I didn't expect to fall under your feet." The Danyue Ghost Emperor was stunned. He moved his foot away and pressed it down again. "Who do you think you're to think so highly of yourself? When I became a supreme being, you weren't even worth a fart. Is Ji Zun very powerful? If I wanted to, I would have become a supreme long ago." Ingzongtian smirked as he looked at the Danyue Ghost Emperor with disdain. The heaven-punishing corpse god remained silent. He knew that he was no match for Ingzongtian. If it wasn't for the fact that they were fighting 3 against 1, it would be very difficult for him to subdue the other party. Shao Chun did not want to say anything more. He knew that back then, Ingzongtian had been a greater heavenly Emperor Wu for 1,000 years. However, he had not advanced to sovereign martial emperor, wanting to break through and surpass Prime. However, for some reason, he gave up on this idea. Then, during Shao Chun's king conferral ceremony, he suddenly appeared as a Prime. "Winner takes all. Right now, I'm the one who has you under my feet. Whatever you say is useless." The Danyue Ghost Emperor's eyes turned cold as he ruthlessly stomped on the Danyue Ghost Emperor again. However, when the Danyue Ghost Emperor tried to move his feet away, he discovered a pair of hands firmly grasping his feet like pincers. No matter what he did, he could not move them away. "I said before, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." The heart of an emperor in Ingzongtian's body suddenly gave off a bright light. His entire body lit up like a candle, burning up quickly. Self-detonation. Shao Chun was going to self-detonate. To think that a Prime would use such a decisive method to end his own life. All of a sudden, the 3 of them were scared silly. Without even thinking, the heaven-punishing corpse god fled quickly. The fear of death overwhelmed the Danyue Ghost Emperor, scaring him silly. Then, he started shouting frantically, "Let go! Let go!" However, no matter how the heaven-punishing corpse god shouted, it was useless. Ingzongtian held onto his feet, unwilling to let go. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Shao Chun, who felt that something was wrong, rushed out anxiously. When he saw this scene, he was immediately startled. He cried out hoarsely, "Big brother, don't!" Based on the expressions of the old dragon horse and the others, Shao Chun had already guessed that Ingzongtian and the Fox King were in a bad situation. However, he had not expected to force a Prime to the point of self-detonation. "Emperor Forsaken." Shao Chun called out this person's name coldly in his heart. Then, he quickly ran towards Ingzongtian, who was about to self-detonate. However, it was already too late. Before Shao Chun could get far, he heard a startling explosion. A blazing light soared into the sky. At the center of the explosion, the 2 died on the spot. This explosion stunned Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Primes were the strongest existences in the Kunlun realm. They were aloof and stood at the top of the pyramid, possessing a high status. However, such an existence actually chose to self-detonate, taking the initiative to end his own life. Shao Chun, who was running, was caught off guard. The shock waves from the explosion sent him flying. He fell heavily to the ground and bounced far away before he stood up again. There was still a chance. Big Brother died for only 1 second. If Shao Chun could stop the other party from self-detonating 2 seconds earlier, he could change the future. It was just like when Shao Chun weakened Emperor Forsaken's starry heaven's divine palm. However, Shao Chun was already dead. If he wanted to travel to the space where the dead once lived, it would be like crossing the boundary between life and death. The obstacles that Shao Chun faced were even stronger than when he faced Emperor Forsaken. State of cycle, reversing time and space. Shao Chun could not care so much anymore. A determined expression flashed in his eyes. The cycle heart in his sea of consciousness released a light, unleashing it without holding anything back. Shao Chun took a step, and a huge resistance assaulted him, nearly tearing Shao Chun to shreds. Charge! The veritable essence energy in Shao Chun's body surged out, forming a strong sharpness in front of Shao Chun. Infused with great Tao energy, Shao Chun finally managed to leap out, breaking through the boundary between life and death. With only 1 second to make a move, Shao Chun did not hesitate. The instant he appeared, he pointed. The heavenly snow divine flame poured out, directly sealing the defenseless Ing Zongtian in ice. Seeing the light on Ing Zongtian's body dim, Shao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Success. The time just ended. A mighty force pulled Shao Chun's body back to the future. When Shao Chun opened his eyes, he saw that Ing Zongtian was completely sealed in ice. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor struggled free and glanced at the ice-sealed Ing Zongtian. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt confused. However, in the next moment, a vicious expression flashed in his eyes. No matter what the reason was, Ing Zongtian could not move at all, sealed in the mysterious ice. This was the best opportunity to deal with him. Without even thinking, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor kicked the ice-sealed Ing Zongtian. If this kick landed, Ing Zongtian would shatter into a pile of ice on the spot, dying without a complete corpse. Stop! Shao Chun, who had gone through a lot of trouble to use the state of cycle to save Ing Zongtian, naturally would not allow this to happen. Shao Chun leaped in the air and threw a punch. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt a cold wind behind him, and his hair stood on end. A sense of danger assaulted him. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor quickly turned around. When he saw Shao Chun coming out, his face immediately lit up in joy. Shao Chun, I was waiting for you. To think that you would walk right in my trap. Boom. However, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor had just finished speaking when he was sent flying by Shao Chun's punch. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He vomited a mouthful of blood and slid far away. How is this possible? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was at a loss when he landed on the ground. He was heavily injured, and his strength was not even 50% of his usual strength. However, it was not difficult for him to hold back Shao Chun with his strength. However, the reality was that Shao Chun easily knocked him back with a punch from the air. The might of this punch was vaguely stronger than when the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was at his peak. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor could not accept this reality. He slammed his palm on the ground and soared into the air. Then, he punched at Shao Chun with a ghostly aura filling the air. This punch dyed the sky black. Shao Chun turned around and circulated his quintessential energy in front of his chest, using his body to receive the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's punch. Buzz. It was as if the punch had landed on a metal mountain. It was stable and did not move at all. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's face darkened, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He wanted to retreat. Swoosh. But in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a hand appeared like a lightning dragon that broke through the clouds in the dark night. It grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Shao Chun let him go. At this moment, Emperor Forsaken and the other two brought the restrained Fox King over. Chapter 1500. Although the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was captured, Qi Qian revealed a smile on his face. This was because Shao Chun finally came out. Not only did Shao Chun come out, but he also used up the power of the state of cycle. He would not have to worry about that move for a while. Shao Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at Emperor Forsaken and the other two. Qi Qian, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? In Shao Chun's opinion, Qi Qian was really crazy. To think that he dared to fall out with a prime. If Qiqian was not careful, he would end up burying a huge problem for himself, implicating two primes as enemies. Although Emperor Forsaken was strong, he could not stop others from sneak attacking the other members of the deity race. Qiqian said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Tell me all the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace Hall. Return all the benefits you obtained in there as well. Otherwise, even if you can save Zongtian for now, you will not be able to save him forever. Oh, right. There is also this. I believe you will not watch as your senior fiend king dies, right?" Emperor Forsaken said fearlessly as he stretched out his hand and lifted up the Fox King. In order to prevent the Fox King from self-destructing, Emperor Forsaken did not hesitate. After Emperor Forsaken defeated Shao Chun, he immediately sealed all of Shao Chen's strength. However, Emperor Forsaken was not in a good state either. The Fox King's counterattack was not that easy to deal with. However, it did not matter. Emperor Forsaken was in control of the situation. Given Shao Chen's character, it was impossible for him to ignore his senior and big brother. This was Shao Chen's Achilles heel. Shao Chen's heart sank. He did not expect Emperor Forsaken to have such an idea. He was truly crazy. For an illusory goal, Emperor Forsaken actually used such a despicable method. The so-called #1 person of the Kunlun realm was truly shameless. Interesting. Truly interesting. Shao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. His killing intent was like magma in the ground, slowly settling. Ever since the coronation ceremony, Emperor Forsaken had been looking for trouble. Whoosh! You are overthinking. It is useless even if you know the secret of the Blue Dragon Palace. I can't give you the benefits that I obtained. Most importantly, the corner of Shao Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at the three of them. His cold eyes did not contain any emotion. What is it? Emperor Forsaken's heart skipped a beat. He obviously didn't believe it. We'll talk after I finish killing them. Everything else was fine, but the Dongyue Ghost Emperor who almost killed Big Brother Ing had to die. Kacha! With a wave of his left hand, a saber light flashed, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's head flew into the air. Carrying the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's headless body, Shao Chun tossed it away as if it was a piece of trash. With a loud explosion, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's head exploded into a splatter of blood and disappeared. Dead, the prime of the Ghost Domain, a Ghost Emperor, died at Shao Chen's hands. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and Emperor Forsaken were stunned. They did not expect Shao Chun to be so ruthless. A prime's head would not die after it was chopped off, but it had to be reattached. Without a head, a headless body was naturally as dead as it could be. Whoosh! Countless motes of light scattered from the headless body. Those were the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's life essence. The place fell silent. The three primes were truly dumbfounded. Shao Chun, do you know what you did? The heaven-punishing corpse god pointed at Shao Chun, his voice trembling slightly. I know. I killed a dog. Do you really think that you are unrivaled? The heaven-punishing corpse god roared and clenched his fist. 10,000 dragon force instantly burst forth. The heaven-punishing corpse god's punch arrived before Shao Chun. Shao Chun did not show any fear. He circulated his veritable essence energy, and an aura that surpassed that of a prime burst out from his body. Then he clenched his right fist and infused his veritable essence energy into it. Boom! An intense explosion resounded, and a strong wind blew. Shao Chun's long hair and clothes fluttered loudly. Shao Chun forcefully received this punch, not moving an inch, not taking a single step back. Corroborating the Tao with a physical body, you are only SOSO. Shao Chun smiled coldly as he infused his great Tao energy into his punch. A Tao disc appeared behind him. As he stood there, he looked like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, boundlessly resplendent, radiating resplendent light. His fist was the saber that he sealed. Initially, they were evenly matched. After infusing his great Tao energy, Shao Chun pushed forward and sent the heaven-punishing corpse god flying. The white-robed Shao Chun, whose long hair fluttered in the wind, still did not take even half a step back. Surpassing Prime? A complicated expression flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes as he muttered to himself. It turns out that the Blue Dragon Palace really does contain the secret to breaking through to Prime. The energy that Shao Chun used clearly came from primordial energy. However, it was one level higher than primordial energy. Given Shao Chun's insight, he definitely did not see wrong. Only at this moment did the three understand that the Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not die in vain. Attack together later. Do not show any mercy. We cannot be careless at all. Emperor Forsaken sent a voice projection to the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva and the heaven-punishing corpse god. A strange look flashed in the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's eyes. It seemed like he had other plans. However, after thinking for a while, he agreed to Emperor Forsaken's suggestion. As for the heaven-punishing corpse god, he had just been sent flying by Shao Chun's palm strike and suffered. How could he have any thoughts of refusing? Emperor Forsaken said, "You have indeed broken through the shackles of a prime. We can have a proper discussion. As long as you are willing to tell me the secret, I can immediately release the Fox King." Shao Chun shook his head and said, "You are overthinking. I said that we can have a discussion. If you apologize to me immediately and release the Spirit Fox King, I can consider letting you go after some consideration." Ha ha ha! Emperor Forsaken guffawed, as if he had heard something funny. He said coldly, "You are really boundlessly arrogant. Attack!" The three immediately unleashed their killing chi without hiding it. Emperor Forsaken's body glowed with a resplendent holy light. Then he soared into the sky and formed a holy sword, chopping down at Shao Chun. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva revealed his huge dermic true body. A Buddhist hand covered half the sky, carrying a supreme Buddhist might as it smashed down at Shao Chun. The heaven-punishing corpse god secretly stored up power, waiting for Shao Chun to clash with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva before giving him a peak strike. Shao Chun coldly watched the three's actions. 3 black petals spun in the depths of his eyes and layered over each other. Before Emperor Forsaken, who had just condensed a holy light sword, could react, the holy light sword broke. Bolts of electric light shot out from Emperor Forsaken's body. Wounds covered his body, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. The divine lightning, I only needed one glance to send down a lightning tribulation, deciding life and death. 3 lightning tribulations layered over each other. Even a prime would be severely injured. Dermic Whirl, after sending Emperor Forsaken flying with one glance. Shao Chun's body trembled and became incredibly huge, matching the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's dermic world. The Buddha's hand, which had covered half the sky, now looked mediocre. He lifted his foot. Shao Chun raised his leg and kicked the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's dermic body away at lightning speed. The Buddhist light that filled the sky overflowed in all directions, scattering everywhere. Die! The heaven-punishing corpse god held his breath. The instant Shao Chun recovered his true form, his body shot forward like a sharp arrow. Then he unleashed his peak strike. The heaven-punishing corpse god used his physical body to substantiate his Tao. If this punch landed on Shao Chun, he would be severely injured, even if Shao Chun was prepared. When the heaven-punishing corpse god punched, space trembled, and Shao Chun directly shattered. The heaven-punishing corpse god smiled. However, after a while, wind suddenly whistled behind him. He immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly turned around. Whoosh! However, it was too late. The instant the heaven-punishing corpse god turned around, a saber light appeared. The transcendent divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, executed the dragon's subduing slash and struck the heaven-punishing corpse god's chest. An arrow of blood spurted out of the heaven-punishing corpse god's chest, even though his physical body had never been broken before. Shao Chun flapped his blue dragon divine wings and hovered in the air. As he held up the lunar shadow saber, he looked coldly at the 3 people who were instantly knocked back. Shao Chun's body exuded a tyrannical air that looked down on the world, aloof, cold, and emotionless. The blue dragon divine wings on Shao Chun's back flapped, and a boundless strong wind scattered the cloud for 5,000 kilometers around. Then, he appeared before Emperor Forsaken as if he teleported. Shao Chun pointed his saber at Emperor Forsaken's forehead. Congratulations on becoming the strongest person in the Kunlun realm. From today on, you will sweep through the world unrivaled. Emperor Forsaken paled as he revealed a bitter smile. I already thought of the consequences of failure long ago. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Do as you please. Strongest in the Kunlun realm? You are overthinking. I have never treated you as a goal to chase after. Chapter 1501. A bright light flickered in Zongtian's eyes as he said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 figures disappeared into the sky, leaving a shadow in Shao Chen's heart. In the distance, some extremely terrifying battle seemed to be taking place. Just then, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva took advantage of the moment the two were talking to turn into a beam of light and flee. Shao Chun recalled that when he broke through to Martial Monarch, the energy he grasped was also known as quintessence. From then on, Shao Chun no longer saw Emperor Forsaken as a goal, no matter how he looked at it. Sooner or later, Shao Chun would surpass his opponent. It was just a matter of time. One had unlimited potential, while the other had exhausted his potential. Emperor Forsaken was straightforward and didn't hide anything. In fact, he was not wrong. Just as he had guessed, the Blue Dragon Palace did contain the secret to breaking through to the supremacy stage. However, it was not prepared for him, but for Shao Chun. The 5 phantoms were the top experts of the various clans that guarded Kunlun Mountain. Apart from guarding Kunlun Mountain, they did not interfere in any worldly battles. In order to become a god, one had to first become a human. He knew that from now on, he could only look up to Shao Chun, and there was no possibility of surpassing him. Letting him go was a sign of Shao Chen's confidence in his own strength. It was also a form of wisdom. He didn't want to push him too hard. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign stood up and bowed with a cupped fist salute. That day, after Shao Chun transcended the heavenly tribulation, he showed up once. When Shao Chun broke free from Emperor Wu's restraints and became a perfected being, he grasped the power of true essence. The power of veritable essence energy was already comparable to the power grasped by many primes. Shao Chun scattered the blue dragon divine wings and sheathed his saber. He said sullenly, "Why did you not summon the deity race old ancestor? If you summoned the deity race old ancestor, it would be sufficient to defeat me." In an instant, he had defeated 3 supreme beings and forced Emperor Forsaken to lower his head and apologize. Emperor Forsaken was a little absent-minded. For me as a target? That's right. I was originally a failure who did not even dare to walk the Kunlun road. Shao Chun immediately withdrew the heavenly snow divine flame and removed Zongtian from his frozen state. There were 3 primes overseeing the heavenly starry ocean. Could there be any major trouble? Go take a look for yourself, and you'll know. There's no need to say anything else. Life was unpredictable. No one knew what would happen in the future. What's going on? What happened in the heavenly starry ocean? Even a battle between primes should not have such a terrifying aura. A simple comparison could easily be made. Shao Chun nodded. You can say that. This time, it's really been hard on the 2 seniors. Yes. In the Battle of the Blue Dragon Palace, the deity Dao Union suffered heavy casualties, losing a prime. Emperor Forsaken completely gave up and did not want to say anything more. After releasing the Fox King's restraints, he left with the heaven-punishing corpse god. Furthermore, Shao Chen's great Dao energy and state of cycle were just superficial. However, in the blink of an eye, Emperor Forsaken felt speechless bitterness and a strange heartache. Ha ha, good. Back then, for the sake of protecting him, I gave up on accumulations and broke through to Prime. The facts prove that my choice was not wrong. There really is a peak above Prime. Surpassing the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign was something that happened naturally. It was not hard to understand. Zongtian could not help feeling excited. He was right. He had waited 10 years for this day. The 2 could not be mentioned in the same breath. Although Shao Chun kept thinking about the matter of the heavenly starry ocean, he still had to treat Big Brother Ying's injuries first. His tone was cold. Clearly, He hated the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to the bone. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to vent this hatred. Xiao Chen's heart immediately sank. Either these five did not show themselves, or when they did, something major had happened. Hao Yin, don't be agitated. You just recovered, the Fox King advised. That was the direction of the heavenly starry ocean. The Fox King smiled and said, he is not dead. He is still alive and well. After Xiao Chun left the palace, he defeated the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, and Emperor Forsaken by himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, wanting to give chase. He could let go of Emperor Forsaken, but he absolutely could not let go of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. He wondered what the situation of the martial epic and the great thousand realms outside was like. Many thanks. There is no need to give chase, Blue Dragon King. You should return to the heavenly starry ocean first. After a fortuitous encounter in the Blue Dragon Palace, I finally made a breakthrough. What about the Dongyue Ghost Emperor? Ing Zongtian asked with a somewhat cold expression when he suddenly thought of this person. It is not that I do not want to, but that I cannot. The price of summoning the deity race ancestor is much higher than you think. Even if I summon him out, I might not be able to kill you. However, I will definitely not be far from death. In less than 2 months, Xiao Chun would have to turn around. He still needed the other party to show mercy before he could leave. Then, he would circulate his veritable essence energy and infuse it into the other party's body. After all, Xiao Chun could still summon the deity race ancestor and still have some combat prowess. If he pushed too hard, he would end up in a life and death struggle. The Fox King smiled and said, it's fine. You being able to break through to Prime is what the Hao Yin and I hope to see the most. Let's not talk about this for now. Quickly treat the Hao Yin's injuries. Seniors, what's going on with the heavenly starry ocean? There's no need. You should be thanking yourself. My big brother Ing and the Fox King are not dead. Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the end, I will take your life. Furthermore, with the support of great Tao energy, he might even be stronger than the other party. You may go. From today on, our grudges are written off. Xiao Chun looked indifferently at Emperor Forsaken. Then, he said something that shocked Emperor Forsaken. This thought flashed by quickly. When Ing Zongtian slowly opened his eyes, Xiao Chen's thoughts immediately returned to reality. When Ing Zongtian heard that, he laughed loudly, saying good 3 times in a row. His bold laughter contained unconcealable joy and excitement. Ing Zongtian waved his hand and smiled. Brother Spirit Fox, you don't understand. It has been 10 years. I have waited for this day for too long. To be able to live and see you surpass Prime is my greatest hope in this life. The Spirit Fox King thought about how, as a Prime, he could still send Xiao Chun flying with 3 palm strikes 2 months ago. I've already killed him. As the Spirit Fox King looked at Xiao Chun, who held his saber and pressed the tip of the saber against his forehead, he listened to what the Spirit Fox King said. That was why the difference in strength was so huge. On Heavenly Star Island, Ing Zongtian had already told Xiao Chun that the gap between him and Emperor Forsaken was not large. These cold words stunned Emperor Forsaken. He believed that since Xiao Chun said that, he would definitely do it. An aura that inspired fear appeared in the three's hearts. The expressions of Xiao Chun and the other 2 immediately changed. I'm not dead. The deity race ancestor grasped a strength that surpassed Prime. He was even stronger than the current Xiao Chun. At the crucial moment, the deity race ancestor nearly died, unable to see Xiao Chun, who surpassed Prime. Ing Zongtian felt an incredible headache. His memories turned blurry for a moment, and he could not clearly remember what happened. Ing Zongtian entered deep thought. Xiao Chun, you should go back quickly. There is probably a huge change in the heavenly starry ocean. I also need to reorganize the forces of the Bushin Palace. Even the heavenly Tao would not allow such an existence to appear. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had only barely touched the bottom line of the heavenly Tao. The Fox King muttered to himself, frowning heavily. When Ing Zongtian heard that, he was stunned. Then, he nodded and said, good kill. Such a vile person is not worthy of being a Prime. The cyclic astral lord, the bright moon empress, the myriad law fiend master. Could it be? Thinking of a certain existence, Xiao Chun did not dare to think further. However, just at this moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared in the air, blocking Xiao Chen's path. You broke through. Xiao Chen also had 1,000 strands of primordial energy. However, the other party's power of faith and state of holy light had already reached great heights, already cultivated to the peak. Suddenly, scarlet spiritual light appeared in the distant western sky. The scarlet color was so dense that it was even more brilliant than the setting sun. Xiao Chun, you really broke through to Prime? The Fox King watched from start to finish in disbelief, feeling like he was dreaming. Chapter 1502. Due to the changes in the heavenly starry ocean, Xiao Chun had to make a trip back. However, before that, he still had some things to do. Big brother, you go to Bushin Palace first. I still have to return to the Blue Dragon Palace. Xiao Chun had come out of the Blue Dragon Palace in too much of a rush. There were many things that he had not dealt with yet. Since Xiao Chun was fine now, he had to make a trip back. Zongtian nodded and immediately left. Although he was injured, as long as he appeared in Bushin Palace alive, he would be able to use the fame of a prime to suppress the 3 holy masters. Then, he would be able to gather all the power of the Bushin Palace and use the prestige of a prime to suppress the 3 holy masters. The Fox King performed a cupped fist salute and left as well. The heavenly starry ocean was undergoing a huge change. The entire Kunlun realm would probably descend into chaos. The Fiend Domain also needed him to hold down the fort. When Xiao Chun entered the Blue Dragon Palace, the old dragon horse and the other item spirits had been waiting for a long time. Sorry, don't blame us for hiding it from you. If we did not, you would not have been able to clear the road of trials, the old dragon horse said. Everyone had their own standpoint. From different positions, they saw things differently. Xiao Chun could understand that the other party was doing this for his own good. What he said was true. The more important thing was that Zongtian and the Fox King were both fortunate and fine. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not blame these people. I understand. I want to retrieve the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. Furthermore, I would like to move the Blue Dragon Palace to Heavenly Star Island. I wonder if the seniors can do that. The Blue Dragon Palace itself was a supreme treasure. With the Blue Dragon Palace guarding Heavenly Star Island, the Dragon's Gate should not have to worry. The old dragon horse hesitated for a while before saying, everything in the Blue Dragon Palace is yours now. Naturally, you could get the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. However, moving the Blue Dragon Palace to Heavenly Star Island is rather difficult. With your current strength, you are not able to refine the Blue Dragon Palace yet. Do your best to help me think of a way. Please, Xiao Chun said with a cupped fist salute. Why don't we carry it back with our bare hands? Since we can't refine it, we can only use this stupid method. It's just that it will be a bit tiring, the azure-clothed man suddenly said with a smile. The old dragon horse was stunned for a while before saying, that is also a solution. The 5 elements absolute sealing formation can be moved away. Of course, the core of the 5-element absolute sealing formation has always been the Blue Dragon Hall. Furthermore, the Blue Dragon Hall wasn't here in the past. The matter of the Blue Dragon Palace moving back to the Dragon's Gate was settled. The black-clad old man took out the purple crystal containing the Heavenly Flame's origin and handed it to Xiao Chun. After Xiao Chun put it away, he discovered that the old dragon horse was looking at him with a grave expression. It seemed like it had something to say, but was hesitant. Old senior, do you have any instructions? Forget it. I don't need it for now. You go do what you need to do. After you have calmed down for a while, I will tell you some things, as well as some duties that the master of the Blue Dragon Palace needs to fulfill. Xiao Chun nodded thoughtfully to show that he understood. It was impossible for there to be only benefits and no duties in the world. Xiao Chun obtained the inheritance and broke the restrictions. These were all benefits. However, the duties that he needed to fulfill were not clear. However, Xiao Chun could not rush it. Since the old dragon horse did not say, he was too embarrassed to ask. Furthermore, this was not the time to be conflicted about this. After leaving the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chun walked around the walls. After he found a suitable angle, he grabbed it with both hands and pulled hard. Rumble. The Blue Dragon Palace was uprooted like a huge tree. Xiao Chun felt incredibly tired, like he was hugging a mountain. However, no matter how tired he was, he had to do it. This was a treasure even more valuable than a mountain of gold. Holding the bottom of the Blue Dragon Palace with one hand, Xiao Chun clenched his teeth. Vital qi surged in his body, gushing endlessly like a great river. 1,000 dragons danced wildly behind him, and streams of dragon-shaped energy flew everywhere. With 1,000 dragon force, Xiao Chun roared and finally lifted the entire Blue Dragon Palace. Then, he soared into the air and quickly flew in the direction of the heavenly starry ocean. Along the way, the people who saw this scene were all stunned. This was simply a spectacle. Xiao Chun actually moved the entire Blue Dragon Palace away. It looked simple, like one could move the entire Blue Dragon Palace with just a little bit of strength. However, in this world, only Xiao Chun had the ability to do so. If it were anyone else, as long as the old dragon horse was unwilling, they would not be able to do so. Even the heaven-punishing corpse god, who cultivated his physical body to the Tao, could not get close to the Blue Dragon Palace, much less lift it up. Xiao Chun worried about the situation of the heavenly starry ocean and the safety of the Dragon's Gate's people. Although it was tiring, Xiao Chun did not dare to relax for even a moment. He directly unfurled the Blue Dragon Divine Wings and continuously flapped them, exhausting his veritable essence energy. Everywhere he passed, strong winds blew, like a 5,000-kilometer-long sword tearing a long passageway through the clouds. Relying on the Blue Dragon Divine Wings and his veritable essence energy, Xiao Chun finally arrived at the edge of the sea after half a day. When he got closer, he could see the scarlet spiritual clouds in the heavenly starry ocean even more clearly. Those scarlet spiritual clouds were not formed of baleful qi. Blood symbolized inauspiciousness and massacre. However, apart from killing intent, the blood-colored spiritual clouds also contained pure spiritual energy. This was exceptionally eye-catching in the dense scarlet clouds. This also confused Xiao Chun. What exactly is going on? I left a messaging talisman with Mo Chun. Once something happens, she will contact me. There has been no news from the messaging talisman. Could something have happened to Mo Chun? With this thought, Xiao Chun became even more anxious. The Blue Dragon Divine Wings on his back flapped even more ferociously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, many figures leaped out of the sea in a fluster. Xiao Chun, who was holding up the Blue Dragon Palace, could clearly see that these were the merfolk race of the chaotic demonic sea. Quick, look, that is the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. Quickly inform the Empress. The merfolk race immediately discovered Xiao Chun's village chief. Soon, they saw the merfolk race's Empress Yao Yin rushing over, escorted by a group of merfolk race upper echelon. Then, she gave instructions to the others to lead the merfolk race ashore and continue their journey. Sorry, I am holding up the Blue Dragon Palace and cannot greet you. Tell me what happened in the heavenly starry ocean and what is going on with you all. Seeing Yao Yin walking over alone, Xiao Chun asked anxiously with a helpless expression while holding up the Blue Dragon Palace. Yao Yin looked at the strenuous Xiao Chun and said, "This is the Blue Dragon Palace? It looks like you already went in. Perhaps the heavenly starry ocean can still be saved." Xiao Chun's expression changed. He demanded sullenly, "Tell me what happened." Yao Yin let out a long sigh and said, "Everything is over. Now, aside from Zodiac Hall, Bright Moon City, and Myriad Fiend Island, all the other factions and sects of the heavenly starry ocean have been destroyed. This is simply the end of the world." What exactly happened? You know about the sea market controlled by the Treasure Master, right? Originally, everyone thought that those huge immortal statues were just decorations. However, now, they actually all came to life. 18 immortal statues swept through the place. No one could stop them. The Heavenly Province Academy, the Five Poison Sect, and the Yin Yang Paradise were the first to be destroyed. The five poisoned sects church master did not even have time to flee before the immortal statues crushed him into a meat patty. Yao Yan's expression remained calm, not showing any crazed expression. However, her words sounded like a fantasy story, too shocking. Xiao Chan forced out a smile and said, "You must be lying to me. How could the dead immortals come back to life?" "I'm not lying to you. Soon, this calamity will sweep through the entire oceanic world. At that time, not a single place will be safe." This, Xiao Chen remembered that the myriad law fiend master once told him that there was a hidden danger in the heavenly starry ocean. Once it happened, it would be the end of the world. No one would be able to stop it. At that time, Xiao Chen did not believe it. Unexpectedly, it became a reality in less than 2 months. Xiao Chen remembered that the myriad law fiend master told him to cherish the peaceful days he had now. Unexpectedly, the myriad law fiend master's words hit the mark. The 2 months of peace really became the calm before the storm. "How's the Dragon's Gate? What's the situation at Heavenly Star Island?" Xiao Chen reacted, his expression changing wildly. He did not even have time to send a message. Could the Dragon's Gate have been surrounded by the immortal statues and instantly destroyed? Immediately, Xiao Chan felt somewhat startled. He really did not want the blood-clad sect to hold the Dragon's Gate hostage to happen again. "I'm not sure. After I received the news, I started preparing for the migration of the merfolk race. The chaotic demonic sea will not be peaceful for long. I need to get my people to leave the oceanic world as soon as possible." Yao Yan revealed an apologetic expression, showing fatigue and helplessness. Some despair also appeared in the depths of her eyes. Chapter 1503. "Take care. I'll be leaving first," Yao Yan said softly with a fatigued expression. Xiao Chen asked, "Where are you going?" "Kunlun Mountain is the safest place in the entire Kunlun realm." That place was indeed the safest place in the entire Kunlun realm. Several of the demonic calamities had taken refuge in Kunlun Mountain. However, this time, there might not be a safe place in the entire Kunlun realm. "Take care." Xiao Chun sent off Yao Yin with his eyes, feeling somewhat heavy. He had only been gone for a few days, and such a huge change happened in the heavenly starry ocean. Could this have something to do with his trip to the Blue Dragon Palace? The more Xiao Qin thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The trip to the Blue Dragon Palace had delayed half the Kunlun realm's primes, resulting in injuries and deaths. If not for Xiao Chun specifically instructing the Cyclic Astral Lord and the other primes not to go, the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean would have fallen already. Never mind, I'll go to Heavenly Star Island first. Right now, the most important thing is to ensure the Dragon's Gate safety. After verifying the direction, Xiao Chun ferociously flapped the blue dragon divine wings. Then he leaped 50 kilometers, moving like a strong wind and lightning, like the legendary Great Rock. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chun entered the oceanic world, something strange happened. The pressure on Xiao Chun, who was holding up the Blue Dragon Palace, suddenly increased explosively. That aura, which initially only made him feel some fear, seemed to be everywhere. Now that he entered the oceanic world, this aura seemed to be everywhere, spreading and encasing the entire oceanic world. Boom! Xiao Chen's entire body fell to the surface of the sea. Whoosh! Immediately, 10-odd waves soared into the sky. After Xiao Chun landed, it became much more difficult to fly again. If he put down the Blue Dragon Palace, he could continue flying. However, that would be pointless. Xiao Chun had put in so much effort to move the Blue Dragon Palace to the Dragon's Gate. So be it. With my speed, even if I run at full speed, I might not be much slower. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun raised the Blue Dragon Palace and continued running on the sea. As he ventured deeper into the ocean world, the pressure on his body increased bit by bit. Everywhere he passed, he saw even more oceanic powers that were migrating and fleeing. Most of them were extremely panicked, and they'd given up on sects that had existed for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Even an immortal's sacred ground, like the Heavenly Province Academy, was annihilated. How could these factions dare to remain in the oceanic world? If they did, they would not be able to leave, even if they wanted to. Occasionally, Xiao Chun asked some people about the heavenly starry ocean and the Dragon's Gate. These people had a rough understanding of the heavenly starry ocean. However, they did not know anything about the Dragon's Gate. When several people heard that Xiao Chun was going to the heavenly starry ocean, their expressions changed slightly. The heavenly starry ocean has already turned into hell on earth. The immortal statues are killing machines. Wherever he goes, blood flows like a river. With a single stomp, he can easily slaughter the people of an entire city. Yes, my friend escaped from there. The entire sky was blood red. I don't see any life force. Furthermore, the Treasure Master's residence's people are still capturing people everywhere. It's a tragic sight. Even the Holy Land with the 3 primes will not be able to last for long. The news that Xiao Chun obtained was depressing. Some martial emperors were even frightened out of their wits. However, Xiao Chun had to go to the heavenly starry ocean. Xiao Chun increased his speed and continued forward. After half a day, he finally arrived at the edge of the heavenly starry ocean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seabirds blotted out the sky and sun above, forming a flock as they left. All sorts of ferocious beasts rode the wind and broke the waves on the surface of the sea. These sea beasts were all leaving the heavenly starry ocean. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. The hearts of the people were separated, and the birds and beasts were startled. What exactly was the situation in the heavenly starry ocean? Along the way, many cultivators lost all will to resist. They only cared about fleeing, losing all courage. Are the enemies really that strong? Heavenly starry ocean. Let me see what exactly is going on. With a trace of stubbornness, Xiao Chun held up the blue dragon palace and faced the boundless tide as he swam against the current. The blue dragon palace that Xiao Chun held up exuded a strong dragon might. The ferocious sea beast did not dare to seek trouble for him at all. He was like a sharp sword swinging over, and countless ferocious beasts took the initiative to separate. The moment Xiao Chun stepped into the heavenly starry ocean, an unpleasant stench of blood mixed with the smell of seawater assaulted his nose. When Xiao Chun looked around, the islands at the periphery were empty. Everyone had already fled long ago. Rumble. The sounds of intense fighting could be heard in the sky. In the distant sky, light burst out, and the sky seemed to tear apart, sending down countless beams of starlight. Xiao Chun could vaguely see a huge silhouette. Even from tens of thousands of kilometers away, he felt a strong might and pressure. That was in the direction of the Zodiac Hall. The ones fighting should be the cyclic astral lord and some immortal statues. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and did not say anything. He showed a sullen expression as the blue dragon divine wings on his back unfurled once more. Enduring the huge pressure, the wings flapped ferociously, and Xiao Chun soared into the air again. At this point, Xiao Chun already felt exceptionally anxious. Even if he had to exhaust his veritable essence energy, he had to rush to Heavenly Star Island. A strong wind blew for 500,000 kilometers, and Xiao Chun moved like a meteor tearing through the sky. The wind blew past his ears, and his hair and clothes fluttered wildly. Xiao Chun casually swept his gaze around. Many of the islands below had fiery lights soaring into the sky. Many of the Treasure Master's residence's cultivators were in the rubble, capturing people everywhere. Their methods were cruel and crude, placing people into cages as if they were livestock. There were too many of them. Even if Xiao Chun wanted to save them, he could not. The Treasure Master's people did not kill these people on the spot. Instead, they captured them. This made Xiao Chun think of a phrase, blood sacrifice. When making sacrifices to the demonic god, it required a large amount of fresh blood and souls of living people. Could the Treasure Master's residence really have something to do with the deep abyss demonic world? There was no time to think. As Xiao Chun quickly advanced, Heavenly Star Island finally appeared at the limits of his vision. Unexpectedly, this sea region was completely silent. There was no smell of blood in the air, either. Whoosh! Xiao Chun landed on the surface of the sea and looked around suspiciously. The intense battle that he expected did not happen. There was no bloody scene, either. The Dragon's Gate? When Xiao Chun looked up, he executed his heavenly eye. Whoosh! The heavenly eye turned into a diamond-shaped beam of light that shot out. After traveling 500 kilometers, it hovered in the sky. The diamond-shaped beam of light was like a divine eye. It clearly saw everything below, down to the finest detail. Xiao Chun narrowed his gaze and looked in the direction of Heavenly Star Island, squinting. Mo Chun and the Dragon's Gate's people on the city walls showed anxious expressions. However, they were all there. It's fine. The Dragon's Gate's people are fine. Xiao Chun withdrew his heavenly eye. Wild joy appeared in his heart as he rushed towards Heavenly Star Island. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun gently pushed off with his feet. With every step he took, he moved with great force, kicking up boundless waves that soared into the sky. Even from a distance, he could see them. After about 7 minutes, Mo Chun and the others on the city gates discovered a palace hall flying over from the sea. That is the Blue Dragon Palace. Mo Chun's eyes were very sharp. She had read a lot of books. She could recognize the palace hall's origins from its rough outline. Miss Mo, there seems to be someone under the palace hall. Soon, someone on the city gates saw this strange scene. Mo Chun showed a startled expression as she said, "It's Big Brother Xiao. Quickly, get him to stop. Don't continue." The others all cried out like they were startled awake from a dream. They did not show any excitement or joy when they saw Xiao Chun. Instead, their eyes filled with worry. As they were too far away, Xiao Chun could not hear them clearly. When he heard them clearly, he discovered another person in front. It was the young treasure master. Yiling crossed his arms and revealed a smile on his face. He said indifferently, "Blue Dragon King, long time no see." Xiao Chun looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he immediately felt wary. "There's no need to look. It's just me. Not bad. You even moved the Blue Dragon Palace back. You must be thinking of putting it on Heavenly Star Island, right?" Yiling said with a fake smile, showing a mocking expression. "Unfortunately, there is no such chance." Behind him, the statue of an immortal slowly poked its head out of the sea, rising higher and higher. Soon, it surpassed the height of the Blue Dragon Palace and cast a huge shadow over Xiao Chun, encasing him completely. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense was sharp. He sensed another immortal statue slowly emerging behind him. Chapter 1504. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. This was a trap. The treasure master already predicted that Xiao Chun would appear. There were only a total of 18 immortal statues, and he set up an ambush for Xiao Chun. No wonder no one from the Dragon's Gate dared to appear or use the messaging token to contact Xiao Chun. The treasure master feared that Xiao Chun would rush over after hearing the news and end up falling into an ambush. However, the treasure master predicted that Xiao Chun would definitely come. Furthermore, he was right. "Xiao Chun, have a taste of the great gift that I prepared for you." "Ha ha!" Yiling laughed loudly, and his body slowly immaterialized. This was just one of his clones. Clearly, Yiling was not bold enough to show his true body before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun could instantly suppress him within 1 kilometer. The huge immortal statue was 10 kilometers tall. At this moment, it was only halfway out, but it already surpassed the height of Xiao Chun and the Blue Dragon Palace. "Rise!" Xiao Chun shouted and soared into the air while holding up the Blue Dragon Palace. Then, he ferociously tossed the entire Blue Dragon Palace towards Heavenly Star Island. As long as the Blue Dragon Palace reached Heavenly Star Island and laid down the 5-element absolute ceiling formation, the Dragon's Gate's safety would be assured. Xiao Chun would no longer have to worry. At the same time, Xiao Chun executed the fish dragon art. Then, he moved in an arc and escaped the encirclement of the 2 immortal statues, retreating 10 kilometers. Xiao Chun looked up. The 2 immortal statues were like 2 tall mountains. When he raised his head, he could only see the necks of the statues. One of them was rather special, carrying a sword on its back. Xiao Chun did not know if it would use it or not. Xiao Chun also felt suspicious. How could such a huge statue move nimbly? How could it strike him, who was like an ant in the statue's eyes? The destructive power of the immortal statues that could destroy cities, islands, and sects went without saying. They were so huge that they could destroy a city with one stomp. However, in a one-on-one fight, Xiao Chun could not help doubting the combat prowess of these immortal statues. With this thought in mind, a palm clenched into a fist and slammed toward Xiao Chun. Above his head, the sunlight was immediately blocked. The entire fist aura was like a mountain, shrouding Xiao Chun in its shadow. Whoosh! With a flash, Xiao Chun dodged the attack with relative ease. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he realized that he was once again shrouded by a shadow. It was the statue of the immortal who had clenched his fist and opened it into a palm. All of a sudden, the range of coverage increased by 1,000 meters, making it impossible for Xiao Chun to dodge. His body had no choice but to quickly dive into the sea and sink. With a loud bang, the seawater on the surface of the sea split open like a piece of tofu and then splashed all over the sky. The enormous palm force passed through the water surface and hit Xiao Chun. Like a cannonball, he was sent flying into the mud at the bottom of the sea. The two immortal statues sank into the water at the same time and stomped their feet. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and many islands split apart. The boundless seawater could not withstand this huge force, so it was squeezed out, forming a vacuum. A huge hole appeared on the surface of the sea. At the same time, towering waves surged out in all directions like a tsunami. A strong wind and torrential rain poured down from the sky. The various might of the immortal statues caused mysterious phenomena to appear. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and storms and tsunamis surged. The entire scene looked like the end of the world. The two immortal statues trampled on Xiao Chun, who had fallen to the bottom of the sea, and forced him out of the water. Mud covered Xiao Chun's clothes. As the heavy rain poured down, he was drenched. In just a simple exchange, Xiao Chun was reduced to a sorry state. He no longer dared to underestimate the individual combat prowess of these immortal statues. Whoosh! The two immortal statues moved their hands, forming hand seals at the same time. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. Could it be that they know magic skills? In the next moment, Xiao Chun's guess came true. Electricity flickered between the fingers of the immortal statue's right hand as it stretched out its hand. Crackle! Thousands upon thousands of 100-meter-long spears appeared in the sky, each surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. Together with the torrential rain, these spears densely encased Xiao Chun. With a thought, 7 divine weapons appeared around Xiao Chun. Amid the rain, 7 figures materialized, holding the 7 deadly sins. A 7-person yin-yang saber formation revolved around Xiao Chun's treasures, helping him block the lightning spears one after another. At this moment, the other immortal statue finished preparing its magic skill. It opened its mouth and spat out a flame. This flame was the true flame that immortals use to refine medicinal pills. It was no weaker than a primal chaos-level flame like the heavenly snow divine flame. Furthermore, there were many of them. The moment the flame appeared, it spread for 500 kilometers. There was no way to escape. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chun waved his hands, and a resplendent Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram appeared in front of him, blocking the dense true flame. Just as the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram was about to shatter, Xiao Chun soared into the air and escaped the sea of fire with a few flashes. Although Xiao Chun escaped the sea of fire, he could not avoid getting injured by the lightning spears falling from the sky, leaving behind flickering sparks. Starry Heaven Storm. The moment Xiao Chun stabilized himself, he executed his counterattack. It was the minor magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. Right now, Xiao Chun was much stronger than before. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness was as vast as the sea. He was able to use this little divine ability with ease. Night descended in the sky above. The stars in the universe flickered endlessly. The vast starry heavens were forged by fate. The stars in the sky were the chess pieces crisscrossing each other. The sky was the board, and the stars were the chess pieces. How could the child of fate move rashly? With a thought, Xiao Qian's simulated starry heavens pushed 9 stars, bringing out the might of this starry heaven storm to its peak. Whoosh! The 9 starry heaven storms merged into one, turning into a black curtain of night that surged out. The lightning spears filling the sky were immediately blown away, and the flames were blown back. After using the starry heaven storm to resolve the other party's 2 magic skills, Xiao Qian stood in the air, staring at the 2 immortal statues in the distance, not daring to relax at all. Let's see how long you can last. In the darkness, Yiling said with a sinister expression when he saw Xiao Qian dodge several dangerous moves and still have the strength to fight. A treasure pearl appeared in Yiling's hand. Then he sent out a thought, and the eyes of the 2 immortal statues suddenly turned scarlet. Their attacks became even sharper and more ferocious. Xiao Qian kept one thing on his mind. As he faced the 2 immortal statues' ferocious advance and ferocious attacks, he kept dodging. He did his best not to come into direct contact with them. For now, his priority was to figure out the true strength of the immortal statues. The vast sea split apart, and a strong wind and heavy rain fell in the air. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared in the sky. The dark clouds looked like the entire sky was about to fall and could be touched by stretching out one's hand. As Yiling looked at Xiao Qian, who was in an increasingly sorry state and could die at any moment, his lips finally curled up in a cold smile. Xiao Qian, you did not expect this day to come, right? Back then, you broke my arms. Today, I will return it tenfold. I will trample you into meat paste and make you wish you were dead. When Xiao Qian heard that, he revealed a disdainful smile and said, Young treasure master, why the need to hide? Do you dare to reveal your true body? Don't worry. When you are about to die, I will definitely trample heavily on you and fulfill your wish. Yiling was not a fool. Naturally, he would not be provoked by Xiao Qian's words and stupidly jump out. Amid the intense battle, Xiao Qian looked calmly at the 2 immortal statues as he quickly analyzed them. The immortal statues possessed the strength of a prime just by relying on their physical bodies. Furthermore, their speed, reaction, and nimbleness were not slow. The more horrifying thing was that they knew magic skills and could use immortal arts. Furthermore, they had bodies that were nearly immortal and did not feel pain. Right now, the only uncertain thing was whether these immortal statues could use magic treasures or not. Only after confirming the true limits of the immortal statues could Xiao Qian go all out. It was fine if he did not make a move. Once he made a move, he needed to gain something. Xiao Qian looked around and fixed his gaze on the huge sword on the back of the immortal statue on the left. Needless to say, the sword was definitely a magic treasure. I'll use you to test it out. After dodging the attacks of the 2 immortal statues, Xiao Qian's figure flashed as he executed the divine dragon tail whip. Then, he moved in a huge arc and instantly appeared in front of the immortal statue on the left. The myriad heaven divine fist, a distant legend, gave off a divine light that filled the sky. The world chanted Xiao Qian's epic poem, continuously supporting this punch. The light of the fist seemed to contain a 1,000-year-old legend, boundlessly resplendent. Before the fist light arrived, the other immortal statue punched Xiao Qian. Pussy-eye! Pussy-eye! Xiao Qian vomited a mouthful of blood, paying the price for this reckless attack. Good. Yiling, who was in the dark, could not help calling out softly when he saw this scene. Xiao Qian's body landed on a wave. The wave carried a huge force, tossing Xiao Qian high into the air. Strong winds blew and heavy rain fell without end. Xiao Qian's complexion paled slightly, but he revealed a faint smile. Xiao Qian finally came to the conclusion that the immortal statues were not ridiculously strong. They could not use magic treasures. The sword was just a decoration. Otherwise, Xiao Qian would not have needed his companion to finish off that earlier punch. His own sword strike would have been more powerful, faster, and more direct. Kill him. Yiling, who felt that Xiao Qian was already an arrow at the end of its flight, jumped out and ordered coldly. The immortal statue with the sword on its back leaped forward and punched at Xiao Chun, who was tossed into the air by the wave. 10,000 bolts of lightning flickered behind the immortal statue. The force of this punch triggered a boundless, mysterious phenomenon, illuminating the huge, immortal statue, looking incredibly horrifying. The legend still exists, and the glory will not fade. Xiao Chun suddenly shouted in the air. The scattered light from the earlier distant legend quickly gathered in his body. In the dark space, amid the strong wind and heavy rain, Xiao Chen's body glowed faintly, looking like the only light in the dark night. The distant legend, the glory of the epic, played out in this world. Xiao Chun punched, clashing with that huge immortal statue's fist with his insignificant body. Bang! The two fists clashed, and the world shook. Xiao Chun merged his veritable essence energy, magic energy, and vital qi into one, gathering them all on his fist. Amid a loud sound, Xiao Chun forcefully blocked that punch, not taking a single step back. In the dark night, Xiao Chun was as insignificant as an ant, and the immortal statue was as huge as a mountain. However, the other party's fist could not move Xiao Chun at all. Lightning, thunder, and heavy rain materialized. Yiling watched this scene in disbelief, not daring to believe what he saw. Myriad heaven-divine fists, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. Again, Xiao Chun laughed maniacally. Instead of advancing, he retreated, using deities descending to increase his combat prowess tenfold. Kassier, Kassier. The huge statue's arm cracked as it stumbled, continuously moving back. Major magic skill, Dermic World. Scram. The other immortal statue wanted to reinforce Xiao Chun, who was about to launch a counterattack, but he did not fear it at all. Xiao Chen's figure wavered, and his Dermic World appeared. It was 3 kilometers tall. Then it kicked the immortal statue that came to reinforce Xiao Chun and sent it flying. Chapter 1505. It was not over yet. Xiao Chen's major magic skill, Dermic World, now lasted 7 seconds longer than the original 3. 7 seconds was sufficient for Xiao Chun to do many things. Xiao Chun kicked away the immortal statue that came to help. Then he narrowed his eyes and stared at the one-armed immortal statue. While you are down, I will take your life. After executing so many killing moves, if he still could not kill an immortal statue, Xiao Chun would suffer a great loss. The 7 divine weapons merged into one, and Xiao Chun materialized the Flawless Saber Technique. Flawless Saber Technique, Void-Breaking Stance. When Xiao Chun executed the Void-Breaking Stance with his Dermic Incarnation, its might multiplied. With his Dermic Incarnation, Xiao Chen's Taiji Saber domain expanded from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers. The amount of energy that Zhang Xian could absorb was 10 times greater than before. When Zhang Xian executed the Void Piercer, when he executed the Void-Breaking Stance, resplendent light illuminated this pitch-black space for tens of thousands of kilometers, making it look like day. The saber light flickered on the saber's edge, extending for 10 kilometers, reaching the sky and the ground. Dang! A crack appeared in the immortal statue's body. Countless rocks fell off, looking like small mountains. Dragon's Subduing Stance, the Flawless Saber Technique's second move. Using the might of a true dragon, one stands on thousands of true dragon images. When the saber descended, it was like 1,000 dragons gathered together and formed a dragon pillar. The immortal statue took another step back, and another wound appeared on its chest. Xiao Chen's swift and ruthless killing move did not give the one-armed immortal statue any chance to catch its breath. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he leaped into the clouds using his Dermic Incarnation. A figure soared into the air, flying and setting the moon. This was the Flawless Saber Technique's third move. Xiao Chun chopped off the immortal statue's other arm, which looked like the moon. When the 7 seconds were up, Xiao Chun recovered his true form, and the other immortal statue charged over again. How noisy! The 2 immortal statues harassed him, annoying him to no end. Xiao Chun turned his head around and executed the flawless saber technique's strongest move, the heartbreaking stance. He immediately felt an intense pain in his chest. Heartbreaking, first shattering oneself, then shattering the enemy. Amidst the pain, the potential of the entire body was stimulated, harming the enemy while harming 800. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the chest of the immortal statue that he blocked with his hand. Xiao Chen's heart stirred. This immortal statue was incomparably huge, but its physical body should still be that of a human. It was just that he had used some sort of secret technique to become like this. Retreat. A statue of an immortal had both its arms cut off and was riddled with saber scars. A large hole appeared in the other treasure master's chest. The young treasure master, Yi Ling's expression changed drastically. Then, he sent a thought into the pearl and quickly retreated. The two immortal statues leaped into the air and tried their best to retreat. "Can you come and go as you please?" Xiao Chun snorted coldly and drew his lunar shadow saber, tossing it into the air. The lunar shadow saber gave off a resplendent light, looking like the sun as it flew down. The great Tao energy behind Xiao Chun condensed into a point and then rose rapidly. When the Tao might reached its peak, it infused into the lunar shadow saber, making it even more resplendent. When the lunar shadow saber landed, it happened to stab into the immortal statue that had lost both arms, knocking it into the air. Then it plunged into the sea and stabbed firmly into the seabed. Seeing one of the undefeatable immortal statues get destroyed, Yi Ling felt his heart bleed. At the same time, he felt even more horrified. Fortunately, the mission that the treasure master gave him was not to kill Xiao Chun. It was just to probe Xiao Chen's strength. However, Yi Ling, who originally did not think much of it, thought that he could easily suppress Xiao Chun with the two immortal statues. Now, it looked like that was just wishful thinking. He finally believed the treasure master's words. After succeeding in one strike, Xiao Chun stopped chasing. His figure flashed, and then he smashed the sea with his palm. Bang! The sea water parted, revealing a huge immortal statue at the bottom. A saber was stabbed into the back of the statue. Xiao Chun descended and drew the lunar shadow saber. Kassier. The great Tao energy exploded within the statue, shattering it in front of Xiao Chun. This did not surprise Xiao Chun. The immortal statue was already severely injured by the flawless saber technique in the first place. In the end, the transcendent divine weapon containing great Tao energy dealt a fatal blow. It would be hard for the immortal statue not to shatter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sonic booms rang out from behind. When Mo, Chun, Lan Tianji, Yu, and the others saw that the danger was over, they flew over. "Big Brother Xiao," Immortal Chun said, wanted to explain something. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to say anything. I understand. Are the people of the Dragon's Gate fine?" Immortal nodded and said, "They're fine. After I received the news, I gathered the people of the nearby islands in Heaven Dragon City. I originally thought that the two statues would attack Heaven Dragon City. Who knew? They did not do anything. At that time, I had my suspicions." Xiao Chun said, "They are testing my strength. The treasure master will probably make a move on the Dragon's Gate at the last moment." Immortal Chun quickly suggested, "How about we leave now?" During this period of time, Heaven Dragon City has already been completely established. It is connected to the entire Heavenly Star Island and can fly the entire island to the continent. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "It has not reached that stage yet. I still have to go and rescue the three immortal holy lands. I can't just watch as they get destroyed. Furthermore, will it be safe to flee to Kunlun Mountain?" "What do you mean, Big Brother Xiao Chun?" The others did not understand what Xiao Chun meant, revealing doubtful expressions. As Xiao Chun studied the statue fragments, he said, "If I guessed right, the treasure master has a deep connection to the Dark Church. This is just the beginning. Soon, the world-destroying demonic calamity will descend. At that time, there will be no place in the entire Kunlun realm that is absolutely safe." Upon hearing this, The expressions of Lan Tianji and the others changed slightly. Clearly, they had not expected that the matter of the heavenly starry ocean was just the beginning. Hey! Xiao Qin pushed aside the statue fragments and found a heart-shaped stone. When he held it in his hand, he could actually hear the sound of a heartbeat. Long ago, the immortal statues must have been living immortals. However, they used secret techniques and magic skills to become like this. Logically speaking, their bodies should not have any life force. However, this heart still had some life force. Immediately, Xiao Qin understood a little. The treasure master controlled these immortal statues and supported them with this heart in his hand. The treasure master should have used the puppet pearl to activate these hearts and then gain control of them. In other words, as long as the treasure master shattered the immortal statue's heart, this huge killing machine would be nothing more than a pile of rocks. No wonder Yi Ling quickly retreated after Xiao Qin shattered the immortal statue's heart with heartbreaking. If Yi Ling had not retreated, that immortal statue would have slowly died from the shattering of its heart. How unfortunate! If Yi Ling left now, there would definitely be a way to repair it. If only Xiao Qin had hardened his heart and chased for a while longer, he would have left the two immortal statues behind. Big Brother Xiao, what are you thinking about? Mo Chan asked when she saw that Xiao Qin remained silent for a long time. Xiao Qin revealed a smile and said, I think I roughly know some of the weaknesses of these immortal statues. Come back with me. I have to go to the Blue Dragon Palace to confirm it first. At the secret island where the treasure master's residence was, many warships and war chariots dragged countless cultivators over like they were livestock. All the cultivators had their cultivations crippled and were tied up with ropes. Then, they were piled up in a huge cave in the treasure master's residence. The treasure master watched all this expressionlessly, entering deep thought. This is not enough. The quality of these cultivators is too low. It is not enough to summon the demonic god back. I need to break through the 3 immortal holy lands. There are countless high-level Emperor Wu there. Lord Treasure Master, the young treasure master is back. A subordinate came to report. The treasure master nodded slightly and said, Let him come over. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, walked over while trembling with fear. He lowered his head and said, Father, you are right. 2 immortal statues indeed cannot kill him. The treasure master did not show any surprise. He said indifferently, Explain the process in detail. Tell me everything that you saw in detail. After Yi Ling finished, the treasure master sighed and said, Nurturing a tiger is a calamity. I guessed long ago that he would grow into a great problem for me. Unfortunately, I could not steel myself to eliminate him like how I eliminated the Thunder King. However, that's fine. This time, even if the Qing Emperor were alive, no one would be able to stop me. Chapter 1506. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Qin held the immortal statue's heart as he consulted the old dragon horse and the other seniors. Seniors, this is the heart of the immortal statue. It still has a strong life force. Do any of you know of any puppet techniques in the outside world that can control an ancient era's immortal body? The moment the question was posed, the old dragon horse and the others laughed. This confused Xiao Qin. The young woman said, Let me explain. The development of puppetry in the outside world is far beyond what you can imagine. Not to mention the immortal bodies of the immortal epoch, even bodies from dozens of epochs ago, can be controlled. In my opinion, this immortal statue's strength is far greater than this. However, due to the laws of the Kunlun realm, they are limited to a limit, unable to advance further. As for the methods, there are simply too many. There are thousands of clans and sects that are famous for their puppetry techniques. When Xiao Qin heard this, he blushed with shame. No wonder these seniors would laugh. In the end, it was still a problem of their horizons. If a 3-year-old child were to ask him whether it was amazing to lift a mountain rock, he would also laugh involuntarily. The azure-clad man said sullenly, You can't say that. After all, this is the Kunlun realm, an abandoned land. Even if experts from the outside world came in, their strength would not surpass that of a supreme being. To be able to control so many immortal statues is also an extremely impressive feat, a thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He asked, "Seniors, do you know if there's a faction called the Dark Church in the outside world? Even if you didn't tell us, we would have told you." Back then, when the Qing Emperor was fighting with this group of people, the Qing Emperor didn't kill them. Based on our speculation, the Nether sect is not a simple sect. The green-clad man said as he looked at Xiao Chun. "What's not simple about it? How should I put it? In the outside world, there are very few sects and powers that call themselves sections. That's because being a sect is a taboo. Without a certain level of strength and foundation, if you dare to call yourself a sect, you will be suppressed by those big sects and be labeled as an evil sect. It will be very difficult for you to survive. You should know that a single sect in the outside world can spawn countless other sects, spanning 10 or even 100 greater thousand worlds. For example, Buddhism and Confucianism. There are tens of thousands of temples, big and small. Their incense sticks are flourishing and never waning. Therefore, any force that uses the name of a sect is either a small force that no one pays attention to, or a force that is terrifyingly strong." Xiao Chun hastily asked, "Is the Nether sect the former or the latter?" The green-clothed man entered deep thought. After a while, he said, "The outside world does not have a sect called the Dark Church. At the very least, the large sects do not have this name. However, when the Qing Emperor fought with this group of people back then, the Dark Church did not have this name. We guess that this Dark Church should be a large sect in the outside world. However, they changed their name in the Kunlun realm. To be able to spend so much money to operate in the banished lands, it's not something that a small cult can do." Xiao Qin was shocked. He did not expect the Nether sect to have such a powerful background. Then what is their purpose? Purpose? Their goal was, of course, the origin heart. After every epic ended, they would form an abandoned land with an origin heart. As long as they obtained the origin heart, they would have a chance to comprehend the mysteries of the epic's rise and fall. Aside from all this, the origin heart itself is a divine item. It can increase one's cultivation and comprehension of the Tao. Many major characters of the outside world would fight for it. The green-clothed man continued. However, very few people in the outside world have such intentions. Firstly, it is too difficult and time-consuming. Secondly, it goes against the heavenly Tao and affects one's luck. Even if I don't obtain the Heart of Origin, there will still be other benefits. For example, I can occupy this land of exile and develop it into the territory of my own sect, providing an endless stream of believers and strengthening the sect's incense. Hence, every abandoned land is similar to the Kunlun realm. There are existences like the Dark Church with all sorts of intentions. Xiao Chun finally understood. In the past, he always wondered why the Dark Church appeared out of nowhere. It turned out that even without the Dark Church, there would be other factions with the same intentions. As for the origin heart, Xiao Chun knew that it was in Kunlun Mountain. No wonder there were experts guarding Kunlun Mountain all year round, never leaving it. The experts of the various races would put aside their past enmity and defend the Kunlun realm together. Now, everything made sense. If the origin heart was snatched away, the Kunlun realm would become a wasteland. No matter which race it was, they would all perish, becoming slaves of others. If they did not work together to face the demonic calamity together, they would just be seeking their own destruction. What are you worried about? Don't overthink. As long as you're strong enough, you can salvage everything. Back then, the Qing Emperor did so. He fought against the entire Dark Church alone. If he can do it, so can you, the green-clothed man consoled. Xiao Chun looked at the immortal statue heart in his hand with a somewhat grave expression. He kept feeling that this demonic calamity was extraordinary. It would be different from the past demonic calamities. This would be a battle of true destruction. Never mind, I'm not thinking too much. After putting away the immortal statue heart, Xiao Chun stopped thinking about anything else. He said, "I feel that my strength is still somewhat unstable. How should I put it? It's like I have a treasure trove, but I don't know how to use it." The old dragon horse said softly, You just advanced to veritable personage and have yet to stabilize your veritable essence stage. Under normal circumstances, you would need at least 10 days to familiarize yourself with the power of veritable essence energy. At the same time, you would use the Blue Dragon Palace to stabilize your cultivation. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "This is not what I wanted. I'll rest for a while and go out again later. I cannot just watch as the 3 holy lands get destroyed. That way, the following demonic calamity will be even more difficult." The demonic calamity would descend soon. No matter how strong Xiao Chun was, he would not be able to do anything alone. Furthermore, these holy lands had more or less helped him. Be it out of righteousness or of favor, Xiao Chun had to help. Suddenly, Xiao Chun shifted his gaze and looked at the black-clad old man. "Senior, let me ask you something. Back then, why did the Qing Emperor get attacked by everyone after he returned to the Kunlun realm?" Back then, the Qing Emperor had a decisive battle with the Tianwu Emperor. After he defeated the Tianwu Emperor, the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world surrounded him and attacked him. Even the Dark Church's churchmaster made a move. All this was recorded in the documents. Xiao Chun knew about it long ago. The true mystery was that after the Qing Emperor dragged his severely injured body back to the Kunlun realm, he got attacked by everyone. Given the might of the Qing Emperor, even if he was severely injured, no one should have dared to touch him. Who was it? Who was the leader? The leader had to be extremely prestigious. Otherwise, there would not be so many people responding to his call. Later generations did not record this part of history. Clearly, they were wary of this person's identity. Although the Qing Emperor walked the demonic Tao, no matter what, Xiao Chun was still a descendant of the Qing Emperor. In Xiao Chun's previous life, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord successfully reincarnated. Perhaps the Qing Emperor had something to do with it. Logically speaking, Xiao Chun was qualified to know about this part of the past. Big Brother Dragon. The black-clad old man raised his head and looked at the old dragon horse. The old dragon horse nodded heavily before the black-clad old man said, "Back then, when the Qing Emperor returned to the Kunlun realm, the one who dealt the fatal blow was none other than the Thunder King." When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. It was like a clap of thunder rang out in his mind. This was really something that he couldn't have imagined no matter what. Before the Thunder King disappeared, the Thunder King had been protecting Xiao Chun, even going up against 3 primes for Xiao Chun's king conferral ceremony. Although Xiao Chun had not seen the Thunder King's true body, he had always respected this senior in his heart. Actually, you should be able to guess who was second only to the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago. Who dared to make a move against the Qing Emperor? Furthermore, who was capable of dealing a fatal blow to the severely injured Qing Emperor? The black-robed old man said softly. Xiao Chun remained silent, not daring to believe it. However, he simply could not think of any rebuttal. Disregarding emotional factors, the Thunder King was indeed the most likely candidate, if not for the fact that he had always existed. Why did the later generations hide that part of history? This had always been a mystery. It was because of the Thunder King's interference that this part of history was not passed down. The Thunder King had the ability and prestige to do so. The various holy lands did not dare to not give him face. Chapter 1507. After a while, Xiao Chun recovered his wits from this news. He looked at the black-clad old man and asked, "The Thunder King should have his reasons for doing this, right?" The black-clad old man nodded and said, "The Qing Emperor entered the Tao as a demonic cultivator. How could ordinary people understand what he did? He provoked some irrelevant people who pointed fingers at him in secret and held a deep grudge against him. In the Martial God Palace, there are some clowns jumping around behind the Martial God Palace. I do not know how those people persuaded the Thunder King." Then, the Thunder King dealt the Qing Emperor a fatal blow the moment he returned to the Kunlun realm. When Xiao Chun heard the black-clad old man's words, he felt like laughing. However, he could not. Everything had 2 sides. One could not just listen to one side of the story. If one listened to the black-clad old man's words, the Qing Emperor was definitely a wise, decisive, tyrannical person and a man of his word. Even though he entered the Tao as a demonic cultivator, in the eyes of the old man, That was just a Tao that ordinary people could not understand. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the Qing Emperor was no different from a demon, affecting the interests of many people. His arbitrary actions also dissatisfied many people and attracted a lot of hatred. One side was the artifact spirit of the Qing Emperor, and the other was a group whose interests were affected by the Qing Emperor. However, each side took half, which was more or less the truth. From a purely objective point of view, Xiao Chun looked at it from an outsider's point of view. Neither side did anything wrong. Children understood the reason, and adults understood the pros and cons. Everyone just had their own desires. The Qing Emperor entered the Tao as a demonic cultivator. He walked the path of supremacy, killing decisively and treating human lives like ants. The other party's interests were damaged, and for a long time, they did not dare to voice their anger. Naturally, they would beat the dog when it was down, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. This seemed very normal, with nothing out of the ordinary. However, Xiao Chun still had a question. Why did the Thunder King make a move? Could it be that the Thunder King thinks that the Qing Emperor is a great devil because he wants to get rid of demons? However, this was not normal. If there were no benefits involved, why would the Thunder King take such a risk? What benefits did the Thunder King seek? Although he was the palace master of Bushin Palace was actually in the hands of the three holy masters. The Thunder and Lightning Palace under Xiao Chun's banner had always been on par with the Supreme Sky Sect. Don't listen to him, the man in blue said. We can't bear to see what the Qing Emperor did in the past. Although it is said that the fittest survive, there are always some basic principles in this world. But the Qing Emperor, the old dragon horse, interrupted. Forget it. Don't say anymore. You can keep asking about the Qing Emperor's matters. The past is already gone with the wind. You just have to remember not to walk down the same path as the Qing Emperor, right? The Qing Emperor is a sinful person with a startling evil air. Even in the outside world, very few people are as sinful as him. Back then, he did not obtain the inheritance because of his sins, unable to walk out of the Kunlun realm. The girl in her prime said slowly, advising Xiao Chun not to think about this matter. Inheritance? At the mention of inheritance, Xiao Chun recalled that there did not seem to be any benefits from the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance. The man in blue smiled and said, No benefits? If it were another Dragon Emperor's inheritance, how could it help you break the restrictions and advance to veritable personage? You are a classic example of a well-fed man who does not know the suffering of the hungry. To become a god, one must first become a human. The veritable personage realm is an important dividing line on the path of the martial Tao. Who knows how many people have been stuck there? It is rare to see someone break through as easily as you did. Xiao Chun smiled and did not argue. The man in blue said that he was a well-fed man who did not know the suffering of the hungry. However, the man in blue did not know that the cultivators of the Kunlun realm suffered much more than the cultivators of the outside world. Along the way, Xiao Chun's life had hung by a thread many times. He had suffered in pain many times and risked his life many times. Furthermore, there was the Scarlet Emperor's Road, the 10,000 steps of the Emperor's Road. Each step was a calamity, and each step hurt his heart. However, Xiao Chun had never been willing to argue too much. The other party was also a senior. The old dragon horse said, You still cannot come into contact with the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance yet. However, he left some things in the Blue Dragon Palace. Do you want to go and take a look now? Not for now. I want to go to the Bright Moon Palace to take a look first and do my best to bring out the 3 Holy Lands. The old dragon horse said sullenly, Right. That's good too. However, after this matter is over, you need to go to the Blue Dragon Palace's medicinal pool and soak in it to stabilize your cultivation. Otherwise, it will be problematic if your foundation is damaged. Many thanks, Senior. I will definitely return safely. After walking out of the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chun looked at the sky above. The heavy rain and strong winds had already scattered the dark clouds for 50 kilometers around. The clear sky was occupied by hazy, blood-colored spiritual clouds. No light could be seen, and no sun could be seen. After learning about the Dark Church's origins and how the Thunder King injured the Qing Emperor, Xiao Chun felt very depressed. The old dragon horse said that the past was gone with the wind. The past was already the past. However, Xiao Chun wanted to say that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation and had an inextricable connection to the Qing Emperor. The cause of the past resulted in today's results. Everything was not over yet. The past was gone with the wind. However, what was blown away was the autumn wind. What came in was an even colder east wind. Imo-chan walked over from afar. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and asked, "Is there any news of Yu Bingyan?" Coincidentally, Yu Bingyan happened to be in Bright Moon City. After the Dragon's Gate was re-established, her relationship with the Lunar Palace improved significantly, so they frequently visited each other. That is what I wanted to say. Bingyan just used a messaging token to contact me, telling me to bring the people of the Dragon's Gate and leave as soon as possible. The Lunar Palace seems to be unable to hold on. There's a total of 8 immortal statues surrounding Bright Moon City. Imo-chan said somewhat anxiously. Before I could say anything about Big Brother Xiao returning, her messaging token shattered. I believe that she guessed that she was in the middle of the battle at that time. Big Brother Xiao, are you going over immediately? You know what I mean? After saying that, Xiao Chun brushed past Imo-chan. When Imo-chan turned her head back, she could only see Xiao Chen's departing figure. There's no need to worry. I will be back. If there are other people fleeing to the Dragon's Gate, just open the city gates. Heavenly Star Island will be fine. Heavenly Starry Ocean, Bright Moon City. This grandest city of the Heavenly Starry Ocean was currently suffering from a calamity. The Treasure Master seemed to know that the Lunar Palace was hard to deal with. The Treasure Master purposely sent 8 immortal statues. There were only 18 immortal statues in total, nearly half of them. The gargantuan immortal statues surrounded Bright Moon City. The island shattered, and Bright Moon City looked like a bright moon on the vast island. It bobbed up and down in the sea. A ring of gentle golden light encircled the entire city. From a distance, it looked like a golden full moon. The 4 immortal statues continuously executed all sorts of magic skills at the ring of golden light, trying to break this barrier. Lightning, ice, and fire formed all sorts of mysterious phenomena. Sometimes they were huge hands holding up the sky. Sometimes they were ancient ferocious beasts. The Lunar Palace disciples in Bright Moon City and the cultivators fleeing here all panicked. Heaven-shaking noises resounded by his ears, reverberating endlessly. The city was flipped upside down, swaying left and right. The Lunar Palace disciples all performed their duties, doing their best to maintain the protective formation, not letting the magic skills of the immortal statues break the barrier. In the sky, the Bright Moon Empress, Yu Bingyun, and a group of Lunar Palace elders resisted the attacks of the 4 immortal statues. If not for them blocking the combined attacks of the 8 immortal statues, the barrier at the city gates would have broken long ago. Once the barrier broke, the 1 million cultivators in the city and the tens of thousands of Lunar Palace disciples would all die. Even further away, the black-clad people of the Treasure Master's residence rode many war chariots. They watched all this like tigers watching their prey. Once the city was broken, they would immediately charge in. The Holy Lands were all elite cultivators. Their chi and blood were flourishing, which would be useful for the blood sacrifice. Palace Master, we can't hold on much longer. These immortal statues do not know fatigue. They fought with us for a long time, but they do not show any signs of fatigue. A female Lunar Palace elder said with great difficulty, her complexion pale. The Bright Moon Empress frowned slightly. Although she still had some combat prowess, these elders could not hold on any longer. Without the help of these elders, the Bright Moon Empress was simply too much to handle the 4 immortal statues alone. Up in the sky, the colossal bodies of the immortal statues advanced boldly, forcing the Bright Moon Palace's people into a continuous retreat. Retreat to Bright Moon City. Seeing that defeat was imminent, the Bright Moon Empress shouted and sent out a vast bright moon, barely pushing back the 4 immortal statues, buying everyone a chance to retreat. Just at this moment, Mooncake Cloud's eyes lit up in excitement. She pointed into the distance and said, Master, look! The bright Moon Empress looked in the direction Mooncake Cloud pointed and saw a white-clad silhouette at the limits of her vision. This person moved 50 kilometers with each step, appearing slow but actually urgent. Wherever he passed, the raging winds and roaring waves became tranquil beneath his feet. Chapter 1508. It's Xiao Chun. The bright Moon Empress's eyes lit up. However, they soon dimmed. Even she found these immortal statues difficult to deal with. So what if Xiao Chun came? With 8 immortal statues, the Lunar Palace would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Chun is coming. Quick, stop him. At this moment, the Treasure Master's people also discovered the white-clad Xiao Chun slowly approaching from a sea. The cultivators controlling the immortal statues all sent their thoughts into the pearls in their hands. The 4 immortal statues, chasing the bright Moon Empress's group, turned around and launched themselves at Xiao Chun. The 4 immortal statues turned around and charged over, standing side by side. They covered the entire sky, projecting a large shadow. The sky in Xiao Chun's world turned dark. Oh no! The expressions of the bright Moon Empress, Yu Bingyun, and the others instantly changed drastically. 4 immortal statues attacked Xiao Chun at the same time. How could he resist? Bang! 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 However, the situation in the next moment exceeded everyone's expectations. 4 loud sounds rang out in an extremely short amount of time. They sounded like they rang out at the same time, ear-splitting and deafening. The 4 immortal statues that turned around and charged over each took a few steps back. With each step, huge waves surged up on the sea. A white figure appeared in front of the immortal statues. After Xiao Chun knocked back these 4 immortal statues, he flashed a few times and met up with the Bright Moon Empress's group. Xiao Chun, the Bright Moon Empress was incredibly shocked. She could knock back 4 immortal statues at the same time as well. However, she would need to use a killing move. She could not do it as casually as Xiao Chun. As she looked at the current Xiao Chun, she felt that he had gained an unfathomable air. Senior, let's return to the city and make preparations. Once you retreat to Heavenly Star Island, everything will be fine. Xiao Chun took a quick look. The moonlight-like golden barrier around Bright Moon City had already dimmed significantly. For the Lunar Palace disciples in the city to last until now, they were probably exhausted. Xiao Chun could not hold on for too long. He did not have the confidence to defeat all 8 immortal statues. They could only help delay all the immortal statues and then help the Lunar Palace create an opportunity to retreat, doing their best to avoid casualties. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he smiled and nodded to Yu Bingyun in greeting. Then, he slowly moved back. With a flip of his body, he faced the 4 statues once more. This time, he took the initiative. Heartbreak. Without much hesitation, Xiao Chun used his trump card against the immortal statues, the Flawless Saber Technique's heartbreaking stance. This move specialized in breaking the enemy's new heart. It had a miraculous effect on the celestial statues, whose weakness was their heart. The 7 deadly sins combined into one. Xiao Chun's heart split open, and intense pain spread throughout his body. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun sent out a saber light that many could not see. Kacha! The chest of a celestial statue that was struck instantly shattered, and a huge hole appeared in it. He staggered and fell from the sky into the sea, creating a huge splash. What's going on? The hidden cultivator controlling the immortal statues in the Treasure Master's residence was greatly startled. In his fluster, the Treasure Master no longer dared to let this injured immortal statue fight. He only used the other 3 immortal statues to surround and attack Xiao Chun. When the Bright Moon Empress, as well as the cultivators and Lunar Palace disciples on the city walls, saw this scene, they all felt excited. It's the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. He is here. We are saved. Seeing Xiao Chun defeat the originally invincible immortal statues with one saber strike, hope appeared in these people's hearts. The Bright Moon Empress said decisively, "Let's go. Quickly return to the city and prepare to retreat to Heavenly Star Island." Originally, the Bright Moon Empress had her doubts about Xiao Chun's strength. After seeing this scene, the Bright Moon Empress trusted Xiao Chun unconditionally. Among the crowd, only Yu Bingyun saw the painful expression in Xiao Chen's eyes when he used this move. Bingyun, let's go. Seeing that Yu Bingyun did not move, the Bright Moon Empress quickly said. Yu Bingyun recovered her wits and gave Xiao Chen a deep look before following her master into Bright Moon City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Using his advantage in movement techniques, Xiao Chun moved quickly in the air and on the sea, dodging the attacks of the three immortal statues. He moved about freely amid the dense attacks of the immortal statues, appearing somewhat relaxed. Xiao Chun split off a portion of his consciousness to watch the four immortal statues continuously use all sorts of magic skills to attack Bright Moon City. He entered deep thought. Only Bright Moon City, with its deep accumulations, could withstand such attacks. If it were another holy land, they would only last for a while before breaking the city. However, no matter how deep their accumulations were, they would eventually run out. Xiao Chun had to think of a way to lure these four immortal statues over. Only then could he give Bright Moon City a chance to retreat. Otherwise, if the immortal statues kept attacking, there would be no way to retreat. When the heavenly snow divine flame appeared, it was like a small world with a cold wind blowing and snowflakes flying. Go! Xiao Chun waved his hand, and everywhere the heavenly snow divine flame passed, the sea froze. The cold chi spread out. Chi! Chi! The four statues in the distance instantly froze, unable to move. Damn it! The Treasure Master's residence's cultivator, controlling the immortal statues, discovered that this flame was extremely strange and extremely hard to eliminate. He could not help cursing. Without the attacks of the magic skills, Bright Moon City instantly turned quiet. Deafening rumbles echoed in everyone's ears. Let's go. The Bright Moon Empress looked gratefully at the white figure in the distance. Then, she used this opportunity to scatter the golden barrier protecting the entire city. She infused the energy of all the disciples into another formation. Boom! Bright Moon City soared into the air, flying through the clouds. What should we do? Bright Moon City flew away. The Treasure Master's residence's people panicked. The Treasure Master had designated the three holy lands as existences that had to be broken. Even after sending in 8 immortal statues, the Lunar Palace still managed to fly away. There was no way they could account for this. Capture Xiao Chun. He alone is enough. The leader looked at Xiao Chun with extreme hatred in his eyes. Crack! The 4 immortal statues sealed in ice finally expelled the heavenly snow, divine flame from their bodies and regained their ability to move. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he felt that it was unfortunate. If these immortal statues were alive, the effects of the rank 3 heavenly snow divine flame would be far more than that. However, this was fine as well. Xiao Chun had achieved his goal. Bright Moon City took this opportunity to leave, avoiding a calamity of destruction. Dong! 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 Loud sounds came from the surface of the sea. 7 huge, immortal statues rushed toward Xiao Chun. The strong pressure turned into an overwhelming tsunami that pushed Xiao Chun into the air. Xiao Chun stood firmly on the tsunami, bobbing up and down along with it. Bright Moon City, which was quickly moving away in the clouds, looked like a bright moon, flickering in and out of existence. The Lunar Palace's people and countless cultivators stood on the city walls. As they looked at the white-robed bladesmen moving up and down on the top of the waves, they felt the back of the Blue Dragon King. Compared to the 7 immortal statues, the Blue Dragon King appeared faint and lonely. As Bright Moon City went further away, Xiao Chen's figure also vanished from these people's sight. However, that proud and aloof white figure at the top of the waves would forever remain in everyone's heart. Dao! Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and shouted. Then, he spread out all the great Dao energy behind him. A vast Dao might radiated from Xiao Chen's body, and the 7 immortal statues all paused in their steps. Dao! Xiao Chen shouted again, and his great Tao energy condensed into a point and soared up from behind him. A boundless light spread out from Xiao Chen's body, making him look like a powerful treasure saber. The Tao might soar again, becoming sharper and filled with sharpness. The 7 immortal statues trembled and took half a step back. The 7 deadly sins in Xiao Chen's hand turned into 7 beams of light and shot out. The great Tao energy behind him supported the 7 divine swords, making them boundlessly resplendent, illuminating the sea region for 5,000 kilometers around. The people in Bright Moon City, who had already retreated far away, were startled by this saber light and looked over. Chapter 1509. The 7 divine weapons containing great Tao energy all struck the chests of the immortal statues. Kassier. Cracks spread out from the chests of the immortal statues, and all the immortal statues were knocked back 100 meters. The 7 divine weapons were like toothpicks before such a huge statue. However, it was these 7 insignificant divine weapons that knocked the 7 immortal statues into the air. The 7 divine weapons inconceivably knocked the 7 immortal statues into the air, causing them to shatter into pieces. As Xiao Chen looked at the immortal statue's condition, he entered deep thought. Even after infusing great Tao energy into it, the immortal statue would not be able to withstand it. Even when he infused great Tao energy into them, he still struck the immortal statue's weakness. However, the effect was not as good as the heartbreaking stance. Clearly, the other party knew that the chest was the weakness of the immortal statues. Hence, the defense was much stronger. Only a martial technique like the heartbreaking stance, which attacked from the inside, would be effective. Attacking from the outside would be extremely difficult. However, this was only what Xiao Chen thought. If others saw Xiao Chen knocking back the 7 immortal statues with one strike, they would definitely be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. At the top of the waves, Xiao Chen soared into the air, and the 7 divine weapons quickly returned. Xiao Chen glanced at the treasure master's residence's war chariots in the distance. Then, he wondered whether he should charge over or not. He glanced into the distance at the treasure master's residence's war chariots, wondering if he should charge over. Xiao Chen glanced at the treasure master's residence's war chariots in the distance. Then, he wondered if he should charge over. It would be difficult to find the person controlling the statues in the war chariots. Instead, he would end up in the trembling of the 7 immortal statues. That would not be good. There were also the 2 holy lands, Zodiac Hall and Myriad Fiend Island, that he needed to save. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he left without hesitation, quickly flying towards the nearby Zodiac Hall. The treasure master's residence's cultivators watched as Xiao Chen left. However, they did not dare to give chase. In Zodiac Hall, a piece of news quickly reached the holy son Chu Yang's hands. Master, good news! Good news! Chu Yang shouted excitedly as he barged into the cyclic astral palace's important place in joy. This was the seabed of the Star Palace that Xiao Chen had come to once before. There was the Yin-Yang flame pool, and the Star Lord and a group of Star Palace elders were all gathered here. The Star Lord and the many elders all poured their primordial chaos power into the 2 flame pools. The origin power of the Star Palace's grand protective formation came from these 2 yin-yang flame pools. Right now, the 4 immortal statues were outside the Star Palace, using all sorts of great abilities to bombard the barrier protecting the sect. The upper echelons of the Star Palace didn't stop for even a moment. They continued to pour in their primordial mist power. This was to ensure that the sect protecting formation could continue to operate. But looking at the situation, the immortal statue's magic power was abundant, far surpassing that of these people. If they were to compete in terms of endurance, they probably wouldn't be able to compete at all. It was only a matter of time before the formation broke. The destruction of a Star Palace was inevitable. The higher-ups like them could still rely on their own strength to escape, but the weaker elders and disciples would not be able to escape. Most of them could not escape death and became sacrifices to the demonic god. Suddenly, he saw Chu Yang barging in and shouting. The group of elders immediately revealed displeased expressions. Chuyang, didn't we say that this is an important place and not to casually enter? Can't you see that this is a life-and-death situation? How can we be distracted? The Star Lord, who was seated cross-legged in the air, opened his eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued. He said softly, "Elders, please calm down. Chuyang, tell us what happened for you to be so agitated." Chuyang calmed himself down and nodded. "Master, we just received news that the Blue Dragon King Shao Chun delayed 8 immortal statues alone, successfully helping the Lunar Palace out of danger. Now, Bright Moon City has soared into the sky and is rushing towards Heavenly Star Island. I heard that Shao Chun moved back to the Blue Dragon Palace. That place is currently the safest place in the Heavenly Starry Ocean." "How can that be?" The group of elders was incredibly shocked. When they heard this news, they nearly stopped what they were doing. That's impossible. Just one immortal statue has the strength of a prime. Furthermore, this immortal statue has a huge, fleshly body, and its movements are swift. It is not stiff at all, and it even possesses immortal arts and divine abilities. Yes, it must be a rumor. We must not believe in rumors at this time. No matter how powerful the Blue Dragon King is, it's impossible for him to hold up 8 immortal statues at once. Many of the elders had witnessed the strength of the immortal statues, so they remained cautious and refused to believe the news. Only a strange light flashed in the cyclic Astral Lord's eyes. It was sharp, but it disappeared in a flash. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked toward the entrance of the forbidden area. Of course, we don't have to believe in rumors, but if it's not a rumor, then we have to believe it. Xiao. At the entrance of the forbidden ground, Shao Chun, dressed in white, suddenly barged in and looked straight at the Star Lord. Shao Chun. The man in white who barged in was naturally Shao Chun. Strangely enough, as soon as he arrived at the waters near the Zodiac Hall, the 4 immortal statues discovered him. The people of the Treasure Master's residence immediately retreated without fighting, quickly leaving. It was like they feared that they would lose more immortal statues if they fought with Shao Chun. Before the people of the Cyclic Astral Palace could react to what was going on, Shao Chun's arrival resolved the danger. Shao Chun did not even make a move. With just one exchange, he scared away all these people. The people of the Treasure Master's residence should have already obtained Shao Chun. The 8 immortal statues could not trap Shao Chun. The 4 immortal statues could no longer trap Shao Chun, so they might as well leave. That way, they would not have to fight with Shao Chun and lose an immortal statue. That would be too much of a heartache. After hearing Shao Chun's explanation, the Cyclic Astral Palace elders all felt incredulous. However, as more and more news came, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Cyclic Astral Lord. Those 4 immortal statues really fled in fear. The various palace masters are all confused and are asking for instructions on what to do next. The elders looked at the Cyclic Astral Lord, waiting for his decision. The Cyclic Astral Lord said indifferently, "Lift the highest state of alert and let the 36 Cyclic Astral Palaces take turns to rest." After a pause, he looked at Shao Chun and said, "Interesting. You already surpassed Prime, right?" Shao Chun nodded and said, "You can say that." The Cyclic Astral Lord revealed an excited smile. "It looks like my judgment is really accurate. The decision I made back then was completely correct." However, Shao Chun did not have a good impression of the Cyclic Astral Lord, so he was not willing to speak too much with him. The danger is not over yet. If the Cyclic Astral Lord is trustworthy, you can get the sect cultivators to retreat to Heavenly Star Island. That place is absolutely safe for now. After saying that, Shao Chun's figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. He had already left. The group of Cyclic Astral Palace elders stared at each other in confusion. Chuyang was completely distracted, feeling very complicated. No words could describe the bitterness in his heart. Naturally, the one in the best mood was the Cyclic Astral Lord. Shao Chun had surpassed Prime. His chances of leaving the land of exile had increased significantly. With the Oath Stone, the other party had to bring him out within 100 years. Pass down my orders. All sect disciples are to rush to Heavenly Star Island at full speed in half a day. The Star-Lord really believes in him. A few elders were still somewhat doubtful. The cyclic Astral Lord glared at this person and said sullenly, "Don't overthink it. This age is already his stage, just like the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago. If you don't believe him, there's no other way." When Xiao Chun arrived at the Demon Island, the same thing happened. Seeing that the Demon Island's enchantment was not broken before Xiao Chun arrived, the same thing happened. Under the control of the Treasure Master's residence, the 4 immortal statues quickly withdrew, no longer tangling with Xiao Chun. 2 days later, the news of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun successfully rescuing the 3 Holy Lands spread throughout the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean. Many sects were destroyed, and the cultivators fleeing in all directions went to Heavenly Star Island to seek refuge. As for the Treasure Master, for some reason, the immortal statues no longer made a move. The immortal statues stopped attacking, giving the many Holy Lands disciples a rare chance to catch their breath. The various remnant factions headed for Heavenly Star Island, one after another. Heavenly Star Island immediately became the center of the oceanic world. Chapter 15:10. Since Xiao Chun saved the 3 Holy Lands, the remnant factions of the various Holy Lands and countless cultivators fleeing for Heavenly Star Island. The originally bloody Heavenly Star Island welcomed a temporary peace, gaining some time to catch a breather. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. An even bigger storm was still slowly building up. The Treasure Master would not leave things at that. After all, the Treasure Master had taken the initiative to retreat from the Zodiac Hall and the 8 immortal statues on Myriad Fiend Island. No one knew what the Treasure Master's true intentions were or what ulterior motives he had. On the secret island where the Treasure Master's residence was, religious buildings with dark colors and a dark style were erected all over the island. The walls of the Black Temples had strange pictures that had never appeared in the Kunlun realm before. Countless strange statues stood in a huge plaza in the center of the island. A mysterious black cave in the plaza had an endless stream of cultivators being used as sacrifices. Horrified screams came from the depths of the cave before coming to a sudden stop. This made everyone's hair stand on end, making them tremble in fear. The cave was actually an altar that no one had seen before. The Treasure Master silently watched the cultivators being pushed into the cave. Aside from the saber scar on his face, no one could see his true appearance. It was like he was shrouded in fog, just like his mysterious identity. From the start to the end, the Treasure Master's true appearance had always been a mystery. Many black-clad old men stood at the edge of the altar, mending the complicated patterns. As cultivators poured in endlessly, a huge black figure appeared in the sky above the altar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures descended from the sky and landed behind the Treasure Master. The young Treasure Master, Yiling, was among them. These were the Treasure Master's sons. However, they were adopted sons and not the real ones. "Father, the strengthening of the immortal statues is complete. We can all use our magic treasures now." The young Treasure Master, Yiling, took a step forward, excitement flashing in his eyes. "We can use our magic treasures now." The Treasure Master turned around. His tone revealed some interest as he said softly, "This group of people moves really fast. Let's go over and take a look." After he finished speaking, he opened his hands and a huge black screen enveloped everyone. Then a black light flashed. The next time the Treasure Master appeared, he brought his adopted sons to the Penglai Sea. Yes, the maintenance and repair of the deity statues were all done by the cultivators of the Penglai Sea. Using the puppet pearl to imitate and refine the pearl was also the work of this group of immortal cultivators. 17 immortal statues hovered above the vast sea. One by one, cultivators wearing magic robes and stepping on all kinds of magic treasures flew around the immortal venerable. From time to time, a ray of spiritual light would shoot out and enter the statue. After experiencing the great battle, the immortal statue was completely renewed, becoming even more powerful. Marshal Granduncle, the treasure lord is here. A disciple quickly flew to an old man and bowed respectfully. This old man was the only remaining immortal venerate Yun Shun of the Penglai Sea. He was famous for his alchemy, and his alchemy fire had reached the pinnacle. His attainments in artifact forging were also quite deep. Naturally, the task of repairing the immortal statues was left to him. Hearing that the treasure lord had arrived, helplessness flashed on immortal venerate Yun Shen's face. Then, he waved his hand and dismissed the disciple. Then, he turned into a beam of flowing light and arrived at the transportation formation of the Penglai Sea. Fellow Taoist Yin Shun, I heard that the immortal statues can already use magic treasures. I have to credit you for this. The treasure lord smiled as he flew out of the transportation formation and greeted immortal venerate Yin Shun. Immortal venerate Yin Shun did not say much. Come with me. The group followed immortal venerate Yin Shun and arrived at the place where the 17 immortal statues were. Immortal venerate Yun Chun waved his hand, and the immortal cultivators around the immortal statues immediately scattered. Only the 17 immortal statues remained standing in the sea, looking at the group with cold gazes. The statues gave off heavy immortal might. Even though they had been dead for millions of years, the might of these statues still made one's heart palpitate. It was hard to imagine how strong they were when they were alive. It was even harder to imagine what kind of enemy could make such strong immortals unable to escape death in the end. As an immortal cultivator, immortal venerate Yin Shun felt very complicated as he stood before these immortal statues. Only when the treasure lord revealed a displeased expression did immortal venerate Yin Chun recover his wits. Then he took out the puppet pearl, and a beam of spiritual light shot out. Boom! An intense light burst out of the statues. The treasure lord's adopted sons were all knocked back. Only the treasure lord and immortal venerate Yun Chun managed to remain safe. The treasure lord's face, which others could not see clearly, revealed a satisfied smile. An ancient magic treasure flew out of every immortal statue. There were flying swords, war banners, bells, ancient mirrors. Not bad. With these magic treasures, the combat prowess of the immortal statues increased by more than 50%. Oh, by the way, have you thought of a way to make up for the weakness in the heart? Immortal venerate Yun Chun shook his head and said, there is no way around that. That move of the Blue Dragon King is an attack that comes from the inside. No matter how the exterior is strengthened, there is no way to avoid that move. The treasure lord frowned and said, how troublesome. Fortunately, he does not dare to use that move casually. Let's leave it at that, then. Father, when are we going to make our move and capture that group of people from Heavenly Star Island in one fell swoop? The young treasure master Yi Ling asked as he stepped forward. The treasure lord looked at the immortal statues and replied casually, there's no rush. Use the treasure pearls first and familiarize yourselves with how to control the immortal statues and use the magic treasures. After the treasure lord left, immortal venerate Yun Shun went to the waste of a spirit mountain in the Penglai Sea. A cultivator lived there, in a place where everyone in the Penglai Sea was immortal cultivators. This cultivator, who was not from the treasure lord's residence, was very different. This person looked very old and haggard. He looked very dispirited. However, he had a resounding name, Xie Chan Tian. That was right. This person was the good friend of the Thunder King back then. After the Thunder King died, he founded the eternal Heavenly Sword School, Xie Chan Tian. This was the person that Xiao Chun once searched for. As Xiao Chun guessed, he was indeed in the Penglai Sea. He left. Xie Chan Tian did not say who he was. However, immortal venerate Yin Chun knew that Xie Chan Tian was referring to the treasure lord. He left. Just like before, he is still unfathomable. He did not notice that you did something to him, right? It is not easy to hide from him. Xie Chan Tian sipped on his wine, as though he was talking about something insignificant and trivial. Immortal venerate Yin Chun said, he won't. I'm the only immortal venerate left in the world. No one can detect what I want to hide. No matter how strong he is, he will not discover it. Ha ha! You are crazy. For the sake of saving the Penglai Sea, two immortal venerates did not hesitate to die, seeking the ghost immortal Tao. However, you are personally sending the entire Penglai Sea to its grave. Siachan Tian took a large gulp of wine and guffawed somewhat crazily. He seemed drunk and sober at the same time. Immortal Venerate Yinshun looked at this pitiful person and said sullenly, "Actually, I always wanted to know why he did not kill you. Instead, he wasted so many resources to help you extend your life." Siachan Tian smiled and said, "It's fine. There is no harm in telling you. In any case, the situation is already set. He no longer cares about anything else. This is because in this world, only I have seen his true appearance. Only I know who he is. If he kills me, this news will spread to the entire world. However, it does not matter. Even if his identity is exposed now, it will not change anything. The situation is already set. The destruction of the Kunlun realm cannot be changed. What you are doing is pointless." Immortal Venerate Yin Chun took a sip of wine and remained silent, not objecting. Those who had not seen the Treasure Master's true strength would never know how strong he was. Sky Dome Realm, Ancient Desolate Land, Hidden Dragon Lake. Chu Chaoyun, who wore the uniform of the Tianwu dynasty's royal clan, looked at the empty grave of the Tianwu emperor without saying anything. After helping Xiao Chun in the Kunlun realm, Chu Chaoyun brought the Sky Dome heart to this place, where he had stayed until now. Chu Chaoyun was not here to reminisce. He did not have a good impression of the first-generation Tianwu emperor at all. That first-generation Tianwu emperor was a sinner in Chu Chaoyun's heart, an enemy that he wanted to get rid of even if he did his best. The first-generation Tianwu emperor clearly possessed overwhelming strength. However, after establishing the Tianwu dynasty, he left, not caring about anything. To Xiao Chun, the Tianwu dynasty was just like a toy in a game. Even if he knew that the dynasty was destroyed, he would not be able to do so. Even if he knew that the dynasty was destroyed, all the members of the royal clan would die a miserable death without exception. What was the point? Since he did not put in the effort, why bother creating a dynasty? Did he not know the disaster that the destruction of the dynasty would bring to the royal clan? That kind of pain and torture, the sorrow of hiding in the dark like a mouse, the other party would never understand. Chu Chaoyun would never know that there was a person. Since he was young, people told him that he was the last bloodline of the Tianwu emperor in the Sky Dome realm. As such, he received all sorts of inhumane training. Hatred burned in Chu Chaoyun's heart like fire. Two beams of light, one black and one white, quickly flickered around his body. Black lines appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face, looking like demonic lines. These were the negative effects of the clash between light and darkness. The pain that came from cultivating the state of primal chaos far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Darkness and light were the two most opposing attributes in the world. Every time they clashed, the pain they brought could make one wish for death. Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes. After a while, the black lines on his face slowly receded. When he opened his eyes again, he revealed a calm and carefree smile. Actually, most of the time, Chu Chaoyun did not care about anything. He was a forgetful person in the first place. Whoosh! Many figures descended from the lake above. All the influential people of the Tianwu dynasty's remnant races appeared. If cultivators of the other Sky Dome realm were here, they would be greatly astonished. These people were all major characters of the Sky Dome realm. Young Master, Senior Lung, you sent news. The 18 demon monarchs received orders from the Dark Church's Church Master and are all on standby. They will enter the Kunlun realm with just one command. Chu Chaoyun nodded to indicate his understanding. Very good. Continue to wait for orders. When they make their move, we will make our move as well. After a pause, Chu Chaoyun suddenly added, "Don't touch the Shao clan's people. Kill all the other factions who block you. Once we make our move, we need to occupy the Sky Dome realm in the shortest time possible." Chapter 1511. Everyone was making their final preparations. After returning to Heavenly Star Island, Xiao Chun did not show himself again. As more and more cultivators poured into Heavenly Star Island, things became extremely complicated. Many cultivators of different factions lived together in one city. It was hard to avoid conflicts. Clearly, it would be hard to manage this place with just the Dragon's Gate disciples. Fortunately, there were the three primes holding down the fort. There would not be any major disturbances, but small disturbances would come one after another. Over the past few days, Imo, Chun, and Lan Tianji had struggled to maintain order, managing all this mess. That was right, it was a mess. Some of the remnant factions were Holy Lands, some were ancient noble clans, and some were people of the evil sections. There were also many loose cultivator powerhouses, from sovereign martial emperors to ordinary martial saints. There were countless of them. Anyone who saw this chaotic flow of people, the refugees that poured in every day, would think of one word: chaos. This was not just an ordinary kind of chaos. The order that the heavenly starry ocean had maintained for 10,000 years had been broken. It would be hard not to fall into chaos. However, no matter how chaotic it was, they had to reorganize it. They could not allow it to fall into chaos. No one knew when the treasure master would charge over. These remnant factions and scattered cultivators needed to be reorganized. The upper echelon of the various factions argued nonstop. Some wanted to regroup and attack the root of the problem, eliminating the treasure master. Some suggested that with the Blue Dragon King escorting them, everyone could safely retreat to Kunlun Mountain. Everyone expressed their opinions, finding it hard to balance things out. Some wanted to live, and some could not bear to part with what they had built. Even though Mo Chun and Lan Tianji were smooth and slick people, they could not stop working, not daring to waste any time. After all, no one knew when the treasure master would charge over. The sooner they sorted things out, the better. To make use of these cultivators to defend Heaven Dragon City was the right path. Originally, Xiao Chun thought that with the Blue Dragon Palace's 5-element absolute ceiling formation, Heaven Dragon City should be safe. Later on, he found out that the 5-element absolute ceiling formation could not cover the entire Heaven Dragon City. At best, it could cover the area around the city lord's residence. He had no choice but to change his mind and use another array formation in the Blue Dragon Palace, the Worldly Absolute Dragon Array, to defend Heaven Dragon City. The Worldly Extinction Dragon formation was a pure defensive formation. Its weakness was that it did not initiate an attack. The advantage was that the defensive barrier was strong. If there were cultivators guarding the nodes, the defense would be even stronger. If it were at its peak, the Dragon's Gate disciples would have been able to block the attacks of these immortal statues. Now it was much weaker. However, Xiao Chun had passed down the Yin-Yang Saber formation, making up for the difference in offensive power. Therefore, no one in the dragon sect was idle. Everyone started to move. As for Xiao Chun, he naturally obeyed the old dragon horse's wishes. After returning, he immediately entered the Blue Dragon Palace. At this moment, the old dragon horse led Xiao Chun to a medicinal pool in the Blue Dragon Palace. The medicinal pool was bubbling with steam, and mist pervaded the air. Just by standing at the side, Xiao Chun could feel the ferocious medicinal energy surging in the medicinal pool without even soaking in it. The bubbling sounds were like ferocious beasts roaring and roaring. Xiao Chun could even vaguely see all sorts of desolate illusions in the mist. That was a vast illusion with all sorts of mutated beasts roaring proudly in the mountains and rivers, fighting with the world. There was a ferocious white tiger with wings on its back that could shatter mountains with one stomp. There was a white wolf with snow-white fur and proud eyes that stood on a glacier for 5,000 kilometers. There was a golden lion with 9 heads and scarlet eyes. There was also a huge snake with a dim light radiating from its entire body. That was an extremely terrifying scene. All sorts of mutated beasts fought with the world, and even with the gods. With just one look, Xiao Chun found it somewhat unbearable. However, the blue dragon divine blood in his physical body stirred strangely. It felt like Xiao Chun's blood was burning, his entire body surging with essence blood. The scarlet dragon seal, representing the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance, above the veritable essence energy lake in his dantian, trembled slightly. Xiao Chun showed a grave expression, sensing that this medicinal pool was extremely extraordinary. The old dragon horse revealed a proud expression as it said, "This is a medicinal pool made from the essence blood of 100 kinds of ancient ferocious beasts and 3,000 kinds of spirit herbs. During the great desolate Aeon, the pure-blooded dragon race ate raw meat and drank blood. The moment they were born, they would be baptized in this. Now, the pure-blooded dragon race is already extinct. The physical bodies of mixed-blood dragon race cultivators can endure the surging medicinal energy only when they reach the veritable personage realm. Now, only my blue dragon bloodline can possess this ancient medicinal pool in the entire dragon race. The medicinal pools in the other divine dragon inheritance palaces cannot compare to this." Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity why. Because of the blood-soaked dragon emperor. Every time this medicinal pool is used up, he has to add a new ancient ferocious beast's essence blood. The dragon race has declined, and there are very few opportunities to hunt ancient ferocious beasts on a large scale. In the martial epic, only the blood-soaked dragon emperor managed this. The blood-soaked dragon emperor. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, the blood-soaked dragon emperor still had such horrifying means. In the future, you will know of the blood-soaked dragon emperor's fame in the great Thousand Realms. He is the true legend of my dragon race. You can say that you obtained his inheritance. You are very fortunate and honored. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he asked, "However, when can I truly receive the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance? Can I use it now?" If he could use it, then the immortal statues outside and the treasure master would not be a match for him. The old dragon horse looked at Xiao Chun gravely. "Not to mention the fact that you are not strong enough to obtain the inheritance. Even if you could, don't use it. There is a limit in this abandoned land. Once you exceed a certain limit, you will suffer the attack of the heavenly Tao. If you do not want to die, don't ever use it carelessly. Also, don't use that martial technique that increases your combat prowess by 10 times. Such martial techniques are forbidden in the outside world. If you injure the enemy by 1,000, you will injure yourself by 10,000. It will leave hidden injuries in the physical body that are hard to recover from." Seeing that Xiao Chun did not seem to mind, the old dragon horse said sullenly, "Why is it called a forbidden art? It is because if you use it too much, you will forever lose the chance to become a deity." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. Unexpectedly, there were such severe consequences. Then, he thought of something and asked, "Is there really a deity?" "Of course. Every dragon emperor of my dragon race has to be a true god before they can assume the position. If you cannot become a deity, you will lose the chance to become a dragon emperor. Then, everything will be meaningless." "I understand. However, where is the limit?" The old dragon horse answered, "Right now, you have just entered the veritable essence stage, not even at small perfection. As long as you do not break through the veritable essence stage and enter the essence stage, you will be fine." Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. This meant that he still had a lot of room for improvement. As for the physical body, you have already cultivated the blue dragon body, nourishing art to the 3rd layer. You have to do your best to cultivate it to consummation. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "I would like to. However, I do not have a secret treasure with a dragon soul. My cultivation speed is very slow." Before the seniors of the dragon race died, they would nourish this medicinal pool with the dragon soul. This is to protect the descendants of the dragon race from being possessed or injured by the remnant souls of ancient ferocious beasts. Xiao Chun felt slightly shocked. This small medicinal pool was much more complicated than he imagined. "Let's not talk anymore. Enter the medicinal pool first and stabilize your cultivation. Do your best to stay here for a while longer." The old dragon horse gestured for Xiao Chun to enter. Then, it slowly left, leaving Xiao Chun alone. After glancing at the misty medicinal pool, Xiao Chun took off his clothes, revealing his well-proportioned muscles. Her fair skin looked somewhat delicate. However, The explosive power contained within her was even more ferocious than a clap of thunder. Plop! Xiao Chun gently landed in the medicinal pool. At first, he did not feel anything. After a while, he felt his entire body heat up and his mouth dry. As the medicinal energy permeated his body, the blood in his body started circulating rapidly like a gushing river. Bestial roars came from his body, sounding horrifying and scary. Xiao Chun was greatly startled. Such speed made it impossible for him to calm down. Not to mention entering a state where he forgot about everything else, cultivating his cultivation technique and stabilizing his cultivation. The ferociousness and tyranny of the medicinal energy far surpassed his expectations. Xiao Chun could not help roaring softly. Either he refined this medicinal energy or he vented out this energy. Otherwise, there would be only one result: exploding and dying. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt many ferocious beasts in the medicinal pool charging and biting at his physical body. When it rains, it pours. Bad news came one after another. Xiao Chen's face immediately darkened. This is just the baptism of an infant dragon? This is simply too strong. Xiao Chun felt somewhat suspicious. A medicinal pool of this level. If something goes wrong, he will die. Calm down. Calm down. Xiao Chun did his best to suppress the heat in his body and the anxiety in his heart. At this moment, there was no way out. Unless he jumped out now. However, that would not only be difficult, but it would also be a form of admitting defeat. He remembered that the old dragon horse told him to stay a while longer before it left. If the other party knew that he would come out after jumping in, who knew what expression it would make? However, what Xiao Chun did not know was that the old dragon horse and the other item spirits in the Blue Dragon Palace were all observing through a water screen in a meditation room at the side. Big Brother Dragon, isn't this too ruthless and risky? That is not the baptism of an infant dragon. It is the coming of age ceremony for an infant dragon. The girl in her prime could not help saying when she saw Xiao Chen's appearance, feeling some heartache. Risky? If I don't take risks, do I still have a chance? Back then, the Qing Emperor failed even though he was stronger than he was now. The situation now was even more complicated than 10,000 years ago. Xiao Chen's strength was not even comparable to the Qing Emperor's. There was only one result: failure. Not only will he die, but his friends and family will all die as well. The old dragon horse felt complicated in its heart. However, it still maintained an expressionless face as it spoke coldly. The black-clad old man said, "Don't worry. Even if Xiao Chun finds out, he will not blame us, because he will not be able to bear the consequences of failure." That was right. Xiao Chun was not afraid of death. However, if his friends and family were all going to die, he would definitely choose to risk it all. However, could the current Xiao Chun really endure this medicinal pool, which was originally used for the baptism of an infant dragon after it matured? Chapter 15:12. In the medicinal pool, Xiao Chen's life hung on the line. The ferocious medicinal energy caused his blood to surge. His blood was like a river, but it was not a clear and cool river. Instead, it was a river of magma that was burning with heat waves. Behind them, the ferocious beasts in the pool tore at their bodies. Every time they struck, they felt like vomiting blood. First, he had to solve the first problem. His qi and blood were surging too quickly, and the medicinal effects were too overbearing. There were two ways. The first was to vent it out, and the second was to refine it. It was obviously impossible to vent it out. That would be a waste. It was better not to enter the medicinal pool. There was only one way left, and that was to refine it. No matter how difficult it was, he had to refine it. Amid the pain and suffering, Xiao Chun did his best to remain calm. He had to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. However, it really was difficult. The medicinal pool contained the blood of over 100 types of archaic vicious beasts. After the medicinal strength was released, it would be tyrannical and ferocious. His entire body felt like it was about to burst open. Just withstanding this pain was incomparably difficult. The mysterious ferocious beasts in the pool would be interrupted when they tried to mobilize their quintessence with great difficulty. The greatest taboo for true essence was to be interrupted. If true essence flowed backward, it would burn one's meridians, and one's tendons would feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Once, twice, thrice. After more than 10 experiments, all of them ended in failure, and with every failure, the pain would intensify. Inside the cultivation room, the old dragon horse and the other item spirits could not bear to see this scene. Their hearts clenched. They had no choice but to be ruthless. Right now, Xiao Chun was still too weak. There was no chance of success if they wanted to deal with the crisis outside. 0. Little fellow, don't blame me for being ruthless. You are one of the lucky ones of the dragon race to obtain the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Unfortunately for you, you are weaker than many of your fellow geniuses in this banished land. At such a young age, he had to shoulder the entire Kunlun. This was an even greater misfortune. The old dragon horse sighed in its heart. If it knew what Xiao Chan had experienced along the way, it would have been shocked. This sigh would probably make them look at Xiao Chan in a new light. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Along the way, Xiao Chun had laughed, felt tired, cried, felt pain, and felt sad. He had already opened his eyes. At the very least, he lived in this world without being humble or pushy. He didn't bend his back or lower his head. He lived proudly until now. That was enough. Success. The azure-clad man, staring at the water screen, revealed an expression of joy and excitement. The old dragon horse quickly looked over. After failing 100 times, Xiao Chun finally succeeded in circulating the purple Thunder Divine incantation. All right, the normally calm and steady old dragon horse could not help but say good loudly. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but there was no need to fear the rugged and thorny road ahead. Only by taking the first step would there be a chance of success. If he didn't take that step, there was no chance of success when the purple Thunder Divine incantation circulated in the medicinal pool. It became like a huge whirlpool. The medicinal energy contained in the blood fell into the small lake, a veritable essence like a storm. The pressure that Xiao Chan faced immediately lessened, and the ferocious beating of his blood slowed down slightly. When the medicinal energy entered the originally calm, veritable essence lake, it instantly surged. However, this kind of surging was different from before. It made Xiao Chan feel incredibly comfortable. This was the veritable essence energy slowly solidifying and condensing as the medicinal energy infused into it. As the medicinal energy continuously refined, Xiao Chen's condition improved. The redness on his face also became more natural. It no longer looked as scary as before, like blood would flow out at any moment. Now, he looked much better. Whoosh! When the purple Thunder Divine incantation completed a great cycle, Xiao Chun spat out a long mouthful of turbid qi. He immediately felt refreshed, like his body had been purified. Suddenly, Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, and his right hand moved ferociously. Boom! Xiao Chun saw a ferocious beast being pulled out of the water. It was something formless. After it was pulled out, it struggled endlessly. It wanted to escape from Xiao Chen's hands. How could it be that easy? Now that he could divert some attention to deal with this ferocious beast, Xiao Chun naturally would not let it off. Xiao Chun clenched his fist, and the formless thing revealed itself. It turned out to be a huge snake giving off a dim light. However, it did not seem to be a true ferocious beast, just a strand of a ferocious remnant soul. It is already dead, yet it is still causing trouble. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, and he smashed it with a palm strike, scattering its body and soul. Plop! Plop! When the ancient ferocious beast remnant souls below saw the situation, they all leaped out of the water and launched themselves at Xiao Chun. These ancient ferocious beast remnant souls seemed to come to life in the hazy mist as they launched themselves at Xiao Chun. The entire scene was incredibly horrifying. The ancient ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts born during the Great Desolate Aeon. They were the descendants of the gods and demons, running amok in the great desolate continent. Xiao Chun frowned slightly as he felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. His entire body trembled. Roar! Just at this moment, a loud dragon roar came from below the medicinal pool. Dragon might surged out, forcing back all these ferocious beast remnant souls. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally quieter. The old dragon horse was right. There were indeed countless dragon souls guarding the bottom of the water. After Xiao Chun stabilized his cultivation, he could absorb these dragon souls to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. After the purple thunder divine incantation circulated 100 great cycles, the veritable essence energy lake in Xiao Chen's body turned from the original white to a pure purple. After the baptism of the purple thunder divine incantation, the veritable essence energy became even purer and denser. Xiao Chen's cultivation finally stabilized at small perfection veritable essence energy. What surprised Xiao Chun even more was that the remnant medicinal energy entered his sea of consciousness. The sea formed by magic energy expanded several-fold once again. It felt like he was about to reach a bottleneck. There was also his physical body. His vital qi continued to grow. His initial 1,000 dragon force had increased several-fold, reaching 3,000 dragon force. The 10,000 dragon force of the heaven-punishing corpse god, who used his physical body to substantiate his Tao, was no longer an unreachable existence to Xiao Chun. The many miraculous effects made Xiao Chun wonder if this medicinal pool was as simple as the old dragon horse made it out to be. However, this doubt passed in a flash. After the ordeal, Xiao Chun finally got used to the environment of this medicinal pool. I have to make good use of it. Xiao Chun relaxed his body and slowly sank down. After a long while, his feet touched the bottom of the medicinal pool, and he stood at the bottom. Xiao Chun did not dare to open his eyes. The essence blood of the ancient ferocious beasts in this medicinal pool was too tyrannical. Furthermore, the eyes were the weakest part of the body. If he got careless and burned his eyes, it would be problematic. Xiao Chen's 6 senses were very sharp. He could sense many dragon souls in the surroundings, some strong and some weak. These dragon souls all showed their goodwill to Xiao Chen's arrival. Several of them even took the initiative to come over, waiting for him to absorb them. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. It looked like many people would sink to the bottom of the medicinal pool. They would either use the dragon souls to strengthen their souls or cultivate some kind of cultivation technique like Xiao Chun. The dragon souls at the bottom of the medicinal pool were already used to it. This was kind of feedback. If one day, after Xiao Chun died, he would leave behind his dragon soul here to benefit his descendants. Xiao Chun no longer hesitated. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art at the bottom, where the medicinal energy was the most ferocious. The blue dragon body nourishing art had a total of 5 layers. Xiao Chun already cultivated it to the 3rd layer. As long as he made 2 breakthroughs at the bottom, he would reach peak consummation. According to the introduction of the blue dragon body nourishing art, after reaching peak consummation, the physical body would become the bona fide blue dragon war body. Xiao Chun could materialize the blue dragon war armor as he pleased. What he grabbed, it would be like the claw of an ancient blue dragon. He could easily tear apart the physical bodies of ferocious beasts as if they were dry weeds. At the same time, on the island of the Treasure Master's residence, the Treasure Master's adopted son finally returned from the Penglai Sea with 17 immortal statues. After the immortal cultivators refined these immortal statues, not only did their defenses increase significantly, but their movements also became more nimble. Even more horrifying was that they could now use magic treasures. Naturally, the magic treasures of the immortal statues were peak immortal equipment of the immortal epic. Now, the combat prowess of an immortal statue was more than twice as strong as before. However, the many cultivators and the 3 primes on Heavenly Star Island did not know about all this. This time, the Treasure Master did not hesitate. He directly ordered his 10-odd adopted sons to charge to Heavenly Star Island with the experts of the Treasure Master's residence. Chapter 15:13. In the City Lord's residence of Heaven Dragon City, Imo, Chun, and Lan Xiaobai counted the number of experts on Heavenly Star Island. Lan Xiaobai took out a stack of vellum and looked at Imo Chun. The numbers are out. Martial sages and below are ignored. The Blue-Robed Emperor has a total of 2,000 people, 300 minor Heavenly Emperor Wu, 80 greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, 20 sovereign martial emperors, and 10 Holy Lord level existences, including primes. So few, Imo Chun said with a frown. Indeed, very few. Before the Golden Age arrived, the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean's accumulations totaled about this many people. After the Golden Age arrived, people continuously broke through to Emperor Wu's level. Many of the older generation cultivators also advanced further. However, now, after the calamity, the Blue-Robed Emperor only had 2,000 people dead. Minor Heavenly Emperor Wu and Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu did not even have 400 people in total. As for Sovereign Martial Emperors, there were only 20. Most of these people were from the 3 Immortal Holy Lands. Excluding the 3 Immortal Holy Lands, there would be even fewer. The sudden appearance of 18 immortal statues was equivalent to 18 primes. Their destructive power was so great that it was no exaggeration to call it the end of the world. Lan Xiaobai nodded and said, "This is indeed too few. The entire Heavenly Starry Ocean probably lost more than 50% of its peak combat power. Actually, if they had organized things properly, they would not have suffered such great losses. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Starry Ocean is leaderless. I also do not know what happened to the Kunlun continent. To think that the Deity Dao Union and Bushin Palace did not send reinforcements. The Treasure Master's timing is too accurate." Imo Chun corrected. He did not choose this timing. He created it himself. Imo Chun believed that the Treasure Master had been planning for this day for a long time. If the Deity Dao Union and Bushin Palace had sent reinforcements, the Heavenly Starry Ocean would not have suffered such great losses. The Treasure Master could not have been unaware of this. He definitely had a hand in the matter of the Blue Dragon Palace. Lan Xiaobai smiled. "Don't worry about that now. There's good news. The Heaven and Earth Absolute Dragon Formation has been tested several times. It's enough to withstand the attacks of the immortal statues." However, Imo Chun was not very optimistic. There is another condition. If the strength of the immortal statue does not change, then dong dong dong. Just at this moment, footsteps came from outside the residence. Several Dragon's Gate disciples rushed in and reported, "Oh no, the Treasure Master's residence's people are charging over." Imo Chun and Lan Xiaobai suddenly stood up and instantly flew out of the hall, looking into the distance. At the end of their line of sight, they could see the upper body of the celestial statue. The immortal statue's eyes were cold and lifeless, as if it was already within reach. In reality, there was still a long way to go. It was just that these immortal statues were too tall. Like a towering mountain, it could be seen clearly from 100 li away. Prepare for battle. Imo Chun's expression remained calm. She had long expected that the City Lord's residence would not let this matter rest. The calm from before was just the prelude to the storm. It was the brewing of an even bigger storm. However, there was a shadow in her heart. The Treasure Master's residence's people were somewhat slow. Under normal circumstances, after the immortal statues were tidied up, the Treasure Master's residence would have charged over in one day. However, 8 days had already passed before the Treasure Master's residence made their move. To the city gates, Imo Chun did not have much time to think. After calling out to Lan Xiaobai, she flew towards the city walls. Many experts had already arrived at the eastern city gates. As they looked at the huge, immortal statue in the distance, they all felt very worried. Before the great calamity arrived, these people were either the sect masters or the clan heads of ancient noble clans. They were all tyrants of their regions. They could be said to be major characters of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. They definitely would not have any problems taking charge. However, Now that these major characters were gathered together and looked at the immortal statue, they did not have much confidence. City lords, can the worldly absolute dragon formation block the attacks of these immortal statues? The one who spoke was the clan head of an ancient noble clan. He still felt some lingering fear from the attacks of the immortal statues. The clan head of an ancient noble clan had a physical body that rivaled that of a prime, nimble and agile, strong magic skills, and a huge body. A mere statue of an immortal was enough to destroy his entire clan, causing the entire clan to be wiped out in an instant. If we cannot block it, let's retreat. The Heavenly Province Academy's vice sect master clearly lacked confidence. Back then, the three holy lands, the Inyang Paradise, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the Five Poison Sect, worked together to resist the immortal statues. In the end, they missed the best time to retreat and suffered heavy casualties. Even now, they still felt lingering fear. What's there to fear? With the Blue Dragon King and the three primes around, I don't believe that we cannot take down these 17 immortal statues. Rather than passively defending, we might as well take the initiative to fight. There are also people who did not give up on their ambitions and were very confident in Xiao Chen. However, they were in the minority. Most people tended to be conservative. If they could defend, they would defend. If they could not, they would retreat. After all, these people had feelings for the heavenly starry ocean and were tied to their interests. They could not just leave at a whim. Imo-chan felt somewhat helpless. She did not know how to answer these people's questions. When one's strength reached a certain level, all intelligence and schemes would seem very useless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures appeared. They were the Bright Moon Empress, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, and the Cyclic Astral Lord. The appearance of the primes immediately boosted the confidence of the people on the city walls. One had to know that these supremes had taken on quite a few immortal statues on their own back then. The Myriad Law Fiend Master looked at the immortal statues and said in confusion, "They are still playing this game? With the three of us working together, we can block 17 immortal statues. The Treasure Master is overthinking if he wants to use this to break through." The immortal statues were as strong as primes. However, they were inanimate objects in the end. In terms of intelligence, they were not as agile as primes. If the three primes worked together, they would be able to block 17 immortal statues. At the very least, they would not lose. The Bright Moon Empress frowned slightly. It is definitely not that simple. Given the Treasure Master's character, he will either not make a move or be confident of victory the moment he makes a move. The immortal statue this time will definitely be different in many ways. The Cyclic Astral Lord nodded and said, "That's right. The Treasure Master is sinister and crafty. He definitely came prepared." The Cyclic Astral Lord could be said to have suffered a great loss against the Treasure Master. Originally, he felt that even if the Treasure Master had some scheme, the three primes working together would be sufficient to suppress him. Before absolute strength, the Treasure Master would not be able to cause any trouble. Unexpectedly, when the other party turned hostile, he used absolute strength to suppress them, preventing them from causing any trouble. If not for Xiao Chen appearing out of nowhere and surpassing Prime, the consequences would have been dire. When the others heard the words of the primes, they all felt some disbelief. That can't be. If he is really that incredible, why did he not use it earlier? The person who threatened to charge out and fight with these immortal statues earlier said in disbelief. Right after that person spoke, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" Everyone looked over and saw a straight beam of light tearing through the clouds in the distance, quickly flying towards Heavenly Star Island. The three primes focused their eyes on it. When they saw it clearly, their expressions changed drastically. It's a sword. That was a 1-kilometer-long treasure sword. It had an exquisite design and flickered with a faint light. Even though it was 1 kilometer long, the cold light of the blade was still clearly visible, down to the finest detail. Imo-chan reacted very quickly. She crossed her hands and held the formation plate between them. Then, she closed her eyes and quickly formed hand seals. A bright light shot out from between her hands. Immediately, The Dragon's Gate disciples at the formation nodes in the city and the other cultivators all sensed it. The Dragon's Gate disciples quickly sat down cross-legged and activated the node they were at. Thousands of azure-colored pillars of light immediately soared up from the vast Heaven Dragon city. The pillars of light gathered in the sky. Emo-chun stretched out her hand, and a screen of light descended, encasing the entire Heavenly Star Island. Dang! The 1-kilometer-long sword also instantly descended at this moment. A loud sound spread throughout the entire city. All of Heavenly Star Island shook intensely. Fear and panic spread in everyone's heart. Chi! Chi! The sword tore through the screen of light, revealing half of its blade. Then, it hovered above the city gates, above everyone's heads. The worldly absolute dragon formation that could block primes actually blocked the might of this sword. This was simply horrifying. It looked like the entire sword was about to pierce through. The cyclic astral lord soared into the air, and a bright starlight descended around him. Then it gathered in his palm. He struck out with all his might at the critical moment, smashing out this half of the sword. Everyone be careful. These are the magic treasures of the immortal statues. They're all peak immortal equipment. The cyclic astral lord shouted after blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Emo-chun did not dare to be careless. Her hands moved increasingly faster, and the azure light barrier slowly darkened. Finally, dragon motifs appeared on the light barrier, giving off a loud dragon roar. The power of the sound wave knocked back the 1-kilometer-long sword. The 17 immortal statues soared into the air. At this moment, they finally arrived. They looked down at the people below, aloof and aloof. Their cold, lightless eyes were like they were looking at a group of ants. A magic treasure hovered above the head of every immortal statue, emitting a misty, immortal aura. There was a flying sword, a treasure mirror, a jade fan, a bell, or an ancient lamp. Every one of them was very shocking, deterring anyone from looking at them directly. Despair appeared in the depths of everyone's heart on Heavenly Star Island. No one had expected that the immortal statues, which were already strong enough, could actually use magic treasures. The result of this battle was decided the moment it started. Prepare to retreat. There is no more fighting. The cyclic astral lord whispered to Emo-chun. If there were only one immortal statue with a magic treasure, it would be fine. However, all 17 immortal statues had magic treasures, so there was no need for that. My 3 old friends, how have you been? Laughter resounded, and a black figure flew out from behind the 17 immortal statues. That person's appearance was blurry. One could only vaguely make out a terrifying saber wound on his face. Treasure Master. The Bright Moon Empress and the other 2 were startled, recognizing this person. Since the immortal statues appeared, the Treasure Master had not appeared. This was the first time he appeared before everyone. The Treasure Master stood on the head of an immortal statue and looked down at everyone. He said, Cyclic Astral Lord, Fiend King, and Palace Master, the 3 of you are the strongest. You should know the pros and cons. I'll cut to the chase. Leave behind half of the cultivators in the city. The rest can leave. Don't wait until the very end before you know what's good for you. The Treasure Master's tone was calm, but his casual words determined the life and death of half the people in the city. This simply made the cultivators in the city unable to calm down. After a long period of silence, no one answered. This question was too heavy. Haha, it looks like not everyone is willing to give me face. I still have to knock them down a peg or 2. The Treasure Master smiled coldly, and the magic treasures of the 17 immortal statues flew out at the same time, heading for Heavenly Star Island, eliciting startled cries. Chapter 15:14. The magic treasures of the 18 immortal statues attacked the Heaven Dragon City at the same time, displaying their might. Immediately, all sorts of mysterious phenomena covered the sky. All the magic treasures were peak immortal equipment, reproducing the vast immortal might of the immortal epic. Multicolored light filled the sky. 9 lights and 10 colors dyed the world like a painting. The painting unfurled, and the first to descend was a feather fan. That jade fan had a total of 18 divine bird feathers, refined from them. Just as it was about to descend, it suddenly turned into a divine bird and scattered. Each of the 18 tail feathers was slender and long, burning with a blazing flame. They were like needles, easily piercing through the defensive light barrier of the worldly absolute dragon formation. Then they merged back together. Then they turned back into a feather fan. With a flap, a boundless strong wind and surging flames blew. A rain of fire spread out, descending into the city. Countless buildings immediately ignited. The many sovereign martial emperors on the city walls executed their various means to block the rain of fire. However, the strong wind was too strong, and the flames were too dense. They could not block all of them. Rumble! The 1-kilometer-long sword attacked again, continuously striking the light barrier and giving off loud, deafening sounds like thunder. The light barrier of the worldly absolute dragon formation looked like it could shatter at any moment, shattering on the spot. Imo-chan held the formation plate in her hand and quickly retreated. After she sent out a hand seal, the formation plate disappeared. After sending out a hand seal, the cultivators guarding the various nodes immediately reacted and sent out more power. An overwhelming tsunami surged up on the surface of the sea. The entire Heavenly Star Island soared into the air. It was like a primordial beast, incredibly vast. Even the Immortal statues did not seem that huge before the entire island. Heavenly Star Island quickly went far away, wanting to fly away. You think you can escape? The treasure master smiled coldly. With a thought, he grasped the puppet pearl. The 17 immortal statues attacked at the same time. Whoosh! 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 They surrounded the flying Heavenly Star Island and punched. The immortal statues clenched their fists, and the fist lights of the immortal statues became like a mountain. Just one immortal statue could erupt with the strength of a prime. How incredible would it be if 17 immortal statues attacked at the same time? Amid loud sounds, the soaring Heavenly Star Island was forcefully smashed down and returned to the sea. Immortal equipment and magic treasures flew everywhere in the city. Even if the 3 Supremes attacked at the same time, they would not be able to stop all the immortal artifacts and magical treasures. The entire city was in chaos. Countless martial artists fled in all directions. Every time one of the mirrors shot out a beam of immortal light, even Emperor Wu would be pierced on the spot. There was also a celestial bell, which sounded incredibly pleasing to the ear. However, the power of the sound waves caused the ground to tremble, as if the entire world were spinning. 17 immortal statues and 17 immortal magic treasures were simply undefeatable. The Heaven Dragon City was on the verge of collapse. No one knew how long it could last. The Treasure Lord suddenly waved his hand. The many magic treasures returned to their positions, and the immortal statues stopped attacking. In just a short moment, the entire Heaven Dragon City had fallen into a sea of flames. The ground had collapsed, and the casualties were extremely heavy. The many sovereign martial emperors and the 3 primes all showed signs of fatigue. As he looked at the celestial statue, he revealed an expression of extreme indignation and helplessness. Xiao Chun was truly dissatisfied. He had not even managed to touch the treasure master's clothes, and he was already reduced to such a sorry state. The treasure master hovered in the air, feeling confident of victory. He asked casually, "How is it? Do you still need to consider?" Imo-chan bit her lip, her complexion pale. She showed some helplessness and bitterness. The other party was simply too strong. Before the Treasure Lord's true body made a move, the immortal statues already swept through the place. Based on the other party's expression, he had far more tricks up his sleeves. Was the Kunlun Realms end really here? Although the Treasure Master did not speak loudly, the cultivators in the city still felt a mountain-like pressure. They felt despair and helplessness. Did they really have to agree to the other party's request and leave half the people behind before they could leave? If you're not saying anything, then let's do it again. The Treasure Master snorted coldly. The immortal statues all formed hand seals, and the 17 magic treasures flickered with light, preparing to launch a new attack. Stop! Just at this moment, the Myriad Law Fiend Master stepped forward and shouted coldly, "Treasure Master, there's no need to bully others. I'll go with you. Let these people in the city go." Old Ancestor. The moment the Myriad Law Fiend Master said that, the people of the Myriad Fiend Island all cried out in alarm. The Myriad Law Fiend Master waved his hand to stop these people. Then, he looked at the Treasure Master and said, "I know what you want to do. I alone am sufficient." The Treasure Master remained silent. A light flickered in his eyes as he revealed a complicated expression. However, after a while, all the strange light in his eyes vanished. He said, "If you are willing, naturally you can." Of course, using a prime as a sacrifice would be the best. This was something the Treasure Master did not even dare to think about. After all, with the strength of a prime, even if the entire Kunlun realm was occupied and everyone died, it would be very difficult for a prime to kill. After all, it would be too easy for them to leave if they wanted to. The Cyclic Astral Lord and the Bright Moon Empress exchanged glances, both shocked by the Myriad Law Fiend Master's decision. "Why are you doing this?" the two asked in unison. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said calmly, "I have already seen through life and death. If not for this demonic calamity that suddenly arrived, I would not have died. If not for this demonic calamity, I would have already walked the Kunlun realm's path. There is no need to grieve for me. Being a prime is a kind of grief in itself." As a supreme being, he was lonely and helpless in this land of exile. The higher he stood, the more he felt that this world was just a cage. He could feel invisible restraints binding him increasingly tighter. He lived a free and unfettered life. Only when he reached the peak did he realize that he was not free. This was the sorrow of smart people. Perhaps death was just a release. "Old Ancestor, don't go." The Myriad Fiend Island's cultivators cried out in pain, their eyes turning moist when they saw that their old ancestor was really going to go out and surrender. Di Shinhan's eyes turned bloodshot as he clenched his fists, suffering intense torment in his heart. As the Myriad Fiend Island's holy son, he was helpless in such a situation. He simply could not accept watching his old ancestor send himself to death. "There's no need to say any more. I've already made up my mind." "Very good. I promise you. As long as you are willing to come out, I will let everyone in this city go." The Treasure Master did not show much joy after obtaining a prime as a blood sacrifice. "However, I do not agree." Suddenly, a clear voice came from the city lord's residence's Blue Dragon Palace. Following that, an azure light shot out and blocked the Myriad Fiend Master. The Myriad Fiend Master stretched out his hand and placed it on the Myriad Fiend Master's shoulder. His hand was heavy and strong, stopping the Myriad Fiend Master. "Blue Dragon King." Startled cries filled the city. The one who arrived was Xiao Chun, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation. "Treasure Master, I finally see your true self. You are indeed mysterious. Even though you are right before me, I still cannot see your true appearance," Xiao Chun said indifferently as he looked at the Treasure Master in the air. "Huh, Blue Dragon King, you really appeared at the right time. I thought that you went to Kunlun Mountain to seek reinforcements. Unexpectedly, you are still in the city. Kunlun Mountain sought reinforcements. Could there be an even stronger existence at Kunlun Mountain?" This thought flashed in a flash, and Xiao Chun stopped thinking about it. There were more important things that he needed to do. You don't even need reinforcements just to kill you. Revealing your true self before me will definitely be the decision you will regret the most. Xiao Chun narrowed his right eye, and the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness flickered. The vast power of the lightning tribulation poured into his right eye. 3 lightning tribulation seeds bloomed and spun quickly in Xiao Chen's eye. Then, they layered over each other and sent down the lightning tribulation. The divine lightning I could send down a lightning tribulation with just one look, deciding life and death. There was no way to dodge, as the world had already locked onto one's aura the moment the divine lightning I looked at you. 3 terrifying bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, immediately plunging this world into darkness. Only electric light flickered in the world. Every bolt of lightning made one's heart tremble. When the three bolts of lightning intertwined and gathered, even primes trembled. This sudden scene shocked everyone. At the same time, anticipation welled up in their hearts. Whoosh! The treasure master's foggy face suddenly revealed a pair of eyes. At this moment of life and death, he was scarily calm as he stared straight at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. This gaze seemed somewhat familiar. There was no time to think, as the lightning tribulation already landed on the treasure master. Chapter 15:15. Xiao Chun vaguely felt that he had seen this gaze somewhere before. However, he could not immediately recall it. However, this was not the time to think about this. He wanted to see the results. Actually, Xiao Chun already had a vague guess in his heart. However, he was not willing to think about it or guess. Right now, all that mattered was whether this divine lightning could truly injure the other party. The three bolts of tribulation lightning tangled with each other. The piercing electric light made it hard to look directly at it. Before this intense light, everyone either closed their eyes or squinted slightly. Only Xiao Chun did not close them. Instead, he opened his eyes wide, even silently activating his heavenly eye. Xiao Chun faced the dazzling electric light, wanting to see it clearly. Even if the intense light injured him, he did not care. Bang! The tribulation lightning struck the treasure master very quickly. There was no way to dodge. In reality, the treasure master did not even bother to dodge. The vast lightning-attributed energy quickly exploded. The impact knocked the surrounding immortal statues into the courtyard. A hazy mist rose up. That was the lightning-attributed energy, instantly vaporizing a large amount of seawater. Sparks flickered in the mist, crackling endlessly. When refracted by the mist, the sparks flickered with resplendent light, turning the mist into a glazed color. No one could clearly see what was happening inside. No one knew whether the treasure master was dead or alive. "Is he dead?" someone asked. Someone said in a novel. The world was strangely quiet, so quiet that it made people feel a little scared. Even if he is not dead, he should be severely injured. It would be best if he is dead. Who knows how many people of the heavenly starry ocean that fellow killed. I heard that many cultivators were taken away as sacrifices. Many people discussed this in whispers. No one dared to speak loudly. The cyclic astral lord frowned and said, "How strange. Such vast lightning-attributed energy actually exploded so quickly." "That's right. The shock waves are also smaller," the Myriad Law Fiend Master said in agreement with a nod. "This feels somewhat strange. Experts could always see things differently from ordinary people." The three primes all found it strange. The power of the three bolts of tribulation lightning layered over each other. Even primes found that terrifying. After the explosion, the shock waves should have reached Heaven Dragon City. However, in reality, the shock waves only reached 1 kilometer around the treasure master. Xiao Chun could not wait. He stretched out his right hand and pushed. This seemingly ordinary palm strike exploded with power that shocked everyone. More than 7,000 streams of energy formed by roaming dragons appeared behind Xiao Chun. His vital qi had already reached 7,000 dragon power, only 3,000 less than the heaven-punishing corpse god's 10,000 dragon power. He withdrew his palm gently, and the mist was pushed away like a piece of floating ice. This scene once again shocked everyone. 7,000 dragon power was already terrifying enough. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was able to use his vital qi so proficiently, grasping such skillful moves. This was simply incredible. Could it be that the 7,000 dragon force was only the tip of the iceberg that Xiao Chun had displayed? What shocked him even more was not Xiao Chun, but the result after the mist was pushed away. When the mist scattered, the treasure master's true body was revealed. His aura remained the same, looking like he was not injured at all. "Not bad. Unfortunately, you are still unable to truly injure me," the treasure master said calmly without any fluctuations. "Impossible." Everyone was in disbelief. How could such a powerful lightning tribulation be unscathed? Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. That was what everyone was aware of. Even the three paragons were stunned. At the same time, they felt despair. Even such a strong, lightning tribulation could not injure the treasure master. In that case, was there any hope of victory? Only Xiao Chun maintained a calm expression. However, he closed his eyes in disappointment. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes again, the disappointment was gone. Replacing it was an unfathomable look that was like a 1,000-year-old cold pond. Imo-chun, let's go, Xiao Chun said without turning his head back, staring at the treasure master. Imo-chan said with some difficulty, I tried once before. However, with 17 immortal statues working together, I could not leave at all. Don't worry, we can leave. After obtaining Xiao Chen's promise, Imo-chan soared into the air. Then, she held up the formation plate and activated the formation once more. Together with the thousands of Dragon's Gate disciples, she controlled Heavenly Star Island and soared into the air again. You can't say that we can leave. Only I can say that, the treasure master said casually. His face was hazy, making it hard to see his appearance. The 17 immortal statues leaped into the air. Their bodies were as huge as mountains. Their bodies were clearly as huge as mountains, but when they moved, they were as nimble as a cunning rabbit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, the 17 immortal statues were even more violent and direct. Each of them stomped on Heavenly Star Island's light barrier. The light barrier had already been destroyed many times already. If it got struck again, it would shatter on the spot. Imo-chun, who was in charge of the formation, would definitely suffer a huge backlash. She might even die from severe injuries. 3 seniors, please help me imitate the treasure master. Xiao Chun left those words in a hurry and shot out of the light barrier. With a thought, he clenched his 10 fingers tightly. The instant his 10 fingers clenched, vital qi surged in his body, forming countless roaming dragons around him, roaring ferociously. 10,000 dragon force. When the 3 primes saw it clearly, they were all startled. The vital qi that Xiao Chun displayed was actually no weaker than the heaven-punishing corpse gods. What a fellow! What exactly did he experience in the Blue Dragon Palace? The cyclic astral lord could not help exclaiming. The myriad law fiend master muttered, I feel that he went through some kind of metamorphosis. In the past, it was his cultivation that broke through the restrictions. Now, it is his physical body that broke through the restrictions of the Kunlun realm. The myriad law fiend master was right. The vital qi Dao was also prevalent in the great 1,000 realms outside the Kunlun realm. Many cultivators substantiated their Dao with the physical body, focusing on vital qi. After they became powerhouses, they could move unhindered. The power of a supreme existence could even shatter a star with one strike. The heaven-punishing corpse god substantiated his Dao with the physical body and achieved 10,000 dragon force. However, he also reached a bottleneck and could not continue cultivating. However, it was different for Xiao Chun. The medicinal pool in the Blue Dragon Palace was from the ancient era. It was used for pure-blooded true dragons to undergo their coming-of-age ceremony. Once they successfully endured it, they would be reborn. The essence blood of an ancient ferocious beast was 1,000 times more precious than Xiao Chun imagined, even 10,000 times. It looked like the feet of the immortal statues were about to stomp down in the sky. Xiao Chun roared, and 10,000 dragon force quickly gathered above his head. There was no bright light in the center of the gathering of 10,000 dragon force. There was only a wild aura, simple and natural. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the 10,000 dragon force gathered and formed a 3-legged treasure cauldron. Faint dragon patterns appeared on the cauldron. 10,000 dragon force gathered into one cauldron force. Outside the abandoned land, 10,000 dragon force was a bottleneck for all vital qi cultivators. After clearing this bottleneck, one would enter a brand new realm. During the Great Desolate Aeon, when the 10,000 races fought for supremacy, every strong tribe would forge a cauldron to show off its strength and prosperity. Any treasure cauldron would be forged from mountains and rivers, astral divine iron, and the remains of ancient ferocious beasts. The cauldron was a symbol of honor and authority. After the monarchs worshipped it, it even gained a lot of divinity. During that era, strength was measured by cauldron force. One cauldron force equaled 10,000 dragon force. More importantly, this was a kind of sublimation, a sign of vital chi reaching the palm's level. When the three-legged dragon cauldron formed, the treasure master's expression immediately changed drastically. He took out the puppet pearl and sent out strands of thought to get the immortal statues to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Everyone saw Xiao Chun throw 17 punches. To others, it looked like he had created countless clones, and all of them punched at the same time. However, in reality, it was just that Xiao Chen's punches were too fast, giving the illusion that he punched at the same time. Bang! 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 With every punch, a three-legged dragon cauldron shot out from the fist light. The dragon cauldron contained an ancient aura from the great desolate Aeon, faintly flickering with the light of divinity. Kassier! Kassier! Shattering sounds rang out. Half a leg of each immortal statue broke on the spot, and they fell like small mountains. The 17 immortal statues were knocked back at the same time and fell into the sea, kicking up waves. After throwing 17 punches, Xiao Chun appeared somewhat fatigued. He spun around and landed on the city wall again. Blue Dragon War Body. The treasure master muttered to himself with a somewhat complicated expression. 10,000 years ago, that person who swept through the world and used the demonic Tao to enter the Tao also displayed the Blue Dragon War Body. After 10,000 years, the treasure master saw the Blue Dragon War Body again, a clearly superior Blue Dragon War Body. Chapter 15:16. Xiao Chun punched out 17 times in a row. Each punch contained a cauldron's worth of power. He even broke one of the immortal statue's legs. In a short period of time, the immortal statue's battle prowess would definitely be greatly reduced. However, it was clearly not the time to be careless, because the treasure master had not truly made a move yet. Xiao Chun stared at the treasure master, not relaxing for a moment. The Blue Dragon War Body that Xiao Chun displayed triggered a memory of the treasure master, causing him to fall into a momentary daze. By the time Xiao Chun startled to his senses, Heavenly Star Island had already flown into the clouds, moving further away. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The treasure master snorted coldly, and a medallion in his hand suddenly burned. A certain order was quickly sent to the people who also had medallions. In the astral battlefield, the 18 demon monarchs of the abyss led their subordinates and waited quietly. They formed a circle, and within the circle, there was a huge teleportation array. Every demon emperor was waiting quietly. The Arrow's demon Lung Yu was also among them. Her charming face did not show any emotion. They were all major characters of the deep abyss demonic world. When a demonic monarch was enraged, blood would splatter for thousands of miles. But at this moment, none of them said a word, only quietly waiting for a certain order, who could make 18 demon monarchs bow their heads and follow their lead. Naturally, he was the mysterious sect master of the Nether sect in the deep abyss demonic world. Everyone in the demon world believed in the demon god. From a moment they stepped onto the path of martial arts, they had fused a strand of their soul with an oath and offered it to the demon god. As for the Nether Church's sect master, he was the demonic god's spokesperson in the world. His words were like divine decrees. No one dared to disobey him. Although the sect master rarely showed himself, and most of the sect affairs were handled by the Nether sect's 2 vice sect masters, no one dared to disrespect the sect master's authority, because those who were disrespectful would become private. Of the 18 demon emperors, the top 9 were all supremes. The last 9 demon emperors were not supremes. They were existences second only to primes. Furthermore, with the innate abilities of the demon race, they were even stronger than some of the holy lords of the Kunlun realm. Lung Yu, who appeared to be expressionless, was actually feeling complicated. She knew very well what was waiting for her. She was not afraid of fighting. She was only afraid that she would not be able to face someone. Xiao, xiao, xiao. All of a sudden, A command medallion flew out from each person's body, ignited, and then embedded itself into the nodes of the formation. In just a short while, the formation shone brightly and emitted a vast demonic aura, causing every demon monarch's expression to become extremely grave. Let's go. Sect leader has already given the order. The celestial demon monarch was the first to enter the formation, followed by the earth demon monarch, the thunder demon monarch, the shadow demon monarch, and the dark demon monarch. The charmed demon monarch, Lung Yu, sighed in her heart but still entered. After the demon sovereign entered, the various abyssal demon race experts behind him also waited quietly, preparing to be transported over in batches. When one looked around, one would discover that the square formations of the various demon cultivators stretched as far as the eye could see. All the cultivators of the demon race who could fight had already come out in full force. This was the final battle. They had to cut off all means of retreat. They would not allow any forces to remain. In the air, there were also countless cultivators wearing black robes with the symbol of a black lotus on them. They were the most mysterious nether sect cultivators in the deep abyss demonic world. Their status was higher than the demons. Among the many nether sect members, there were two extremely strong auras, not at all weaker than primes. These were the two vice church masters of the nether sect, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. These two were the true controllers of the nether sect. This was because most of the time, the church master did not see anyone. Xing Wang controlled the life and death of the people, dealing with those who judged the nether sect and those who violated the rules. Fa Wang managed the members of the nether sect and was responsible for offering sacrifices to the demonic god. The two had a clear division of labor, equal in status. Strange. According to the church master's intentions, we should not be going over so early. Xing Wang frowned slightly and said with some misgivings, "Could something have happened?" Fa Wang appeared more optimistic. He smiled and said, "It is also possible that the church master dealt with the problem there in advance." Right. No matter what, we have been preparing for so long this time. We will definitely succeed. There will not be any accidents. At this moment, the many cultivators on Heavenly Star Island watched as the treasure master did not make a move. It looked like Heavenly Star Island was about to enter the clouds and fly to the Kunlun continent. Everyone released their bated breath. Only Xiao Chun kept staring at the treasure master. He clearly saw the other party burning a strange medallion. Xiao Chun did not know what the other party was planning. "Little friend Xiao Chun, what's wrong?" The 17 immortal statues have temporarily lost their combat prowess. The treasure master should not dare to charge over alone. The Myriad Law Fiend Master explained when he saw that Xiao Chun still had a grave expression, not relaxing at all. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. From the start to the end, this treasure master has not revealed his strength." The cyclic astral lord said with deep emotions, "We still can't relax." Back then, although I knew that this treasure master had some connection to the demonic world, I did not care about him. Now, it looks like I was gravely mistaken. The Bright Moon Empress nodded and said, "That's right. However, we should not raise the other party's morale. With Xiao Chun here and the three of us, the treasure master will not dare to take the risk alone." These words were right. Xiao Chen's current strength already surpassed that of a prime. He could knock back 17 immortal statues alone, reaching an unfathomable level. The three primes could no longer understand Xiao Chen's strength. They did not know how far he had progressed. An existence that rivaled the Qing Emperor back then, with the three primes assisting from the side, did not fear the treasure master charging over alone. The treasure master did not fear charging over alone. However, while this was the theory, no one had seen the treasure master make a move before. The result was hard to say. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze from the treasure master and sighed softly in his heart. Then, he said, "Do be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, a mysterious energy suddenly parted the clouds in the sky. Many figures appeared in the sky. On the orders of the church master, the celestial demon monarch is here. On the orders of the church master, the earth demon monarch is here. On the orders of the church master, the shadow demon monarch is here. The 18 demon monarchs appear at the same time. Overwhelming demonic might spread out in the sky. A formless aura spread out from the demon monarchs, and a huge pressure landed on Heavenly Star Island. 9 primes worked together with 9 holy lord, leveled demon monarchs. When their auras merged, they looked like a majestic mountain range stretching out endlessly, pressing down on the sky above Heavenly Star Island. As the 18 demon monarchs slowly descended, the pressure suddenly increased, slowly pushing down Heavenly Star Island. And Mo Chun, who was maintaining the formation, immediately paled. Pussy Eye. She simply could not endure the pressure, and blood leaked out of a corner of her mouth. 18 demon monarchs. Xiao Chen's heart sank. When he looked up, he saw that it was the real deal. It was indeed the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world, and Lung Yu was among them. However, the other party did not dare to meet Xiao Chen's gaze, purposely avoiding it. He is the Dark Church's churchmaster. Only the Dark Church's churchmaster can command the 18 demon monarchs. The cyclic astral lord showed a startled expression. As he looked at the treasure master, horror flashed in his eyes. Although the cyclic astral lord had long guessed that the treasure master had a connection to the demonic world, no matter how he thought about it, he could not guess that the treasure master was the Dark Church's churchmaster. As Xiao Chun looked at the treasure master, his mood turned even heavier. He immediately figured out all the details. It turned out that the other party had already laid out this trap 10,000 years ago. All sorts of doubts suddenly cleared up. All the clues connected. So that was the case. Xiao Chan revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the treasure master. He really wanted to ask why. However, he managed to endure in the end. 3 seniors, come with me to face the enemy. The cultivators in this city are the final flame of Heavenly Star Island. As long as the flame still exists, the Heavenly Starry Ocean will be rebuilt after the calamity. Xiao Chen looked at the 18 demon monarchs and made up his mind, not thinking about anything else. The myriad law fiend master and the other 2 did not hesitate at all, following Xiao Chun and charging out of the barrier. With the auras of the 3 primes and Xiao Chun, they immediately blocked the demonic might of the 18 demon monarchs. The pressure on the entire city decreased. Heavenly Star Island, which was continuously being pushed down, soared into the air together. Chapter 15:17. I obey. The demonic monarch's expression did not change. As he prepared, he sent a voice projection to Lung Yu. Don't send me a voice projection. The treasure master is extremely horrifying. If we're not careful, we might give ourselves away. Compared to the cultivators of Heavenly Star Island, Xiao Chun was clearly more important to the demonic monarch. Xiao Chun, did you hear me? Why are you not using martial techniques? To many people, the 18 demon monarchs were legendary characters. It was difficult to see any of them. Today, they all appeared at the same time. It was hard not to be nervous. Everyone felt nervous for Xiao Chun and the 3 primes. Xiao Chun was confident of knocking back the 17 immortal statues alone. However, when facing the 18 demon monarchs, Xiao Chun brought along the 3 primes. Many thanks. The celestial demon monarch stretched out his hand and pointed at Xiao Chun in dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun attacked at the drop of a hat. A strong wind blew, and Xiao Chen's figure vanished from everyone's vision. This was especially so for Xiao Chun. He had interacted with the myriad law fiend master, the cyclic astral lord, and the bright moon empress before. Myriad law fiend master, I only defeated you in a somewhat sorry state. Why hold a grudge against me? After saying these 2 simple words, Xiao Chen instantly attacked without hesitation. The blue dragon divine wings appeared on his back. With a ferocious flap, he turned into an afterimage and launched himself at the celestial demon monarch. I do not dare to offer advice. I heard that you are now the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, so my hands are itching. Before the great battle begins, will you exchange one move with me? The celestial demon monarch narrowed his eyes and finally saw Xiao Chen's figure. What appeared before him was a simple and unadorned fist light. Xiao Chen showed an indifferent expression as he explained softly. A miserable shriek rang out, and the celestial demon monarch was immediately blasted back. As he looked at his missing right arm, he looked at Xiao Chen again, horror flashing in his eyes. Demonic shadow palm. Rumble. Countless bolts of lightning roared in the sky. That was the rage of the heavenly Tao, not allowing such an evil thing to appear in the world. The smile on the celestial demon monarch's face froze before it disappeared. In the past, during the minor devil tribulation that happened once every 1,000 years, they had fought several times, so they were quite familiar with each other. An invisible aura spread out between them. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said softly, "You can say that. What can I do for you?" The treasure master, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, revealed a cold smile on his face, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! A projection of a demonic god that gathered the faith of countless demonic worlds, as well as the foul and evil aura of the world, appeared behind the celestial demonic emperor. Bang! The three primes exclaimed in their hearts. The might of the demonic shadow palm was well known. It was one of the 10 great martial techniques of the deep abyss demonic world. Xiao Chen's group of 4 guarded the periphery of Heavenly Star Island, coldly eyeing these 18 demon monarchs. Celestial Demon Emperor suddenly said, "You're the Blue Dragon King?" A smile appeared on the Celestial Demon Monarch's face as he said, "How bold. Let's begin. Xiao Chen, be careful. The Celestial Demon Monarch will not exchange moves with you so easily. He will definitely have a backup plan. When he exchanges moves with you later, he will definitely use the demonic shadow palm, materializing the image of a demonic god. It is extremely horrifying. Be careful. You don't understand? You will understand very soon. Don't agree to him. I've interacted with this celestial demon monarch before. He is very crafty and incredibly crafty. Although he said that he wants to exchange moves with you, he definitely has other plans," the Myriad Law Fiend Master whispered to Xiao Chen. This battle was destined to be the official start of the demonic calamity. After receiving the Treasure Master's order, the 18 demon monarchs instantly turned around and quickly flew towards Heavenly Star Island. The 18 demon monarchs moved to the side, leaving the celestial demon monarch to face Xiao Chen alone. The 3 primes felt helpless, so they gave Xiao Chen some space. The demon monarchs were different from the immortal statues. They were also primes. In a one-on-one battle, the immortal statues could not compare to the cyclic astral lord and the others. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately knew who the owner of the voice was. The celestial demon monarch's spiritual sense was very sharp. When he heard the Myriad Law Fiend Master's words, he laughed loudly. This was especially so for the other party's crafty means, which were hard to guard against. The moment the gigantic image of the demonic god appeared, it gave off a boundless demonic might. The celestial demon monarch clearly understood the strength of the demonic god monarch. As the celestial demon monarch threw a palm strike, the demonic god image smashed toward Xiao Chen. Clearly, the celestial demon monarch did not dare to be careless. "I agree," Xiao Chen said indifferently with a calm expression. The celestial demon monarch's true target did not seem to be Heavenly Star Island. Clearly, he was more concerned about how strong Xiao Chen was. The many demon monarchs in the air bent one knee and said in unison, "Greetings, Church Master." The demonic god image was even larger than the immortal statues. Its figure seemed to block half the sky, shrouding the entire Heavenly Star Island in darkness. Among the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world, the celestial demon monarch's position was equivalent to that of Emperor Forsaken, the strongest of the demon monarchs. When the demonic god image vanished, the celestial demon monarch raged, "Blue Dragon King, I respect you as the strongest of the Kunlun realm, which is why I fought fairly with you. You're not even using a martial technique. Are you insulting me?" Xiao Chen's answer did not answer the question, stunning everyone. They could not understand what was going on. The arm that the celestial demon monarch used to point at Xiao Chen exploded with a scarlet light. All the cultivators on Heavenly Star Island held their breaths, not even daring to breathe loudly. It's over. Why is Xiao Chun not using a martial technique? The celestial demon monarch cursed in his heart. Then he instantly executed his killing move. Damn it! Is he looking down on me? To think that he did not use any martial technique. Of course, the celestial demon monarch had heard of Xiao Chun before. However, it was hard to say whether he was itching for a move or not. The instant Xiao Chun clashed with that palm strike, he felt like he was clashing with a world and not a palm strike. Xiao Chun's internal organs were significantly injured. He could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. Young man, you are indeed a newborn calf that does not fear the tiger. I'll show you this move. The celestial demon monarch made an inviting gesture as he looked at Xiao Chun. The celestial demon monarch moved very quickly and decisively. A flowing light flickered, not hesitating at all. It was like the celestial demon monarch drawing his saber, never pausing or panicking. After all, the celestial demon monarch could not cultivate martial techniques. Even though their bodies were nimble, their thinking could not compare to that of a living person. However, the celestial demon monarch had the advantage of numbers and stature, suppressing the 3 primes of Heavenly Star Island. This punch of mine condenses all the veritable essence energy in my body into one cauldron force, working with the Blue Dragon War body. It does not matter whether I use a martial technique or not. Do you understand now? The huge Heavenly Star Island behind Xiao Chun started shaking intensely. It flew up again, wobbling unsteadily like it would fall back down. Very few people could cultivate it. Furthermore, cultivating it to the peak was something that only the celestial demon monarch could do. Both sides looked ordinary, not showing anything outstanding about their appearances. However, this was the scariest confrontation at the peak of the entire Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun wiped off the blood on his lips and looked at the blood on his hand. Then he entered deep thought and muttered, "The might of a demonic god is really horrifying. It is just an image, and yet it can erupt with such might." Xiao Chun and the others soared into the air, preparing to fight the 18 demon monarchs. Who could have imagined that the 18 demon monarchs would fly directly to the treasure master? Xiao Chun had only experienced such a feeling when he executed the cycle chop. To think that a casual palm strike from the demonic god image could easily achieve that. The treasure master did not say anything, not reminding the 18 demon monarchs of Xiao Chun's strength. In terms of strength, the treasure master was even stronger than Emperor Forsaken. Back then, when the Myriad Law Fiend Master clashed with the treasure master, he lost to the treasure master, leaving a deep impression on him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the 18 demon monarchs faced each other, the celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the shadow demon monarch led them. The 3 did not move rashly. Instead, they sized up Xiao Chun's group of 4, checking out their strength. I see it. In the darkness, everyone could only see a demonic god image that was even darker than the night sky. Even the light of lightning was engulfed in the boundless darkness. The only one that could not understand was Xiao Chun. He felt that this person was like a deep spring, bottomless. Xiao Chun's body gave off a mysterious aura that only the treasure master could see. Just as everyone worried for Xiao Chun, a loud explosion resounded. Light returned, and blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chun's lips. This palm strike sent Xiao Chun flying back 1 kilometer before he could stabilize himself. The 3 primes worried that Xiao Chun was injured. They wanted to go forward and protect him first. However, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and stopped them. The treasure master did not say anything more. With a wave of his hand, he got the many demon monarchs to stand up. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun's group of 4 and said, "Block that island." Lung Yu felt warmth in her heart. She knew that the other party still cared about her. However, her expression remained cold, not showing any doubt at all. Chapter 15:18. The force of one punch shattered the celestial demon monarch's arm. Xiao Chun's strength shocked everyone. Attack! Surround and kill him! The celestial demon monarch roared in a fluster. Flesh continuously regenerated on his arm, and his injuries healed at a visible rate. The physical body of the demon race was stronger than that of the various races of the Kunlun realm in the first place. Furthermore, the celestial demon monarch was a prime-level existence. His recovery speed was even faster. However, even if this arm regenerated, he would need at least a month before he could use it as freely as when he was at his peak. The flesh needed some time to regenerate. It would not be as good as new so quickly. With one arm crippled, the celestial demon monarch's combat prowess dropped by at least 20%. He posed no threat to Shao Chun. The chaotic battle started. The first to bear the brunt was a bolt of lightning descending on Shao Chun. That was the Thunder Demon Monarch's lightning-attributed attack. After that, the Iron Demon Monarch charged over. The Winged Demon Monarch flapped its wings and flew over to harass Shao Chun. The Shadow Demon Monarch was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He continuously launched sneak attacks at Shao Chun, annoying him to no end. The Ice Demon Monarch held up a cold sword. Together with the Iron Demon Monarch, he clashed head-on with Shao Chun. The Cyclic Astral Lord and the other two also quickly joined the battle, helping Shao Chun share some of the pressure. However, the three's strength was limited in the end. Even with their full power, they could only delay 5 or 6 demon monarchs for Shao Chun. Most of them were not even primes. Shao Chun faced 6 primes and 7 Holy Lord, level demon monarchs alone in the air. 13 demon monarchs surrounded Shao Chun, fighting a chaotic battle. Although Shao Chun surpassed prime and had the horrifying blue dragon war body, he still could not defeat the demon monarchs alone. Compared to the immortal statues, these demon monarchs had many more tricks up their sleeves. They knew how to harass and sneak attack. Their martial techniques were nimble, and their advance and retreat were orderly. When they worked together, their combat prowess was not something the immortal statues could match. More importantly, the demon monarchs all had protective treasures. It would be very difficult to seriously injure them in a short period of time. Shao Chun, who was surrounded, was in a bad situation. He was in great danger, but he did his best to stabilize himself, not suffering any serious injuries. The one Shao Chun fought with the most was the Iron Demon Monarch. This Iron Demon Monarch had met Shao Chun once before. It was the Iron Demon that saved him in the savage battlefield. It's only been half a year, but your strength is getting heavier and heavier. I really shouldn't have saved you back then. Now, Shao Chun's punch contained a cauldron strength. Even the Iron Demon, who was born with a strong physical body, could not withstand it. The Iron Demon, who was being continuously attacked by Shao Chun, was in great pain and could not help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. Even without your help, I can still escape from the 3 holy masters, but it'll be more troublesome. You, on the other hand, should thank me properly for becoming the Demon Emperor so quickly after returning. Ha ha ha, good. I'll give you a punch to thank you properly. The Iron Demon Monarch laughed loudly. Suddenly, his 5 fingers, which looked like metal, glowed faintly. Martial technique? Shao Chun's gaze sank. To think that a creature like the Iron Demon learned a martial technique. However, after thinking about it, this Iron Demon before him was intelligent and knew the principles. It was not strange that it could learn a martial technique. The Iron Demon's heavy punch was like a ferocious beast charging over. When the punch was thrown, boundless beast roars rang out. It was like an ancient ferocious beast reappeared in the world and roared ferociously. After Shao Chun dodged many sneak attacks and knocked back the Ice Demon Monarch sword, he had no choice but to clash head-on with this punch. Shao Chun's veritable essence energy and vital chi merged. Dao Might appeared behind him as great Dao energy infused into his fist. In terms of sharpness, the saber was slightly inferior to the sword. However, in terms of absolute tyranny, it was the king of weapons. The great Dao energy of the saber, Dao, infused into this punch, made Shao Chun's ordinary punch seem tyrannical. He became tyrannical, and an aura of supremacy burst forth from his body. As for a creature like the Iron Demon, It was like a natural tyrant body, invulnerable to weapons. However, the Iron Demon's talent was low, and its comprehension ability was 0. However, this Iron Demon Monarch before Shao Chun became an anomaly. The martial technique that the Iron Demon Monarch executed was not only very ferocious, but also extremely smooth. Clearly, he had already practiced it to the peak. Unfortunately, the Iron Demon Monarch ran into Shao Chun, who had already cultivated the Blue Dragon War body. From a moment the Iron Demon Monarch wanted to clash with Shao Chun, he was destined to fail. He could only blame himself for being born at the wrong time. Bang! The two fists clashed. A loud sound rang out, and the Iron Demon Monarch was immediately sent flying. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Iron Demon Monarch's body, and black blood leaked out. His skin looked like it was covered in black cracks, looking extremely terrifying. Not bad. Many thanks for your gift. Shao Chun moved back 100 meters. His palm felt slightly sore. Although he had knocked back the Iron Demon Monarch, the other party's punch was not weak either. Die. Taking advantage of the time, Shao Chun moved back. The other 12 Demon Monarchs attacked at the same time, as if they were connected, charging at Shao Chun. The Ice Demon Monarch executed a vast ice sword light. Everywhere the sword passed, cold chi spread out. A starlight flickered at the tip of the sword, looking boundlessly resplendent. The winged demon monarch kicked up a strong wind, kicking up tornadoes that spanned 500 kilometers. The strong wind stirred up the clouds, bringing out lightning. The terrifying, mysterious phenomenon flickered continuously. The winged demon monarch was trying to form a superstorm. The thunder demon monarch was the most tyrannical. Boundless lightning shot out of his body, and thousands of electric lights exploded on his body. Finally, he merged with the lightning and turned into a lightning bolt that surpassed the lightning tribulation, hacking at Shao Chun. The 12 demon monarchs executed their killing moves together, triggering an overwhelming, mysterious phenomenon. The surrounding 50,000 kilometers looked like the end of the world. The might and pressure of the various killing moves merged and pointed at Shao Chun. This pressure was even more horrifying than that of an inanimate object like the Immortal statue. The vast heavenly star island behind Shao Chun wobbled under this pressure, finding it hard to fly. Emo Chun, who was maintaining the formation, felt like she could not endure it anymore. Her pale face drained of blood. The cultivators in the city were startled when they saw this. It was like they were there, sweating profusely for Shao Chun. Shao Chun showed a grave expression. He did not dare to underestimate this. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he drew the lunar shadow saber. Flawless saber techniques, final move, heaven swallowing stance. This was the first time Shao Chun used the lunar shadow saber to execute the heaven swallowing stance. It was also the first time he executed the flawless saber technique after his strength improved significantly. Heaven swallowing represented the greatest ambition of the flawless saber technique. The flawless Tao was a kind of comprehension that Shao Chun had. No matter what martial technique he cultivated, he would infuse this comprehension into it. There was no such thing as a perfect and flawless Tao in the world. There were only people who pursued flawlessness, endlessly perfecting it. After Shao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber, he instantly unleashed all sorts of martial techniques related to the flawless Tao, forming thousands of mysterious phenomena. There was a soaring bright moon burning like fire, as if it was being watered with hot-bloodedness. That was the 1,000-year flame. There were the 4 seasons of reincarnation. That was the 4-season saber technique. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, flawless 4 seasons. The various mysterious phenomena were vast and boundless. Shao Chun's flawless Tao vaguely formed a silhouette of a Tao. As the saber light chopped down, the thousands of mysterious phenomena formed a huge mouth to block the attacks of the many martial techniques. The huge mouth opened and swallowed up all the martial techniques, drowning them in the flawless Tao. All sorts of horrifying, mysterious phenomena within 50,000 kilometers vanished, devoured by Shao Chen's saber strike. I'll return them to you. Shao Chen smiled faintly. Just as he could no longer hold on, the saber light spun around in the air. Then, the huge mouth opened again and spat out everyone's martial techniques. Icy sword lights, strong gales, berserk lightning. Under the guidance of the saber light, they all appeared. Like a dam breaking, they surged towards the 12 demon monarchs. Pu Ci. The 12 demon monarchs were immediately stupefied. What kind of strange martial technique was this? All of them got hit, severely injured by their consummate techniques. Just as the many demon monarchs felt helpless, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the silent treasure master. Suddenly, he said, "Continue fighting. He is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He cannot last much longer." When Shao Chen heard that, his heart sank. He cursed in his heart, "Wily old fox." Earlier, when Shao Chen knocked back the immortal statues with 17 punches, he had already put in a lot of effort. Now, he executed the heaven-swallowing stance to resolve the situation. Shao Chen's veritable essence, energy, and vital qi were already on the verge of drying up. Fighting 12 demon monarchs at the same time was still somewhat taxing. Enough! Just at this moment, a furious shout came from the air. Tian, the Fox King, Emperor Forsaken, and a heaven-punishing corpse god appeared at the same time. At this critical moment, they finally rushed over. Chapter 1519. Tian, Emperor Forsaken, the Fox King, and a heaven-punishing corpse god arrived at the same time. They instantly deterred the restless 12 demon monarchs and the 6 primes fighting the cyclic astral lord, the bright moon empress, and the myriad law fiend master. They all stopped in regret. The two sides met up and faced each other. "Big brother, you came at the right time," Shao Chen thanked Tian. Tian smiled helplessly and said, "We are still too late. We have been guarding against a sneak attack from the 18 demon monarchs. Unexpectedly, the 18 demon monarchs would use the heavenly starry ocean as a breakthrough point and descend here. The 4 primes guarded their respective races and dealt with the aftermath. Back then, during the storm in the Blue Dragon Palace, when the 4 primes fought, their subordinates and friends fought even deeper battles because of their different stances. The damage they caused was extremely great. It took more than 2 months to deal with the aftermath before everything stabilized. At the same time, the 4 primes feared that the demons would take this opportunity to charge over. Hence, even though they found out about the chaotic situation in the heavenly starry ocean, they did not rush over immediately. After confirming that the 18 demon monarchs arrived in the heavenly starry ocean at the same time, they rushed over. That was not too late. At least, it gave Shao Chen a chance to catch his breath. Shao Chen's recovery ability was startling. The 4 primes could not defeat him in one go and wanted to continue attacking him. The 12 demon monarchs were already injured in the first place and would be exhausted to death. "What's going on?" The heaven-punishing corpse god asked in confusion when he saw the 18 demon monarchs standing behind the treasure master. The myriad law fiend master sighed and said, "He is the Dark Church's church master. He has been hiding in the heavenly starry ocean all this time. Today, he truly exposed himself." Emperor Forsaken narrowed his eyes as he looked at the treasure master. "Your distinguished self really hid deeply. To think that you even managed to fool me." The treasure master smiled leisurely and said indifferently, "I have fooled many people before. You are not the first, nor will you be the last." "Humph. Very well. In that case, I will settle this debt today. Let's see how strong you, the Dark Church's church master, are." The last time Emperor Forsaken fought the Dark Church's church master, they only managed a draw. Today was the right time. "Ha ha ha, you're still not a match for me. If not for me not wanting to expose my identity too early, I would have made it so that you would not be able to return last time." The treasure master laughed loudly, not caring much about Emperor Forsaken. Arrogant. Emperor Forsaken was enraged. He stretched out his hand and circulated the boundless power of faith. His body released rings of divine light as a huge deity finger pointed at the treasure master. "Impudent! How dare you disrespect the sect leader?" 3 figures flickered. The celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the ice demon monarch stood in front of the treasure master, each making a move to block Emperor Forsaken's finger. Emperor Forsaken was slightly stunned. He did not expect his subordinate demon monarchs to be so loyal to the treasure master. I feel that the space here is fluctuating greatly. This place seems to have become the port of a teleportation array. There will be a continuous stream of demon experts coming here. The cyclic astral lord, who is extremely sensitive to spatial formations, suddenly said softly with a frown. The Fox King continued, "Should we delay? The experts of the deity Dao Union, the Bushan Palace, and the Fiend Domain will arrive soon. At that time, we can capture all these demon monarchs and the treasure master in one fell swoop." Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. This was gambling. If the experts of the demonic world arrived early, their group would be in trouble. On the other hand, if the reinforcements of the Kunlun continent arrived, the treasure master side would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, could they afford to gamble now? As Xiao Qian pondered, he suddenly discovered many gazes on him. It turned out that many primes were waiting for him to make a decision. "Xiao Qian, what is your decision?" Ing Zongtian asked, handing the decision to Xiao Qian. "Let's retreat. I'm somewhat tired." This was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue, the fatigue of learning some truth. "Let's go." The 7 primes of the Kunlun realm worked together with Xiao Qian, escorting Heaven Dragon Island as they retreated step by step. Without the treasure master's orders, the 18 demon monarchs did not dare to give chase. "Churchmaster, should we stop them?" Xing Wang, F.A. Wang, and the experts of the demonic world will arrive soon, the celestial demon monarch said angrily as he looked at Xiao Qian. The treasure master shook his head and said, "There's no need. The deity Dao Union, the Bushan Palace, and the Fiend Domain's army are all there to receive them. There's no rush. After the demonic god is summoned, no one can save the Kunlun realm." "Church Master is wise," the 18 demon monarchs said with cupped fist salutes. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they did not dare to show any disrespect to the Dark Church's church master, or rather, the treasure master on the surface. The worried hearts of the many Heavenly Star Island cultivators finally calmed down. With the 7 primes protecting them, Heavenly Star Island quickly flew into the clouds, carrying the last flame of the Heavenly Starry Ocean and quickly heading for the Kunlun continent. With no one to disturb them, the operation of the formation became increasingly smoother. It flew along with the blue dragon auspicious cloud. Ing Zongtian and the others followed behind unhurriedly, discussing something in soft voices. Most of their words were rather pessimistic. They discussed that the first thing to do after they returned was to move the ordinary people of the various races and the cultivators with lower cultivations to the back of Kunlun Mountain. The Kunlun Mountain range spanned nearly the entire profound domain. At that time, as long as Kunlun Mountain was not broken through, these ordinary people and cultivators would be fine. As for the countless resources and cities facing the sea, they could only strategically give up on them. The treasure master's next attack would definitely be the decisive battle. The 17 immortal statues would be repaired once more, and their strength might even increase. At that time, it would be hard not to give up. Aside from Kunlun Mountain, the formations and cities of the other sects would find it hard to defend against the attacks of the immortal statues. Along the way, Xiao Qian remained rather silent, only quietly listening to the discussions of the crowd. This was a rare opportunity. Under such a life-or-death situation, the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign did not dare to have any other thoughts. Of course, Xiao Qian's deterrence was also a factor. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. When Ing Zongtian noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Qian, he asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Qian? I did not hear you say anything along the way. Didn't we already save Heavenly Star Island?" Xiao Qian remained silent for a while, not answering directly. He stopped and looked at the crowd. "Who do you think the treasure master is?" The treasure master is indeed the treasure master. However, he now has the identity of the Dark Church's church master. The cyclic astral lord answered without even thinking. The others could not understand Xiao Qian's question. Could it be that there was more to it than meets the eye? The oldest of the group, the myriad law fiend master, thought for a while before saying, "The treasure master's identity is mysterious, and his origins are a mystery. For as long as I can remember, the treasure master's residence already existed in the heavenly starry ocean and controlled the sea markets of the heavenly starry ocean, which are those immortal statues. That is to say, the treasure master is just a title, like the master of a sect, passed down from generation to generation." The heaven-punishing corpse god thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Zongtian thought of something. He said, "That's not right. In the past, everyone did not know that he was the Dark Church's churchmaster. At that time, we could say that the title of the treasure master was passed down from generation to generation. However, now, no matter how we think about it, that is not right. That was right. If he were the Dark Church's churchmaster, then he would have been living in the deep abyss demonic world. It was impossible for him to appear in the heavenly starry ocean and establish the treasure master's residence without causing any commotion. After all, the Dark Church's churchmaster would definitely attract some attention when he came to the Kunlun realm." Suddenly, the Bright Moon Empress said, "The treasure master's residence was established after the demonic calamity 10,000 years ago. My Bright Moon Palace had an old man from the same generation as the Qing Emperor. I asked her about it. 10,000 years ago, the immortal statues were still in the hands of different factions. After the Qing Emperor died, the treasure master's residence rose up and merged with the other factions, gaining complete control of all the sea markets." After hearing what the Bright Moon Empress said, everyone thought about it carefully and felt a chill run down their spine. Based on this speculation, the treasure master might very well be a person of the Kunlun continent. Then, they thought about the treasure master's other identity. In other words, the Dark Church's churchmaster was a person of the Kunlun realm. This was simply incredible. If that was true, how horrifying was this person? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many sharp gazes looked at Xiao Chun. Emperor Forsaken said, "Xiao Chun, do you know the treasure master's true identity?" Chapter 15:20. Half a day later, Xiao Chun and the others arrived in the profound domain. When they looked up, they could see the highest peak of Kunlun Mountain, which towered into the clouds. The silent Xiao Chun revealed an expression of joy. He said to Mo Chun, "Open the barrier and let her in." After all the demon cultivators appeared, many ferocious demonic beasts appeared. However, as the demons grew stronger, the scattered management of Kunlun Mountain's guards became unified. They formed an independent faction called the Kunlun Palace, which stood above the various large sections. Be it the deity race or the Bushin Palace, they cannot interfere in the matters of the Kunlun Palace. Many people did not understand why the treasure master, who possessed 16 immortal statues and could command the 18 demon monarchs at any time, did not launch an all-out attack. Now that they thought about it, the only thing they feared was this unfathomable Kunlun Palace. Many pairs of sharp gazes stared at Xiao Chun, somewhat surprising him. However, he really did not want to answer this question now. After arriving in the profound domain, Xiao Chun naturally thought of the saber sword two sovereigns. He should have added the word former. However, all of this was fabricated. No matter what he said, it was pointless. However, the news of the demonic calamity had already spread everywhere. The entire Kunlun realm was discussing it. The undulating Kunlun mountain range crossed the entire profound domain, splitting it in half. Whoosh! This is the news that Ingyu brought back not long ago. Originally, I wanted to tell you earlier. However, the heavenly starry ocean is in chaos, and I did not dare to go over. I thought that you would come to Kunlun Mountain sooner or later, so I waited here. Returned to Kunlun Mountain and quickly informed the various races to retreat. Countless black lights flickered endlessly, looking exceptionally eye-catching on the boundless sea. Those were demonic world cultivators, currently forming groups and teleporting over in the form of an army. The dark mass stretched as far as the eye could see. No one knew how many demons there were. Just as everyone was about to ask, an overwhelming demonic chi suddenly came from the distance. The demonic qi was so strong that even Ing Zongtian and the others, who were almost at the edge of the continent, could feel it. Tens of millions of demon cultivators appeared in the distance. To the small, deep abyss demonic world, this was the entire population mobilizing. When Xiao Chun heard Ing Yu's name, he had a bad feeling. Then he thought of something. Suddenly, a pretty figure flew over in front, tearing through the air. Her target was Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. It was Ing Qiong for the Ing family. He had not seen Ing Qiong for many years. He wondered why Ing Qiong was here. He seems to be from the profound domains Ing clan, the cyclic astral lord said uncertainly as he looked at Ing Qiong. Emperor Forsaken and the others had no time to think. They turned around and quickly left. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. If he hadn't listened to Xiao Chen's suggestion and dragged on a little longer, they would have been completely surrounded. He immediately asked the Myriad Law Fiend King about this question. Emperor Forsaken's question also represented the doubts of the other supreme martial artists. How could Xiao Chun have brought up this topic for no reason, stirring up everyone's suspicions? Soon, the armies of the deity Dao Union, the Bushin Palace, the Corpse God Palace, and the Fiend Domain arrived. Emperor Forsaken and the others took their leave in a hurry. Boom! In the next few days, the supreme martial artists would be busy. They needed to evacuate the low-leveled cultivators and commoners under their jurisdiction in the shortest time possible. When the Prime saw this scene, their expressions turned grave, forgetting about the earlier topic. If this legendary character were still around, together with Xiao Chun, this demonic calamity would not be a problem. The Deep Abyss demonic world has moved out in full force. They have already cut off their path of retreat. Emperor Forsaken said sullenly with a frown. Xiao Chun felt confused. He did not know why there was a need to avoid arousing suspicion. At the mention of the Thunder King, the cyclic astral lord, and the bright moon empress showed somewhat gloomy expressions. Right now, the saber sovereign was himself. Chu Chaoyan probably snatched away the sword sovereign medallion. The Myriad Law Fiend Master introduced some things about Kunlun Mountain to Xiao Chun. Then, he continued, furthermore, the various major factions know very little about how strong the Kunlun Palace is. Once the cultivators of the various races enter the Kunlun Palace, they rarely come out and do not leak too much information. Then, Ing Qiong's figure flashed a few times, and he arrived before Xiao Chun. The Myriad Law Fiend Master muttered, "This is, if the Kunlun realm had not fallen into chaos, the deity Dao Union and the Bushin Palace would not have fought so intensely. Both sides would have suffered severe injuries, and the Deep Abyss demonic world would not have had an opportunity to make a move." After exchanging some pleasantries, Ing Qiong said to Xiao Chun, "Xiao Chun, can I have a word with you?" Xiao Chun remained silent. His expression changed slightly, and he no longer asked about the Kunlun Palace. Clearly, the profound domain was affected as well. Xiao Chun discovered that they passed to the west of the Kunlun mountain range. This place was clearly much more desolate than before. The various large clans of the profound domain must have received news and made preparations in advance, retreating to the rear of Kunlun Mountain. The guards of Kunlun Mountain are very special. There are not many of them. There are cultivators of the various races. However, they are all elite selected in secret. They have existed since the martial epoch. At first, they were rather scattered. The various races sent some people to protect the Kunlun realm together. This humble girl, Ing Qiong, greets the primes. Ing Qiong knew the rules very well. After she arrived, she greeted the cyclic astral lord and the others first. The profound domain looked calm and peaceful. This neutral territory that connected the various races had not suffered any attacks for now. The Fiend Masters had participated in a demonic calamity and could not avoid interacting with the Kunlun Palace. Xiao Chun, do you know the true identity of the Treasure Master? The Myriad Law Fiend Master smiled softly and said, "The three of us have interacted with this Kunlun Palace before. However, we are not familiar with many of them. If the Thunder King were still around, we would be familiar with many of them. After all, the Thunder King experienced the most demonic calamities. Many of the upper echelon of the Kunlun Palace are humans in the first place. They received the Thunder King's favor or guidance. When Xiaochen looked back, he saw clumps of demonic clouds covering the sky where Heavenly Star Island originally was. We'll talk about it later. I'm not sure either. Ying Xiong continued. Chu Chaoyan used lightning-quick methods to occupy the Sky Dome realm. The various sects of the Martial Empire were all destroyed. Now, there's only one empire left, the Heavenly Emperor Wu's nation. The emperor is Chu Chaoyan himself. Are the people of my Shao clan all right? Ying sent back news that Chu Chaoyan captured all the people of the Shao clan. It is unknown whether they are alive or dead, Ying Xiong said in a low voice, not daring to look at Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked at the myriad law fiend master and said, others might not understand this Kunlun Palace, but Senior Fiend Master should know more, right? This is my friend. The Ying clan is also a clan that submitted to the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago. They have been taking care of the Shao clan in secret for many years. No wonder the Treasure Master said that Xiaochen had called for reinforcements from Kunlun Mountain. It looked like the Treasure Master understood the Kunlun Palace very well. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Given that person's identity, it was impossible for him not to understand the Kunlun Palace. After the Treasure Master followed Ying Xiong some distance away, the smile on Ying Xiong's face vanished. With a grave expression, he said, Xiaochen, you have to be mentally prepared for what I said. Don't get too excited. Given such a shocking scene, it was no longer important who the Treasure Master was. So what if Xiaochen knew? Could it be that if he knew, he could immediately kill the other party? Suddenly, Xiaochen recalled something. The Treasure Master once thought that Xiaochen had gone to Kunlun Mountain to call for reinforcements. At that time, Xiaochen felt somewhat suspicious. Are the people of Kunlun Mountain very strong? As for Xiaochen, he headed for Kunlun Mountain with the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Cyclic Astral Lord, and the Bright Moon Empress. Logically speaking, the Kunlun Palace had existed since the martial epoch and had a long inheritance. Furthermore, it had absorbed the elites of the 5 major races, secretly nurturing them since they were young. They should be very strong. In fact, after Xiaochen rose up, he might even reorganize the various major factions and charge into the demonic world. Of course, the most important thing is that the minor demonic calamity occurs once every few thousand years. Most of the time, the Kunlun Palace does not have much of a presence. It will not interfere with the matters of the outside world. It is like this faction does not exist at all. Naturally, there is no need to pay attention to it. Xiaochen's heart sank, but his expression did not change. He tried to find some clues on Ying Xiong's face. After failing to find anything, he said, I promise you. What is it? Or rather, as long as the Thunder King was still around, Xiaochen's tribulation would not be that simple, and the Kunlun realm would not fall into chaos. Xiaochen now understood. Now he had a rough understanding of this Kunlun Palace. It felt like a paradise. It was rather similar to what he remembered. Chapter 1521. Contrary to Ying Xiong's expectations, Xiaochen's expression did not change much, appearing rather calm. Are you all right? Ying Xiong asked carefully. After all, she was somewhat responsible for this matter. Right now, she was the Ying clan's clan head. The great Qin Empire of the Sky Dome realm was equivalent to the Ying clan. No matter what, she was somewhat responsible for not being able to protect Xiaochen's family. Xiaochen smiled faintly, not want to put any pressure on Ying Xiong. He said, I'm fine. Thank you for protecting my family for so long. You should not feel indebted. Are you really fine? Ying Xiong asked in some disbelief. Xiaochen nodded and said, I'm really fine. Chu Chaoyan promised me that he would not touch my family. Furthermore, he has something in my hands. Perhaps it has something to do with my control. Upon hearing this explanation, Ying Xiong felt relieved of a heavy burden. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's good. Otherwise, I would blame myself for the rest of my life. Xiaochen felt embarrassed in his heart. He smiled and said, Don't overthink. The Ying clan has already moved, right? Do you have time? Ying Xiong answered honestly, Yes, they have already moved to the rear. Once the demonic calamity starts, all the clans and factions of the profound domain will move over. They are already very experienced. Good. In that case, help me with something. What is it? Just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely do my best. Xiao Chun turned around and pointed to Heavenly Star Island. The people on this island are all cultivators of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. They have never been to the Kunlun continent before. There will definitely be a lot of trouble moving them. At that time, can you help to make arrangements for them? Ing Qiong smiled and said, "It's just a small matter. Leave it to me. In that case, many thanks in advance. Come with me. I'll introduce you to them." Right. The two returned to the top of the city wall, trying to find some clues from Xiao Chen's expression. Unfortunately, they found nothing. This was especially so for Emo-chan. Her eyes occasionally stared at Ing Qiong, her attention clearly on this girl. Emo-chan. Suddenly, Xiao Chun called out to Emo-chan, startling the other party to his senses. Immediately, Xiao Chen's face revealed a trace of worry. "I was going to ask you and Ing Qiong to help settle everyone down. Looks like I didn't think it through. You're too tired from presiding over the array. Go and rest for a while." Emo-chan blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She shook her head and said, "It's fine. I don't need to rest." "Are you sure?" "I really don't need it." Xiao Chen found this somewhat strange. However, it was not good for him to ask. He looked at the three primes and said, "Seniors, I have some matters to attend to and have to rush back to the Sky Dome realm. I will not be able to accompany everyone to the Kunlun Palace." The Sky Dome realm. It seems that the Kunlun realm and the demonic world have an agreement not to allow Emperor Wu to enter, the Myriad Law Fiend Master said with a frown. The Bright Moon Empress said, "Right now, the demonic world and the Kunlun realm are focused on the Kunlun realm. No one should pay attention to these rules." "Xiao Chen, why are you going to the Sky Dome realm? Is that okay?" "Many thanks for seniors' concern. It's just some trivial matters. I'll come back after I deal with them. Be careful." After saying goodbye to everyone, Xiao Chun tore open a hole in the sky and searched for the Sky Dome realm, sensing it. After a while, he sensed the Sky Dome realm, which was once an immortal's residence. Then, his figure flashed, and he barged in. During the Immortal epoch, the 3,000 lower realms were all immortal lord residences. After the Martial epoch, it slowly developed into a miniature world attached to the Kunlun realm. Previously, Xiao Chun did not feel much about the Sky Dome realm. However, after he found out that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, he could not help but feel some ripples in his heart. It was hard to imagine that long ago, this place was once his residence. No wonder his luck in the Sky Dome realm had always been heaven-defying. He had survived so many calamities and never died. Perhaps the Sky Dome realm's heavenly Tao was watching over him. Strange, why do I feel that this Sky Dome realm is rejecting me? Xiao Chun, who had just entered the Sky Dome realm, said doubtfully without frowning. In the past, when Xiao Chun entered the Sky Dome realm, he did not feel anything strange or terrible. It was just ordinary. However, this time, the moment Xiao Chun entered, he felt a sense of exclusion. Although it was not intense, it was definitely there. Could it be that Chu Chaoyan has already merged the complete Sky Dome heart and refined it? Never mind, I will not think about this. The other party is determined to obtain it. This is just a matter of time. Right now, Xiao Chun felt rather calm. He had not lied to Ing Qiong. Firstly, Xiao Chun had the heavenly flame, a treasure that Chu Chaoyan yearned for day and night without touching. Secondly, Chu Chaoyan once promised Xiao Chun that he would not touch his family. Xiao Chun looked around and opened his heavenly eye. Then, his vision traversed thousands of kilometers, looking in the direction of Mo City. In the next moment, Xiao Chun casually tore space and instantly appeared in the Xiao residence. "Second brother, you really came?" After a momentary daze, Xiao Jian's voice rang out. Then, Xiao Chun looked around. He discovered that he was in the dueling ground of the Xiao clan. Everyone in the Xiao clan was there. When they saw Xiao Chun, they all felt extremely excited, their excitement evident in their words. They all came over to greet Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Jian scolded them and scolded them. The familiar scene relaxed Xiao Chen somewhat. Big brother, there's no need to be so serious. Xiao Jian smiled and said, let's go somewhere else and have a word. Xiao Chen nodded. After they were far away, Xiao Jian said, the great Qi nation toppled overnight. The entire Sky Dome realm has already reinstated the banner of the Tianwu dynasty. The dynasty has changed, and Chu Chaoyun is now king. The Xiao clan is still fine. Everyone is fine. They are just surrounded. Chu Chaoyun's attitude is rather good. I wonder what he is up to. In one breath, Xiao Jian told Xiao Chen everything that happened in the past few days. It was more or less as Xiao Chen guessed. Chu Chaoyun did not make things difficult for the Xiao clan. However, Xiao Jian knew his limits and did not dare to act rashly. He strictly forbade the Xiao clan disciples from going out. Now that the outside world was in chaos, the Xiao clan was still rather calm. Where's father? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Jian replied, father is doing well. He is currently drinking tea with Chu Chaoyun in the Great Hall. He said that you would arrive before sunset at the latest. Unexpectedly, you really did come. It looks like this fellow has spies in the Kunlun realm as well. He is very well informed. I'll go and meet him. The two headed for the Great Hall. When they got close, they heard Chu Chaoyun's voice. This is superior grade Misty Cloud Tea. Its full name is Misty Cloud Tea. Uncle, try it properly. In the future, brew it by yourself at home. Remember, the first brew requires at least 10 breaths. Otherwise, the Misty Cloud Immortal Qi will not be able to precipitate. Chu Chaoyun seemed to have a deep understanding of tea. As he spoke, he drew on the classics in great detail, appearing ingenious and lively. Good tea, Xiao Chen said as he stepped over the threshold with Xiao Jian. Chu Chaoyun put down his teacup and looked at Xiao Chen. He smiled faintly and said, you have not tasted it yet. How do you know it is good tea? You're not me. How do you know that I do not know? Xiao Chen argued. Then, he walked over and picked up his teacup to take a sip. The tip of his tongue tasted sweet, and the fragrance lingered in his mouth. It was like misty clouds, like immortal qi. Xiao Chen put down his teacup and looked at Chu Chaoyun. This is indeed good tea. Chu Chaoyun, you are really willing to part with it. Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he smiled and said, one can only gain by giving up something, right? Chener, why are you back? Xiao Chen explained and comforted his father. I came back to take a look. Lord Father, I will go out with Brother Chu to discuss some matters. I will be back in a while. Xiao Xiong was not a fool. He knew that while the two appeared to be chatting cheerfully, they were actually at loggerheads with each other. Xiao Xiong nodded and did not say anything. Let's go out and talk, Xiao Chen said as he looked at Chu Chaoyun. That is exactly what I was thinking. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the two left the Xiao clan's great hall as though they had teleported. Then, they appeared at the summit of Seven Horn Mountain, facing each other. Clouds surrounded the summit, and the wind blew at the two's clothes and hair. Xiao Chen waved his hand and tossed the heavenly flame to Chu Chaoyun. This is the heavenly flame's origin flame, the big gift you wanted. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, this gift is indeed big. However, I do not need it. Hu Qi. With a wave of his hand, Chu Chaoyun gently fanned the heavenly flame's origin flame back. Xiao Chen caught the crystal containing the heavenly flame's origin flame. Then, he looked at the other party and asked in surprise, what do you want? Chapter 15:22. What do you want then? Xiao Chen found this strange. Chu Chaozhu did not even want the heavenly flame. This was a treasure that the other party wanted to obtain. In that case, what could be more attractive than the heavenly flame's origin flame? I want a promise from you. Xiao Chen felt stunned. He looked at the other party and said, all right, I promise you. There's something else I want to ask you. Do you know who the treasure master is? Chu Chaozhu was stunned for a moment. He did not know why Xiao Chen agreed without even thinking. After a while, Chu Chaozhu replied, naturally I do. His other identity in the deep abyss demonic world is the Dark Church's churchmaster. However, I rarely interacted with him. Most of the time, he does not appear in the demonic world. He also leaves the matters of the sect to the two vice church masters. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he muttered, Actually, I have been meaning to ask, what is your relationship with him? Chu Chaoyan smiled and said, there is no relationship. I only met him once. I helped him with something, and he helped me with something. That is all. More accurately, he should be an enemy now. If you cannot kill him, the one who will kill him will be me. Xiao Chun revealed a contemplative expression. It looked like Chu Chaoyan did not know about the treasure master's other identity. In the entire world, probably only he would think of that person. If not for learning some things in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chun would not have thought this way. He can only say that that person hid very well. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun said, I feel that we can talk about the grudges between us. I already have a rough idea. Don't worry. I will not want the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind. You can just leave. Chu Chaoyan smiled and said, the divine item is just a catalyst. There is no way to reconcile the differences between us. I will repeat everything that the last Tianwu Emperor did 10,000 years ago, unless you stop asking. Xiao Chun was speechless when he heard that. The last Tianwu Emperor 10,000 years ago wanted to merge the 3,000 lower realms. Then, he wanted to swallow up the luck of the entire Kunlun realm before leaving the abandoned land, sacrificing the future of everyone in Kunlun for him alone. Seeing that Xiao Chun was silent, Chu Chaoyan continued with a smile. I already said long ago that we have the same goal. Unfortunately, a battle is inevitable. Xiao Chun frowned and said, why? So many people want to leave the land of exile, but it is difficult to succeed. You have this opportunity, so you should cherish it. Why do you have to be so ambitious? Ambition? Chu Chaoyan smiled bitterly in his heart, but he didn't want to say much about this matter, nor did he want to explain anything. With your talent, I believe that even without the luck of the entire Kunlun realm, you can still make a name for yourself outside the abandoned land. Chu Chaoyan didn't say anything. He didn't answer. He needed to defeat the person. It wasn't that simple. Even if he used up his entire life, he might not be able to injure the other party. Only by obtaining the luck of the entire Kunlun realm would he have a chance. You should go. Your family is safer in the Sky Dome realm than in the Kunlun realm. I will help you take good care of them. Since they didn't get along, Chu Chaoyan was not in the mood to continue the conversation. So he asked Xiao Chun to leave. Goodbye. Xiao Chun's face sank. Similarly, he didn't want to say more. He simply could not understand why the other party insisted on doing this. Do unto others what you do not want others to do unto you. This had always been Xiao Chun's principle. He would never do something for the sake of his own selfishness, ignoring the rest of the world. Chu Chaoyan didn't want to explain either. After all, even if he did, Xiao Chun wouldn't understand either. Those who know me say that I am worried. Those who do not know me say that I seek something. As Xiao Chun took his leave, he recalled a scene from the past. When the 7 thrones merged, he saw the end of fate. Chu Chaoyan stood in the Sky Dome realm, merging the 3,000 lower realms and waiting for him to fight. It seemed like fate really could not be changed. After saying goodbye to Chu Chaoyan, Xiao Chun was in no rush to leave the Sky Dome realm. Since he came to the Sky Dome realm, he had to spend a few days at the Xiao clan. The many things that happened in the Kunlun realm fatigued Xiao Chun, preventing him from resting properly. Perhaps this would be his last leisure time in the Kunlun realm. After this, he would have to face the demonic calamity of the Kunlun realm. He would either die or live. 3 days later, Xiao Chun left the Sky Dome realm and returned to the Kunlun realm's profound domain. Xiao Chun walked alone to the foot of the highest peak of Kunlun Mountain. This peak towered into the clouds. No one knew where the summit was. Rumor had it that the Kunlun Road was at this peak. If one walked up this peak, one would be able to leave the Kunlun realm. However, this Kunlun Road was now a dead end. Very few people dared to take it. Only those who were truly on the brink of death would muster the courage to take it. Along the way, Xiao Chun discovered that the western side of the mountain range had already become completely deserted. In a mere 3 days, all the sects and clans that could retreat had retreated to the eastern side of the mountain range. This Kunlun Mountain was like the final barrier of the entire Kunlun realm. A long line lined up at the foot of the mountain. Countless cultivators wanted to enter this peak. Most of them were loose cultivators. Without any sect connections, they did not have the authority to pass directly. Xiao Chen glanced at the line. If he had to line up, who knew how long he would have to wait before he could truly enter the mountain? Just as Xiao Chen hesitated over whether to sneak in or not, two figures descended from the sky and landed before Xiao Chen. You are Xiao Chen. These two wore long robes and carried treasured swords on their backs. Their attire was the same as Emperor Wu's. Xiao Chen nodded and took out his lunar shadow saber to verify his identity. It's the lunar shadow saber. This saber of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen is the best proof. We are the Kunlun Palace's 4th-generation disciples. On the orders of Palace Master Feng, we are here to receive you. After verifying his identity, the two looked at Xiao Chen with an additional trace of respect and deference. Xiao Chen, who had been worried about not knowing the way and not wanting to line up, did not think too much and followed the two. As Xiao Chen followed the two, he flew up. Along the way, he met with many gazes sizing him up. Vaguely, this unremarkable mountain peak hid many checkpoints and experts guarding the checkpoints. I wonder what the Kunlun Palace is like. Xiao Chen was also very curious about their palace master. He did not know how strong such a mysterious person was. An existence that even the treasure master feared should not be weak. At the very least, he would not be weaker than the primes. After flying through the clouds, Xiao Chen saw a palace. This palace stood on a cliff. Clouds and mist lingered around it, making it look like one was floating in a sea of clouds. As they rose and fell, it looked like a fairyland. As Xiao Chen approached the plaza in front of the palace, he discovered many young cultivators cultivating. He felt shocked in his heart. These youths were all existences that the outside world had never heard of. However, their cultivations were no weaker than those of the outstanding talents of the outside world. The three of them flew quickly and soon passed the plaza. The disciples in the plaza all put down their weapons and curiously sized up Xiao Chen as he flew by. Is he the Blue Dragon King? He is very young. He looks even younger than us. Rumor has it that he is already the strongest person in the Kunlun realm, someone who surpassed primes. That's impossible. Could he be stronger than the palace master? That should be true. Didn't you see the palace master personally invite him? However, it is hard to say if he is stronger than the palace master. Among the disciples discussing, there was a girl who appeared disappointed and frustrated, not saying anything. This girl was Lung Liusu. Back then, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter, Nuan Muyun, sent her to the Kunlun Palace before she went to the astral battlefield. After that, Nuan Muyun died in the astral battlefield, and Lung Liusu never left. Just as Xiao Chen was about to reach the main hall, he suddenly stopped and turned around to take a careful look. In that brief glance, Xiao Chen vaguely saw someone familiar. At this moment, he squinted and discovered Lung Liusu. Immediately, all sorts of memories flooded into Xiao Chen's mind. After not seeing her for a long time, Xiao Chen thought that she had fallen in the astral battlefield like Nuan Muyun. When Xiao Chen first entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, something interesting had happened to this person, who was once the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, after that, Xiao Chen did not have much interaction with her, nearly forgetting about her. Blue Dragon King, you are familiar with one of these junior brothers and sisters. Xiao Chen nodded and said, there is one. Do you want to meet her? If it is not long, the palace master should be able to wait. Never mind, it is better not to meet her. After meeting her, Xiao Chen did not know what to say. He shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Chapter 1523. Junior Sister Lung, the Blue Dragon King, seemed to be looking at you earlier. Indeed, that seems to be the case. He looked for a long time. Will he come over? Hey, he's gone. The disciples in the plaza had been paying attention to Xiao Chen's every move. When he turned around, they naturally saw him clearly. With a sigh, the commotion quietly died down. Lung Liusu smiled faintly. She did not feel much disappointment or melancholy. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. There was no need to be envious or thirsty. At the very least, the other party could look at her one last time. This meant that he had not forgotten. That was already sufficient, there were no regrets. The Kunlun Palace was like a large courtyard built on a mountain. All the buildings were painted with a faint layer of golden paint. That was not pure golden paint. Instead, it was made from some special divine material after it was crushed and refined. Aside from being aesthetically pleasing, it could be used with formations, increasing the might of the formations. Xiao Chun had a feeling that while it looked like he was walking in the palace, he was actually isolated from the outside by some kind of formation. The entire Kunlun Palace gave off layers of faint golden light. As one walked in it, everything looked golden. The two Kunlun Palace disciples were bathed in a layer of light. As for Xiao Chun, he looked the same as before he entered the mountain. This further confirmed Xiao Chen's guess that he was not included in the formation. If the person in charge of the formation wanted to, they could squeeze him out at any time. Of course, this was under the premise that Xiao Chun did not resist. It was noble, but not tacky. It matched the aura of the Kunlun Palace, which surpassed all the sects in the world. The palace at the highest point had a staircase made of white jade, winding all the way down. Xiao Chen followed the two Kunlun Palace swordsmen up. When he arrived at his destination, he saw the words Qingyang Hall written on the palace. It was said that the founder of the Kunlun Palace was an extremely strong cultivator named Feng Qingyang. Later on, Qingyang Hall became the main palace. Only the palace master and a few elders could enter. We cannot enter this Qingyang Hall. Senior Blue Dragon King, please enter by yourself. The palace master and some elders have already been waiting for a long time, the sword-wielding disciple said with a smile. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Chun stepped into the hall, but what greeted him was darkness. It formed a stark contrast with the bright background outside. Under the dim light, the hall was filled with a sinister and eerie smell. Xiao! 6 rays of light flashed, and 6 figures appeared in the dark space. There were a total of 5 people on the left and right, and the person sitting on the main seat at the front must be the palace lord. In the dark space, the 5 elders and the Kunlun Palace's master were all encased in light, their figures clearly visible. As for Xiao Chun himself, he was bathed in the darkness and seemed to be one with it. However, the palace master had his back to Xiao Chun and did not turn around. This strange arrangement made Xiao Chun slightly uncomfortable. However, he still politely asked, "Palace master, what business do you have with me?" Take a guess? The Kunlun Palace's palace master still did not turn around. He said some mischievous words, making Xiao Chun depressed. Take a guess? The meaning of these 2 words was clear and concise. Xiao Chun naturally understood it, but he didn't have the time to guess. Goodbye. Respect was mutual. Since Xiao Chun was willing to come, he was showing respect to the other party. The other party had his back to Xiao Chun, yet he said such childish words. That was disrespectful. In that case, there was no point in Xiao Chun staying. He still had to go to the Dragon's Gates people situation. You want to leave? I'm afraid that is not up to you. One of the 5 Kunlun Palace elders said indifferently with a cold snort. Xiao Chun recognized these 5 people. He had seen them once after the road to Emperor and once after the incident at the Blue Dragon Palace. However, those were images. This time, they were real people. Xiao Chun had always held respect for these 5 elders. He stopped and said, "Seniors, what exactly is the matter? Just get straight to the point." Whoosh! Right after the Kunlun Palace's palace master spoke, he suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Chun. The Kunlun Palace's palace master's gaze was like a sharp saber light flickering with resplendent light in the darkness, carrying an incredibly tyrannical and sharp aura as it pierced toward Xiao Chun. What a tyrannical saber might! Where did this person come from? Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then he used his Dao might and easily blocked the other party's saber might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the dark space, the pillars of light encasing the 6 suddenly vanished. Then they layered over each other and encased Xiao Chun. Immediately, Xiao Chun could not see the other 6 in this pitch-black palace. Instead, he was exposed to the 6. His every move, even the slightest movement, could be seen clearly. Interesting. Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly. Are they going to force me to tell them something? Blue Dragon King, Now that the Kunlun realm is in danger, please tell us how to surpass Prime. A voice rang out in the darkness. Please forgive us for using such means. In this Azure Yang Palace, the strength of outsiders will be suppressed by half. As long as you are willing to tell us the secret to surpassing Prime, we will naturally let you leave. Let's work together to resist the demons and survive this calamity. I hope you can think of the big picture and not act rashly. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It turned out that this was a trap for him. He circulated his veritable essence energy slightly. He discovered that when he circulated his veritable essence energy, it did not affect him at all. However, since the other party said that his strength would be reduced by half, it should be true. Suddenly thinking about it, Xiao Chun somewhat understood what was going on. From the start to the end, he had not been merged into the Kunlun Palace's formation. Perhaps this was where the problem came from. There was no problem with circulating his veritable essence energy. However, his offensive and destructive power would be affected. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun hated it the most. He would not compromise at all when others forced him or threatened him. Originally, Xiao Chun still had some respect for these people. Now, he no longer had any, only deep loathing. Hiding your head and showing your tail. If you have something to say it to me face to face. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and ignored the other party's barrage of questions. After all the questions, there was only one meaning: to hand over the secret to surpassing Prime. Not to mention that there was no secret. Even if there were, Xiao Chun would not be scared into handing it over. If there was a problem, it would be fine as long as everyone discussed it peacefully. What was the point of setting up such a trap? It looks like you do not agree. In that case, we can only use some forceful methods. A strand of sword qi silently shot towards Xiao Chun in the darkness. Dang! Xiao Chun held his saber horizontally in front of him and blocked this strand of sword qi. Then, he quickly retreated 100 meters. The light encasing Xiao Chun persisted without scattering, looking like a ghost. As for the person who attacked, he remained hidden in the darkness, nowhere to be seen. Dang! 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 The five elders worked together to attack Xiao Chun like a flood. Xiao Chun calmly made his move, retreating step by step, dealing with the moves as they came. The other party's figure was hidden in the darkness, invisible to the naked eye and hard to detect with spiritual sense. An invisible barrier blocked the attacks that Xiao Chun sent out, reducing their might by half. He was in a very passive position. The five old men did not give up. All sorts of killing moves appeared one after another. They came from different races. Some were of the deity race, some were of the human race, and some were the ghost race. Their moves were all very experienced. Xiao Chun was like a small boat in a violent storm, drifting in the wind like he would capsize at any moment. Hand over the secret technique that surpasses Prime, and everything can be discussed. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the hall. The Kunlun realm is in danger. Blue Dragon King, are you still going to be so selfish? The roars were like thunder. As the five elders supported Xiao Chun, they continuously shouted at him. How noisy! Unable to endure any longer, Xiao Chun shouted coldly and suddenly drew the lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! The instant Xiao Chun drew the saber light, a resplendent saber light lit up the entire hall. The five old men could no longer hide. Ling Yun's stance, void-breaking stance, dragon subduing stance, falling moon stance, heartbreaking stance. In that instant, Xiao Chun executed the flawless saber technique. It was like he split into five. With the support of great Tao energy, every move contained startling might. Pusiai. The five old men revealed horrified expressions as their defenses were torn. They vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The afterimages merged, and Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Kassier. Suddenly, a finger snapped in the darkness. The entire hall was brightly lit, and the darkness swept away. This was the first time Xiao Chun saw the situation in the hall clearly. The five old men that he knocked back were nowhere to be seen. Only one person remained standing on the throne in the hall. This person's hair was disheveled, and he looked at Xiao Chun with a sinister smile. Indeed, you're the Thunder King's inheritor. You did not disappoint me. Chapter 1524. Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. Just as he was feeling suspicious, many figures walked out of the hall. Among them were Ying Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and other familiar people. There were also many old men that Xiao Chun did not recognize. However, without exception, they were all experts, the supreme elders of the Kunlun Palace. As for the sloppy bladesman in front, he was even more mysterious and unfathomable. At the very least, he was a prime. Big brother, what's going on? Xiao Chun looked at Ying Zongtian somewhat helplessly, wanting an explanation. Otherwise, he would not be in a good mood. Ying Zongtian smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. This is a test. We are discussing who should be the leader of the alliance to resist the demons. The Myriad Law Fiend Master, the others, and I recommended little brother Xiao Chun. However, these 5 old men do not believe in your strength and want to recommend their palace master. Hence, we set up this trap, hoping to agitate you and make you attack without holding back to see your true strength." As the deity race elders spoke, the 5 old men that Xiao Chun injured earlier walked out again. Their injuries were much better now. The deity race elders looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Sorry, we had no choice but to resort to such a method. Without truly testing your strength, we cannot feel at ease. There's only one chance. If we fail, the entire Kunlun realm will be destroyed. We need to be cautious about who should be the leader." After understanding the whole story, Xiao Chun did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was not a petty person. Furthermore, although he was upset, the other party had already apologized. So, Xiao Chun could not blame them. All right, back to the main topic. Since we have already recommended Xiao Chun to be the alliance chief, we have no more disputes. Let's discuss the demonic calamity that we are about to face. The Kunlun Palace's palace master clapped his hands, and the entire roof of the Azure Sun Hall suddenly separated, revealing the sky and clouds. A rectangular table made of dragon-patterned wood appeared in front of everyone. With everyone's recommendation, Xiao Chun and the Kunlun Palace's palace master sat together at the head of the dragon's head. On the right sat the 7 primes of the Kunlun realm: Ying Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Fox King, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and the Cyclic Astral Lord. On the left were the 8 elders of the Kunlun Palace. All of them were half-step primes and very old. Many of them had experienced minor demonic tribulations before. Almost everyone present here was the gathering of the peak combat power of the entire Kunlun realm. Now, all these people obeyed Xiao Chun. How to deploy, how to resist the devil race, these were all arranged by him. Unexpectedly, the moment Xiao Chun returned from the Sky Dome realm, he would have to face such a large formation. Xiao Chun was truly unprepared. However, at this time, he could not retreat. He carried the hopes of the entire Kunlun realm. He had to endure all the pressure. How much time do we have? Xiao Chun was the first to ask. At most 7 days. At the very least, 3 days. After the demon army reorganizes, they will charge over in half a day, a Kunlun Palace old man said. There was really not much time. Xiao Chun nodded and continued. Are our people done reorganizing? In the 3 days that you were in the Sky Dome realm, the Dragon's Gate's M.O. Chun already finished reorganizing all the cultivators of the various sects of the Kunlun realm. Speaking of which, we still have to thank you. If not for this wondrous girl from your Dragon's Gate, we would have had to work for several months. M.O. Chun's contribution? When Xiao Chun heard this, he did not find it strange. M.O. Chun had already verified her abilities at the Dragon's Gate long ago. What's going on with the Ghost Race's side? After the Dongyue Ghost Emperor died, no one came to replace him? Xiao Chun asked with a frown. The Ghost Domain was a great help. Ghost Mother Sun Shi and her disciple Qing Cheng are currently reorganizing the Ghost Domain. They will probably need some time, someone answered. Xiao Chun indicated that he understood. Then, he analyzed the strength of the demons and the Dark Church with the others. At this critical moment, All the people present had revealed everything they knew about the Nether sect and the demon clans. Naturally, the strongest person in the Dark Church is the Dark Church's church master, who is also the treasure master. This person is mysterious and unfathomable. He has never made a move before, but the fact that he could subdue the celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the ice demon monarch proves how horrifying his strength is. Xiao Chen indicated his agreement. Then, he said, I'll deal with this person. Secondly, there are the two vice church masters under him, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. Their strengths are strange, stronger than regular primes. After that, there are the 18 demon monarchs that everyone is more familiar with. You should have interacted with them before. 18 demon monarchs, 9 primes, and 9 half-step primes. With the experts here and the holy lord of some holy lands, they should be able to deal with them. The crucial thing was who would deal with Xing Wang and Fa Wang, these two troublesome people. I'll do it. With my strength. Delaying the two should not be difficult, the Kunlun Palace's palace master said. The Kunlun Palace's palace master asked sullenly. With his strength, delaying these two would not be difficult. Just based on this, it looked like the Kunlun realm and the demonic world had an even chance of victory. Aside from this, what we're most worried about is the demonic god. That's right. Every minor demonic tribulation is to obtain enough fresh blood and souls to sacrifice to the demonic god. The demon race has been preparing for this for tens of thousands of years. This time, the demonic god will definitely appear in the Kunlun realm. I heard that the treasure master captured nearly half of the elite cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean, including several holy lord, in preparation to summon the demonic god. The demonic god, the primes present, and the Kunlun Palace's elders all fell silent. The demonic god was a huge problem. No matter how one thought about it, they all felt some despair. At that time, I will summon the deity race ancestor, and Ying Zongtian will summon the soul of the Bushan Palace's founder. They should be able to deal with it. Emperor Forsaken spoke, breaking the silence. Our corpse race also has a 10,000-year-old demonic corpse. We can use it at the crucial moment, the heaven-punishing corpse god said. Suddenly, Ying Zongtian said, You all forgot an important point. The demonic world demonic beasts have many peak demonic beasts. They are no weaker than sovereign martial emperors. Furthermore, there are many demonic beasts. At that time, we might end up surrounded. After a few rounds of analysis, no matter how one looked at it, the deep abyss demonic world was stronger than the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, it was not just a little stronger, but more than double or triple. Just in terms of peak combat power, the deep abyss demonic world had more primes than the Kunlun realm. After the discussion ended, the Kunlun Palace's palace master handed a banner to Xiao Chen. This is the Kunlun banner. After you refine it, there will always be a banner flying behind you. Every cultivator in battle will see the banner when they look up. This is the use of the Alliance Chief. As long as the banner is still there, it means that you are not dead. This will infinitely boost the confidence of the Kunlun realm's cultivators. Xiao Chen received the Kunlun banner and entered deep thought. He somewhat understood why the 5 old men set this up for him earlier. If Xiao Chen was not strong enough, the Kunlun banner would break not long after the battle. This would undoubtedly lower the morale of the entire Kunlun realm's cultivators. Don't worry, I will properly refine it. I will definitely persevere until the last moment, Xiao Chen said seriously. The Kunlun Palace's palace master smiled and said, if Sang Mu knew that his successor was this strong, he would definitely be overjoyed. Xiao Chen looked at the other party and entered deep thought. He asked, could it be that you know Sang Mu? Ha ha ha. Not only do I know him, but if not for him, this old man would not have to run to the Kunlun Palace in such a sullen manner. The Kunlun Palace's palace master laughed loudly and said, however, this has also helped me. I am the Saber Demon. I once competed with him in the Sky Dome realm. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, we continued to compete. Who knew? He died right after he became king. How unfortunate. The Saber Demon. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He had heard of this person before. The one who fought with Sang Mu in the Five Nation Youth Competition back then was this person. Unexpectedly, due to fate, this person became the Kunlun Palace's palace master. No wonder that saber might was so scary. It looks like you have heard of me. I really wish to have a good fight with you. That way, I can fulfill my final wish of fighting with Sang Mu. Unfortunately, I no longer have this opportunity, and at most 7 days, the demons will be charging over. The saber demon sighed, revealing a complicated expression on his unkempt face. Xiao Qin's expression was similarly complicated. He muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the distant heavenly starry ocean. 7 days later, I will be fighting with that person. Will I win? I have to. Chapter 1525. After the final discussion ended, it was time to mobilize everyone. The main peak of Kunlun Mountain became the gathering place of various experts. Several experts volunteered to come to the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. Most of the older generation experts gathered at the summit, where the main hall of the Kunlun Palace was. The outstanding talents of the younger generation and the outstanding talents of the Golden Age gathered at the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring. Now that the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring was sealed, countless experts stood guard in secret. The reason why the youths liked to gather here was simple. Most of the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm had soaked in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring before. This included Xiao Qin. Back then, he had fought Di Wuk in this Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, slowly rising to prominence in the Kunlun continent. Whoosh! 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 Figures flashed, and 2 people descended from the sky, standing side by side. They were the sons of the former 3 holy masters of the Tianwu domain, Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji. These 2 had a good relationship and usually traveled together. The moment they showed themselves, several people immediately recognized them. Among the younger generation, these 2 were the cream of the crop. They had already been influential people for a long time. During the Golden Age, they had all obtained fortuitous encounters. This was especially so after they obtained the help of the deity race to forge their deity statues. Their strength and cultivation improved very quickly. A king's might was emitted from the 2 of them, causing many people to be astonished. What a strong emperor's might! Unexpectedly, these 2 already advanced to sovereign martial emperor. This is expected, right? Di Wuk advanced to sovereign martial emperor a year ago. These 2 are so close to Di Wuk. Their talent is not bad, and they have whoosh. Suddenly, a cold intent came from the sky. 3 figures quickly flew over from the distance. When these 3 got closer, they discovered that they were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was the current sect master of the Haotian sect, Shui Lingling. The men were in Juanxi and Bai Wuxue. The 3 also gave off the emperor's might of a sovereign martial emperor, attracting the attention of many. More importantly, the sovereign emperor's might of these 3 was even denser and steadier than that of Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji. Vaguely, there was already a trace of the Holy Lord's aura, which was no less than that of the emperors of the Ninth Heaven. After leaving the savage battlefield, the 3 entered closed-door cultivation and only came out recently. As the disciple of the Thunder King, and Juanxi's foundation was naturally extraordinary. As for Shui Lingling, she possessed the resources of an entire sect. As for Bai Wuxue, after he refined the eternal ice that Xiao Qin gave him, he finally advanced to sovereign martial emperor. The 3 of them had not relied on the power of faith to be conferred the title of king. Instead, they had relied on their foundation and fortuitous encounters. After being conferred the title of king, they would naturally be stronger than the 2 saints. Shui Lingling, Bai Wuxue, and Juanxi, the 3 of you are actually conferred kings as well. Xiahou Ju exclaimed in shock, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Bai Wuxue smiled and said, "Why not? Do you want to have a competition to see who is the true sovereign martial emperor? Is it interesting? The demonic calamity is upon us, and the final battle is at hand. If you want to compete, let's see who can kill more demons." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the 2's conversation. Only the voice could be heard, but no one could be seen. The voice reverberated for a while. When it stopped, the owner of the voice finally revealed himself. A black-clad man with an indifferent expression stood on a stone pillar, hugging a treasure sword as he looked at the crowd. Yin-Shur-san. Some of the profound domain's people immediately recognized Yin-Shur-san. This was the top swordsman of the profound domain's younger generation. He cultivated the killing sword. After not seeing him for many years, his aura had become even colder than before. However, the killing chi in his eyes was even more easily hidden, no sharpness visible at all. No one could guess Yin-Shur-san's strength. However, he did not fear it all. Given the sovereign might of Shui, Lingling, and the others, they were definitely sovereign martial emperors at the very least. How lively! Unexpectedly, there are so many old friends here. Laughter rang out. Qi Wuxiue and the white-boned sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, walked over with smiles on their faces. Qi Wuxiue had a wanton and unrestrained nature. He was indifferent to worldly affairs, and his smile never faded. Those who liked him said that he was an optimistic person. Those who disliked him said that he had an evil air that would never fade. The various influential people of the younger generation appeared here for only one purpose: to wait for the impending demonic calamity. As the crowd chatted, more people arrived. However, this time, it was not just one or two people who came. Imo-chun led the Dragon's Gate's people. The chubby Kim Tae-ho, the Azura races Lan Xiaobai and Lan Yu, the Sky Dome realm's Xianyuan Zhantian, Gong Yangyu, Yu Bingyun, and the others. Even further behind were the Sun Palace's Chu Yang, Fu Hongyao, the Northern Sea Alliance's Yi Chun, Di Xinhan, and the other experts of the Heavenly Starry Ocean mixed in with the Dragon's Gate's group. It's the Dragon's Gate's people. There are so many experts. Unexpectedly, the Dragon's Gate actually gathered so many outstanding young talents. That's not right. There seems to be some other outstanding talents of the Heavenly Starry Ocean mixed in. Could they all be the Dragon's Gate's people now? That should not be the case. After all, the Heavenly Starry Ocean's gate is the only major sect left. Only the Dragon's Gate can take the lead. The arrival of the Dragon's Gate's people made the Heavenly Dew Divine spring even livelier. After a while, 3 strong auras rushed over. They were the fiend races Bai, Yuan Su, and Kong Yuan. More and more people arrived. Sima Lingxian, Bak Tu, and Bai Yin, the descendants and disciples of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, rushed over as well. Demonic Qi? Suddenly, someone sensed the presence of a trace of demonic Qi, which immediately alerted countless people. However, when they saw the owner of the demonic Qi, they relaxed slightly. The one who came was the human demon C's absolute genius, Dugu Ao. Dugu Ao seemed to feel that his identity was somewhat complicated, so he did not stick close to the crowd. Instead, he stood far away, closing his eyes and entering deep thought. Dugu Ao was a demon mixed blood. However, now that the human demon C had joined the Kunlun Realms camp, they could be considered on the same side. Although the people here hated the demons to the bone, they would not make a move on their companions. After half a day, nearly all the outstanding young talents of the entire Kunlun realm had gathered here. However, no matter how the crowd counted, they discovered that there was a very important person who did not come: Diwuk. As the divine son, Shao Chun possessed outstanding talent. His strength was even more so. However, everyone knew that there was a huge rift between Shao Chun and Shao Chun. This time, Shao Chun was leading the Demon Resistance Alliance. No one knew if Shao Chun would put down his grudge and rush over. Xiao Ju, Diwuk, are you sure he is not coming? Could it be that he is going to be a coward? Someone mocked with a cold smile. He is probably too embarrassed to come. Before the Blue Dragon King rose up, he was always at odds with Shao Chun, trying to kill him several times. Xiao Ju showed a troubled expression, not knowing how to answer. Humph! A cold snort rang out, and golden light filled the sky. A person bathed in golden light appeared above everyone. Who else could it be but Diwuk? Diwuk coldly glanced at the people mocking him. Then, he withdrew his aura and landed in a deserted place. Shao Chen's expression was cold, unreadable, as if he did not want anyone to get close to him. Only the youths that Xiao Chun glared at felt pressure. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, not daring to say anything more. How strong? This was everyone's evaluation of Diwuk. He competed with Xiao Chun for the title of Luck's favored one. Although he lost, his strength still rendered most